Chapter 2651. Tranquil Imagery. Translated by Zephes. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was convinced that the two brothers were not good people after witnessing the scene before him. The animals that were running out of the burning forest were not even true undead. They were like living specimens being tortured constantly in a sea of flame. They were bound until they were needed to release their hatred. Burning a mountain is serious enough to imprison the person responsible for life. Your country really doesn't have any basic decency if it doesn't control scum like you. Mo Fan took a step back. The animals that had been sacrificed to the fire were scarier than the undead. Even the undead did not possess such a strong hatred. Even a look into the animal's eyes made Mo Fan feel like he was going to burn to ashes. Your people grill animals alive to make the texture of their meat better. What right do you have to rebuke us? Besides, the forests were my property. I have the right to let the animals live or turn them into sacrifices, Kunoi replied disdainfully. Fire sorcery beasts. They used to be ordinary animals instead of demon creatures, but the evil sorcery had turned them into a terrifying army after they were sacrificed to the flames and became the sacred bear's slave warriors. They fixed their eyes on Mo Fan and charged at him at Kunoi's command. The wolf that only had half of its body left pounced at Mo Fan. The strength of its claws was utterly shocking. The circle of crystal teeth protecting Mo Fan failed to withstand a single blow from the fire sorcery wolf beast. Red oil suddenly emerged under Mo Fan's feet while he was backing away. A filthy rat monster dug out of the ground and snapped at Mo Fan's knee. Mo Fan swiftly gathered the circle of crystal teeth to wrap around his legs and protect them. He raised his foot and stomped on the rat monster, smashing its skull. A burning bull cried and charged at Mo Fan from another direction. Its hateful stare was strong enough to freeze a person in place. It was like a creature in a frenzy trying to pin someone down and set them both on fire. The bull was not going to ram into Mo Fan. It was trying to spread the fire on it over to Mo Fan so he could also experience the pain of being burned by the fire. The pain was not something an ordinary human could withstand. The flames could even burn a person's mind and soul. Mo Fan knew it was not about how high the fire's temperature was. This was an ancient sorcery from Northern Europe. It was abusing the sacrificed animals to spread their hatred and fear. Mo Fan could not break free from the bull's stare. The fires of even a little fox could easily hurt Mo Fan, even though he had a greater heaven fire seed. Mo Fan was just like a normal human in the burning forest. In contrast, the animals that had died in the fire were like demons with strange abilities. No one has ever made it out of the forest alive. Have a taste of the pain, as it will last longer than you can imagine. Kunoi burst out laughing like a madman. Mo Fan was surrounded by the burning beasts. This was most likely Kunoi's absolute domain. The difference in strength between Kunoi and Mo Fan no longer mattered. Once the absolute domain was established, an enemy had to obey the rules in it. However, an absolute domain was not necessarily invulnerable. There were ways to break it down. Mo Fan could not rely on his brute force this time. He had to calmly figure out the weakness of the absolute domain. Tranquil Imagery, a voice echoed in Mo Fan's mind as he was trying to calm down. The voice was extremely familiar to Mo Fan. It was Xinxia. Mo Fan was surrounded by raging flames and fiery beasts charred beyond recognition, but he suddenly felt a soothing breeze wrapping around him after he heard Xinxia's voice. The terrifying scene was changing rapidly, like a magical stroke had just turned a painting of death and destruction into a calm and peaceful drawing. The ferocious beasts, the scorching flames, and the cries of agony were gone. Mo Fan was able to calm down. The evil beasts had disappeared, together with their pain. I'm afraid your little trick has stopped working, Mo Fan grinned as he looked at Kunoi. Kunoi was apoplectic. What kind of magic could possibly turn his fire sorcery into bubbles? The fire sorcery was not just an illusion, it was actually similar to a summoning spell. It was powerful enough to torture even the strongest super mags. Kunoi looked to the other side and saw a beautiful woman riding a unicorn. Her straight dark brown hair hung down to her waist. Her fringes were combed to the side of her ears, revealing her beautiful face. "Old Santel, take her out!" Kunoi snarled, pointing at Xinxia. The woman was obviously a psychic mage who had mastered some secret art that had easily nullified his absolute domain. "Don't worry, it's just a young woman." Old Santel stepped forward. He was startled when he took a closer look at the radiant unicorn Xinxia was riding. It was a rare sacred beast from Europe. Most importantly, the radiant unicorn was merely her mount, instead of her contracted beast. "You must be from a renowned clan. The northern sacred bears do not like to offend people for no reason, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want to us. Show me what a young woman like you has." Old Santel said with a confident smile, as if he was going to teach the young woman how to behave herself. The radiant unicorn approached Old Santel, its hooves tapping the ground rhythmically. Xinxia was also looking at Old Santel. The old man immediately felt like a huge mountain was collapsing onto him. The closer she came, the stronger the pressure became. Finally, Old Santel fell to his knees in a huge sweat as Xinxia arrived in front of him. He could not climb to his feet, no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 2652. Wall of Despair. "Santel, what are you doing?" Yang Gel shouted at him. Why was Santel kneeling in front of the woman? Since when did he become so retarded? Why did it have to happen at a crucial time like this? Help me!" Old Santel was sweating badly, his face and clothes soaked clean through. He was trying his best to open his mouth and ask the others for help. Guan Songdi and his uncle were the closest to Old Santel. They had no idea what had happened. 3 sacred bear elites behind them immediately ran toward Old Santel to assist him. They were all super mags. Several dazzling star palaces appeared around them as the elites continuously poured their energy into them. Their auras grew significantly as the last star of their star palaces lit up. Vacuum Storm. It was a super wind spell. A terrifying eye of the storm appeared above them and sucked away the air to form a huge tornado. The wind was sharp and powerful. The vacuum storm moved directly above Xinxia. The psychic element was effective at suppressing an enemy's magic, but most psychic mags would struggle to suppress 2 or more people simultaneously. It was like trying to do several things at once. It was difficult to focus on all of them. Old Santel realized the woman was a stronger psychic mage than him. He was not confident the others helping him could beat her. However, he just needed their help to distract her. Once the woman was distracted, the huge pressure she had applied to him would greatly weaken, allowing Old Santel to break free from her control. Unfortunately, Old Santel had forgotten that the radiant unicorn was a sacred beast and stronger than certain ruler-level creatures. The radiant unicorn lifted its head and fired a strong beam from its horn. The beam flew into the sky and hit the eye of the storm. The tornado vanished, starting from its base. The strong wind dissipated when it was less than 50 meters away from Xinxia. In addition to that, the radiant unicorn raised its front legs and stomped the ground. Dense silver runes appeared close to it and its rider. 2 other super spells were heading toward Xinxia. The runes that had spread across the ground like cracks had formed circles of protection, rising like walls around her. The runic walls defended Xinxia from every powerful spell that was targeting her. The runes dimmed slightly every time they stopped a spell. However, the 3 super mags were overwhelmed by despair when they noticed their 3 super spells did not even cancel out the first circle of runes, only making several of the runes stop glowing. They attacked Xinxia and the radiant unicorn again, unwilling to admit defeat, but after attacking with several strong super spells, including the Demon Judgment Sword, they had only taken out the runes of the first wall. The problem was, there were at least a dozen circles under the woman's feet. How long was it going to take them to break through her defense? Old Santel could only remain kneeling on the ground. He had finally realized how strong the woman was. She was completely out of his league. Mo Fan turned to Xinxia. He was going to protect her when he saw Old Santel moving toward her, but it turned out Old Santel was the one at a disadvantage. Mo Fan was relieved to see it. Xinxian no longer needed his protection like she used to. Mo Fan closed in on Kunai, who was still using the fire sorcery. He noticed Kunai was constantly backing away after his fire sorcery was nullified, obviously planning to hide behind Yang Gel. However, Yang Gel had been badly beaten up by Little Flame Bell in her complete phase. He did not have time to protect his brother. He had already been injured when he fought Mo Fan previously, otherwise he could have lasted longer in the fight against Little Flame Bell. Shadow Thistles! Mo Fan waved his hand. Dark thistles crawled up under Kunai's feet like huge snakes and wrapped around his legs before dragging him toward Mo Fan. Kunai was surprisingly nimble. He was able to cut through the thistles that were binding him down and avoid them at impressive speed. Do you think I only know sorcery? Kunai's speed kept increasing, gradually leaving more afterimages behind him. The thistles were struggling to catch up to him. He suddenly turned toward Mo Fan instead of backing away. He broke free from the cordon of thistles and launched a counterattack. His speed was so high that Mo Fan could only see an auburn blur. His hands had also transformed into sharp claws, which he was now sweeping at Mo Fan's face. Demon Judgment Sword, Sword Frame. Two heavy swords made up of blinding rays of light clanged together in front of Mo Fan, as if two ancient deities had crossed their swords in front of Mo Fan to defend him. Kunai struck the Demon Judgment Swords with his claws. The swords broke into pieces, but Kunai was forced to back away by the burning light. Mo Fan glanced over at Zhao Manyang, who had arrived just in time. Zhao Manyang studied Kunai in surprise. As a pure defensive mage, it was rare for someone to break his defense with a single blow. The Demon Judgment Sword frame was not just a normal defensive spell. You are lucky that I came in time, or that slap was going to make your face bloody, Zhao Manyang noted. Mo Fan nodded. He had underestimated Kunai. The man had pretended he was not good at close combat in order to surprise him with a deadly counterattack. Most super mags would have died if they were being so careless. Mo Fan, we have to use their magic formation to leave this place. The whole of Fenghe Mountain City is surrounded by the Sharkmen now. Zhao Manyang informed him. Their magic formation can only hold 8 people, Mo Fan replied. What? Their group clearly has more than 8 people. Zhao Manyang swore. He immediately realized the truth after finishing the sentence, and could not help looking disdainful. He had thought the Northern Sacred Bears were a renowned organization that would respect basic ethics, but it turned out these people were no different from bandits. Chapter 2653. Strange Deception. It was pretty obvious what the Northern Sacred Bears had been planning. They were going to have 8 of the core members take the ride and leave the others behind to be eaten by the Sharkmen. Unfortunately, the Northern Sacred Brothers would no longer get their wish, thanks to Mo Fan's intervention. Mo Fan's group had 6 people, including Apers. They could only take 2 people of the Northern Sacred Bears with them, who would then be handed over to the authorities. Did they think they could take a comfortable ride out of China after stealing something so valuable? They should just clean themselves and prepare to be sent to prison. Some sharp claws you have there. I wonder if they are better than mine. Mo Fan smiled. He swiftly brought out the black dragon sleeves, the sharp claws sticking out of his fingers. The claws were obsidian and flickered intimidatingly. A piece of wearable magic equipment. Kunai's eyes glittered with greed when he saw Mo Fan's sleeves. They were a rare kind of magic equipment. Not only could they greatly increase a person's odds of survival, they could also be used to give the enemy a deadly blow when they least expected it. Kunai did not expect the young man to have so many valuables on him. It certainly explained why he had the guts to challenge them. A dark aura lingered in the air like a mist and reduced the visibility in the area. Dark cold water was rising under Kunai's feet, the viscous water rippling below him. It felt like he had fallen into a dark swamp. The eerie and confusing environment made it impossible to tell what direction was what. A black puff of smoke suddenly turned into a slender figure behind Kunai. It raised its claws high, grinning eerily. Trying to ambush me? Kunai whirled around and drove his claws into Mo Fan's ribs. Kunoi lifted the slender figure up. Its feet were dangling above the ground, and it was slowly revealing its true appearance. This is nothing but a useless trick. The northern sacred bears are stronger than you think. Kunoi snarled. He jammed the claws deeper into Mo Fan's ribs to make sure he was dead. Kunai looked at Mo Fan. He was expecting to see a twisted expression of pain on Mo Fan's face. The sacred bear claws were the deadliest weapon of the bear sorcery tribe. Many defenses were just like pieces of paper before them. However, Mo Fan was still wearing the same smile. He was impaled through the chest and had been lifted into the air, but the smile remained unchanged. Kunoi was stunned. Mo Fan's body suddenly dispersed into black smoke, like black ink blending into a lake after touching the water. How is this possible? It was clearly solid. Kunoi yelled. He was not an inexperienced mage who was easily deceived by an enemy, nor would he mistake a decoy for the real enemy. The figure he stabbed was clearly Mo Fan's true self. How did it disperse like a puff of smoke? What kind of magic could turn a person into smoke? A cold flicker swept across the lake. Mo Fan reappeared at the edge of the light. His back was cold and dark, like a blood elf hovering in the darkness. 5 claw marks had been slashed down Kunoi's back. His defense was outstanding in his half-beast form, yet it was like a piece of paper against Mo Fan's claws. Die! Kunoi snarled. He crossed his claws and fired rings of flame at Mo Fan. He had turned into a fiery bear tyrant after losing his temper, trying to establish his kingdom of hellish flames. Mo Fan's figure dispersed into the air once more as the rings of flames approached him. It looked like he could instantly appear from the black mist and be everywhere, as if he had full control of the order in the mist. The black mist remained despite the strength of the flames. Its area of effect was greater than Kunoi had imagined, and his flames were only burning a small portion of it. They were insignificant, like a firefly in complete darkness. Is this the shadow element? The space element? No, it's the chaos element. You prick, how dare you use these boring tricks to make fun of me? Kunoi was infuriated. He finally realized what his enemy was doing. He had deduced the nature of the phenomenon that was occurring and cracked it with the appropriate move, but the outcome was completely the opposite. It was just the nature of the chaos element. It was like a clown pulling off a magic trick. People would marvel at it at first, but in the end, it was just a deceptive trick. It could never be compared with the real deal. The Northern Sacred Bear's metamorphing ability was the real deal. Kunoi calmed down. He did not attack the shadows without reason. He knew his enemy was constantly throwing smoke grenades at him. All he had to do was identify the nature of the enemy's trick. The secret was the mirror on the surface of the swamp. The muddy swamp did not seem reflective, but it was in fact a huge mirror without a smooth surface. Every time he attacked the decoy that looked real to him, the real enemy was actually on the other side of the mirror. Therefore, the real enemy's location was. Kunai stared down at his feet. He indeed saw a silhouette under the swamp. Its movements were in sync with the dispersing smoke. In other words, his enemy had been hiding in the swamp all along. He was deceiving Kunoi by projecting his shadows. It was the reason why he could disperse so strangely, just like a puff of smoke. Kunoi was laughing grimly in his heart, but he pretended he was still clueless about the situation. He pretended to prepare his defense, but he was curling his other claw, ready to deliver a deadly blow to his enemy the next time Mo Fan came close to him. Chapter 2654. Way of Survival. Die! Kunoi had finally found his opportunity. He aimed at Mo Fan's ribs when Mo Fan repeated the same attack. However, this time, Kunoi was going to stab right through Mo Fan's chest and rip him apart. The man had wasted their time and humiliated them. He would have died multiple times over if they were in Northern Europe. Whole countries had to respect the Northern Sacred Bears. Who did this yellow monkey think he was? Kunoi burst out laughing when he heard and felt his claws piercing through flesh and bones. He had to admit that it had been a long time since he last encountered a troublesome enemy like Mo Fan. The young man did have some tricks up in his sleeves, but in the end, he had lost because of his arrogance. Not every person could be deceptive. They would only get themselves killed without proper skills and wisdom. Kunoi lifted Mo Fan up like a warrior showing off his spoils of war. He let the enemy's blood pour onto him, making him look terrifying and unmatchable. Hava hava! Kunoi walked out of the swamp of darkness. He was going to throw Mo Fan to the ground in front of his friend so they would see the consequences of going against the northern sacred bears. The dilapidated nursery home slowly became visible, including the main buildings, the garden, the activity center, and the woods with walking paths. However, Kunoi realized everything was upside down as he drew closer to the nursery home. The main buildings, the garden, the activity center, and the woods were all upside down. Kunoi frowned, and abruptly realized something. He looked up and saw the dead body he was carrying above his head was not showing any signs of pain on its face. It had the same confident grin as before. Kunoi immediately shivered in fear. As he continued forward, everything looked extremely real at a close distance. It turned out he was the one hanging upside down, instead of the things around him. He had not come out of the swamp of darkness carrying the spoils of war. It was his enemy carrying him instead. The blood pouring down was not flowing out of Mo Fan's body. It was originating from a shocking wound on his own body. His blood was pouring out continuously. What is going on? What exactly happened? Kunoi could not feel any pain. He was greatly shocked. Why is everything upside down? Could it be? He had guessed it wrong. You were very observant, but you were only watching your surroundings and me, instead of yourself. You failed to realize you were inside the reflection, too. Mo Fan explained, well aware of how puzzled Kunoi was. Kunoi felt a strong chill running down his spine. Even his soul was freezing. He finally realized his grave mistake after hearing Mo Fan's words. He had not failed to kill Mo Fan because he was not attacking the right target, but because all his attacks were fake after he was trapped inside the reflection. It was an interesting fact about human nature. When a person was trapped, they would try everything to break free from their restraints and kill the culprit who had trapped them. However, if you trapped someone but made them feel like they could still move freely, they would completely forget they were still inside a cage. They would only direct their focus and anger to the things around them. It was the exact trick that Mo Fan had used. However, the most important thing was that Kunoi did not realize the nature of the trap because he had underestimated Mo Fan's capabilities. The space element? The shadow element? The chaos element? Mo Fan's ability to turn into an unpredictable black smoke was indeed the shadow element. The way he manipulated the order of magic to project a decoy from the swamp was the power of the chaos element. He had used the space and chaos elements to clone the area and make Kunoi think it was real. He did not use only the space, shadow, or chaos elements. He was using magic fusion. It was a combination of the space, shadow, and chaos elements. Bai Jiang had been able to turn into smoke by combining the chaos and shadow elements through the dark material. Mo Fan had completely mastered that ability and was even better at it. He could also combine it with the space element using magic fusion. Therefore, no one could possibly see through Mo Fan's trick. The remaining members of the Northern Sacred Bears were soaked in a cold sweat when they saw Mo Fan carrying the bleeding Kunoi. Their leader had lost? Before they could recover from the shock, a burned body fell from the sky and slammed into the ground. Everyone looked at it and realized it was Yang Gel, who was gasping out his last breaths. A bright fire surrounded by beautiful maple leaves scattering in the air shone down. A slender figure stood in the middle of them like a noble empress. Yang Gel had lost, even though his enemy was also using the fire element. The two sacred bear brothers had lost terribly. The other members felt like the sky was falling down on them. The remaining people subconsciously ran toward the teleportation portal to secure themselves a place. Mo Fan walked up to Guan Songdi and asked with a smile, "Where is it? If I give it to you, will you bring my uncle and I with you? We are Chinese too, Guansongdi asked in a trembling voice. Mo Fan did not answer him, and continued to stare at him. Guansongdi's uncle sensibly handed Mo Fan the case that contained the earth flame pistol. "Don't you have your special way of survival? Good luck!" Mo Fan patted Guansongdi's shoulder and waved for him to look at Fanxue Mountain City. It was no longer a city. The city, the river, and the woods were full of Sharkmen. His special way of survival. Guansongdi fell to the ground as his strength drained away. There was no way he could survive what was coming unless he was a forbidden mage. Mo Fan and his crew could not afford to waste any more time. The Sharkmen chieftain was incredibly strong. It had once injured the black totem snake with a single bite. If it wasn't for Hangzhou's impressive resources, the city would have ended up just like Lanyang. The 6 people stepped into the teleportation portal after securing the earth flame pistol to leave the place. There were 2 available slots left for the teleportation portal. The members of the Northern Sacred Bears glared at one another as they suddenly found themselves in a game of battle royal. Their leader had only planned to let 8 people leave the place alive. As a result, the members of the Northern Sacred Bears could not care less about the comradeship between them. Desperate measures were necessary in desperate times. Chapter 2655. Doing the dirty on another villain. The magic formation teleported Mo Fan and his crew 60 kilometers away. They were quite some distance away from Lanyang. They left Lanyang behind in a terrible state. Ruler-level Sharkman beasts were roaming close to the city. A Sharkman chieftain was hovering above the city like a giant mountain. Their bodies were all as sturdy as high-density metal. Their flesh was tough enough to smash through mountains. They were angrily looking for the humans who had stolen the earth flame pistol. It was easy to predict what the members of the Northern Sacred Bears would go through when the Sharkmen finally surrounded the nursery home by Fanxue Mountain City. "I wonder if the other survivors have managed to escape," Mu Bai wondered aloud, looking worried. There were some survivors left in a hotel in Lanyang. He did not know if they had escaped when the Sharkmen were surging over to Fanxue Mountain City. If they had not left at the right time, their chances of surviving in the city were extremely slim. There was nothing Mo Fan and his crew could do to help the survivors now. "We are now closer to Fanxue Mountain, we should head there first," Lingling said after checking their location. It was late at night. The group could see irregular mountains and thick trees around them. Lingling did a quick check. If they were to go back to the Magic City, they would have to travel a great distance. However, if they headed south, they would reach the outskirts of Fanxue Mountain after traveling around 400 kilometers. The earth flame pistol was extremely valuable. They had to hand it over to the government and the military. Their best move was to go to Fanxue City first and look for help. "Sure, let's go to Fanxue Mountain." Mo Fan nodded. They could not afford to overstay their welcome in this area. The Sharkmen were not to be underestimated. There were creatures on par with the black totem snake among their ranks. The little space magic formation was clearly not enough for them to truly shake off the Sharkmen. A distance of 60 kilometers was not considered that far for the Sharkman chieftain. The powerful existences among the Sharkmen would be following the trail left by the space magic formation by now. Huge bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the dark sky as they were about to leave. The lightning bolt soared into the clouds and scattered around Mo Fan and his crew, like the god of thunder had just stuck a lightning flag into the mountain. A super lightning spell. Mo Fan gasped. He quickly looked around. It was obviously not an ordinary lightning spell. It had been enlarged several times with a special method, making it stronger than normal lightning punishment formations. The question was, why would such a shocking super lightning spell appear out of nowhere? It felt like a troop of lightning mags had been waiting to ambush them for a long time. "What's happening?" Zhao Manyang yelled. A burn smell lingered in the air. The lightning bolts were incredibly strong. The group tried to leave the lightning punishment formation, but they ended up running into impenetrable walls of lightning. "It's a powerful magic formation. It's an ambush." Mo Fan warned them grimly. Mo Fan was a lightning mage. He knew it was impossible for a lightning mage to have set up such a powerful magic formation without external help. The magic formation was already stronger than the one Zhu Meng had used on the black totem snake in the past. A man with purple-red hair walked out of the shadows. "Ha ha ha, Kunoi, Yang Gel, thank you for finding the treasure for me. I, Zhao Jing, have waited a long time for you, huh? Who are you guys?" The man's hair was as upright as a broom, and he had a skinny, pale face. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and flickering coldly as he sported a cold grin. "You are not the Northern Sacred Bears." The man was startled for a second, before he burst out laughing. His laughter sounded strange, like the sound of someone coughing. It was sharp and annoying, with a strong hint of mockery. "So you were the silkworms? Interesting, how interesting. I thought I was going after those Northern Sacred Bear kids, but if you managed to take them out, it means you should be more interesting than them," the man exclaimed. Mo Fan's face darkened. It turned out there was really an Oriole waiting for them behind. They thought they were already dirty by robbing the Northern Sacred Bears, but a dirtier guy had set up a magic formation and waited for them at the other end of the teleportation portal. Mo Fan felt sorry for the Northern Sacred Bears. Even if they had managed to escape with the teleportation portal, they would still have died in the end. It only showed how valuable the Earth Flame pistol was. Everyone wanted to get their hands on it. A spy in the Northern Sacred Bears must have leaked their escape plan, allowing this guy to set up a trap at the other side of the teleportation portal, Lingling deduced. It's no surprise, considering how their organization lacks discipline and ethics. It was only a matter of time before it fell apart from personal interests, Mu Bai agreed dryly. He was quite familiar with human nature. Now isn't the time for discussion, this guy is a strong enemy. "We have to be careful," Zhao Manyang interrupted them, looking grim. "Old Zhao, you know him." Mo Fan noticed something. "He's from the Zhao clan. I have never met him before, but I have long heard about his infamous reputation. Many renowned organizations are afraid of him. My father mentioned him before. He said that if this Zhao Jing was willing to devote himself to the right path, he would have easily become a forbidden mage," Zhao Manyang informed them all. The Zhao clan was mainly famous for its wealth. However, there were still some powerful mags in the family that many organizations across the world were wary of. This Zhao Jing was one of them. He had been traveling between countries after all four of his elements had reached the peak of the super level. He would kill anyone that he found an eyesore. He had been challenging powerful mags who had great reputations, but if he was not satisfied with the fight, he would torture his opponents instead. The Zhao family had spent a fortune just to settle the messes Zhao Jing had left behind. All four of his elements have reached the peak of the super level. Mo Fan repeated. I believe it has been several years. No wonder he was planning to take on the Northern Sacred Bears by himself. He's pretty confident. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded slowly. I'll find a way to get rid of the lightning punishment formation. You all should preserve your energy and don't let the super lightning spell wear you out, Mo Fan reminded them. Chapter 2656. Soldiers of Snow. Thunder kept rolling through the lightning punishment formation that had covered the whole mountain. It felt like a drum was constantly pounding above them. Each drum roll made them feel like they were being electrocuted. The sound and shocks were constantly inflicting damage on their bodies. The constant electrocution could damage the internal structure of a sturdy rock. It would gradually loosen their bones, tear their muscles, and shatter their organs. To stop the lightning from damaging their bodies, they had to constantly focus their energy and resist the rolling thunder. Mo Fan had rapidly gotten used to the thunder's pattern. He was going to use the lightning acupuncture points to absorb the lightning magic when Zhao Jing suddenly jumped into the magic formation and headed straight at Lingling, who was holding the Earth Flame pistol. Lingling had put the Earth Flame pistol's container inside her space bracelet, but Zhao Jing somehow knew where it was. His eyes were brimming with excitement. Little girl, don't force me to cut off your little arm. Zhao Jing threatened her. Lingling quickly backed away. Mu Bai and Jiang Xiaoxiu stepped in front of her. Zhao Jing shoved his hands forward. Lightning bolts flickered densely in the sky and formed a ghost ship flying across the sky. The entire ship was made of lightning, moving across the dark mist in a spectacular display. A ghost ship! Mo Fan was flabbergasted by Zhao Jing's unusual lightning magic. The ghost ship made from lightning eventually dove to the ground and smashed over a dozen hills in the vicinity into pieces. There were mountains and woods everywhere just a moment ago, but the whole area was flattened when the lightning ghost ship fell to the ground. Dust lingered in the air, as if even nature's order had been disrupted by the terrifying lightning magic. The group was utterly shocked by Zhao Jing's strength. The powerful ghost ship had left them in misery. Zhao Manyang was the group's shield. He had immediately taken out the water-praying beads and imbued them with Bashia's seal. He had used everything to strengthen his defenses, but his hand still burst out bleeding in the end. There were not many people in this world who could hurt Zhao Manyang. His eyes burned with anger when he saw the horrible condition of his hands. This Zhao Jing had clearly crossed the line. He was only after the earth flame pistol. There was no need for him to kill them for it, but he clearly had no intention to spare their lives, judging from the spells he was using. TSK, I'm impressed, as expected of the group that took out the northern sacred bears. Zhao Jing mocked them. He retreated to the edge of the magic formation, without taking his gaze off Zhao Manyang. He said, unfortunately, the world is never fair. You have used everything you had and assumed you have escaped death, but it's only the beginning. Zhao Jing continued to target Zhao Manyang with powerful spells. Thick and flexible vines wriggling out from the cloud of dust formed when everything was razed to the ground a moment ago. If anyone was looking down from above, they would see the vines emerging from the ground and growing upward rapidly. They kept intertwining together, growing thicker and taller. The vines eventually grew to the size of a hill. A huge claw reached out from its top and slammed down at Zhao Manyang and the others. The evil vines had emerged from the ground like a mountain and turned into huge claws that could unleash devastating destruction. Zhao Manyang had 13 water-praying beads in total. Every water-praying bead he refined had strengthened the defenses of his water magic. 13 beads had been Wu Ku's limit. The 13 water-praying beads had granted the dead man a solid defense. However, when the huge claw collapsed onto Zhao Manyang, the 13 water-praying beads all broke into pieces, while the impact knocked him deep into the ground. Old Zhao! Mu Bai quickly jumped into the hole to inspect Zhao Manyang's condition. Zhao Manyang lay on the ground. He was struggling to rise back to his feet. Mu Bai helped him up and saw Zhao Manyang's mouth was full of blood, but nevertheless, his face was brimming with anger, too. That guy is ridiculously strong. Zhao Manyang coughed. Don't worry, once Mo Fan takes care of the lightning punishment formation, there's no way so many of us would lose to him. Mu Bai carried Zhao Manyang out of the pit. Jiang Xiaoshu gasped when she saw how serious Zhao Manyang's injuries were. Even a defensive mage like Zhao Manyang could not withstand the enemy's spells. I'll hold him back for a while. Look after him for me, Mu Bai stepped forward. He was holding the ice brush tightly, and his ice palette was floating above his right hand. The air started freezing. The fierce lightning strikes that were flashing through the air like evil dragons diminished a little as snow started pouring from the sky. The whole area had turned white. The moonlight also added a hint of chilliness to it. Impressive ice magic, it has weakened my lightning spells, Zhao Jing observed, unconcerned. Soldiers of snow. Mu Bai's aura had changed significantly. He was holding the ice brush like a sword used by a general commanding 3,000 elite soldiers. The frost danced wildly in the air. The white snow falling to the ground was somehow giving off a deathly aura. Soldiers in ice armor rose from the ground like an army that had fought to their deaths at the borders of the snow-covered country. They had returned to life again to fight the enemy. The snow was turning into soldiers and horses. Mu Bai had drawn a whole army with the ice brush. He gave his order to the soldiers. They charged ahead fearlessly as Mu Bai pointed the ice brush at Zhao Jing. Chapter 2657. The Sharkman Chieftain. Zhao Jing lifted his chin slightly as he faced the army that was heading his way. He calmly stepped toward the menacing army. There were so many ice soldiers that it looked like an avalanche was rolling down the mountain, swallowing the villages, woods, and roads before them. Zhao Jing continued forward. Every step he took projected dark red light around him, which gradually turned into countless sabers, swords, axes, and spears. The curved sabers were over a dozen meters long, and could easily slice a building in half. The axes were crazily sharp, like the weapons of giants. The size of the swords and spears was normal, but their numbers seemed boundless. They were spinning rapidly and circling the huge sabers and axes to fill up the gaps. More weapons appeared as Zhao Jing was walking forward. Thousands of blades of light soon hovered behind Zhao Jing. They flew at the army Mu Bai had drawn into existence after Zhao Jing waved his hand, screeching sharply. The ice soldiers Mu Bai had drawn up had outstanding defenses, but the blades of light sliced through them easily. It looked like the ice soldiers were as soft as tofu. Even the weakest slash was able to sever their limbs. Not a single soldier remained intact after the combined weapon swept past the army. It was like a strong gust of wind had just swept past a paddy field, leaving nothing behind. The same had happened to Mu Bai soldiers. All that was left were chunks of snow after the blades swept past them. His army had fallen dead to the ground. Mu Bai frowned. The soldiers of snow was the strongest move he had mastered recently. It could be considered among the strongest ice spells, but it had not stood a chance against his enemy's light magic. This Zhao Jing was incredibly strong. No wonder he was bold enough to set up an ambush for the Northern Sacred Bears here by himself. The Northern Sacred Bears would have been wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Mu Bai, just a little longer. Mo Fan called out. Mu Bai nodded. He tossed the ice pallet into the air. It expanded to the size of a mountain after it reached its highest point. The ice mountain fell to the ground with a strong seal that froze the area for a dozen kilometers around. Zhao Jing was pinned down, right under the mountain. His body was also stuck in the ice, like he had been frozen for centuries. The ice was thicker than normal mountains. While Mu Bai was doing his thing, Mo Fan finally asserted some control over the lightning magic formation. A strong presence of lightning magic had gathered in the area. As Mo Fan activated his lightning acupuncture points, the lightning magic was sucked into him like an abyss at the bottom of the sea. It quickly relieved the others of the constant pain they were experiencing. The rolling thunder of the lightning punishment formation was terrible. It had felt like their own energy was rebelling against them whenever they were using their magic. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai had been severely impacted, too. Their bodies were already being weakened by the lightning magic formation, resulting in a great burden when they were using powerful spells. It was like a martial artist with internal injuries. Every time he tried to use his inner force, it would worsen his injuries further. Mu Bai had spat out a mouthful of blood after he used the ice pallet mountain. The lightning magic formation was making it difficult for them to fight back. Mo Fan did not engage the enemy right away, because he knew getting rid of the lightning magic formation was the key to winning the fight. If he did not take it out first, the situation would keep worsening as the fight went on. His lightning acupuncture points continued to absorb the lightning magic lingering in the air and leaking out of the lightning magic formation. The magic was drawn into his lightning acupuncture points as he gradually converted it into his own power. It was Mo Fan's lightning superpower. All energy related to the lightning element would become his energy supply. He could also absorb his enemy's magic formation, given enough time. Break! Mo Fan gathered his energy and threw a punch at the lightning punishment drums in the sky. The punch soared into the clouds and caused a massive explosion when it smashed through the drums. A huge blast shook the sky. The purple lightning orb imploded before releasing a huge surge of lightning magic in all directions. The night sky immediately lit up. The blast spread a great distance away and lit up the rest of the sky in the distance. Look! Lingling pointed in Lanyang's direction, where the clouds were still white. A massive figure was swimming across the sky through the clouds, like they were a vast grey sea. It was heading straight at them. The light of the explosion lit up its tough shell and made it look even more intimidating. It looked more like a spaceship instead of a creature residing in the sea. It had come to wage a war against human civilization. It's the Sharkman Chieftain! Jiang Xiaoshu screamed. The Sharkman Chieftain had caught up to them while they were playing a game of the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind here. They thought they already secured the Earth Flame pistol after leaving Lanyang, but the Sharkman Chieftain had no intention of letting them leave. It had no trouble intercepting Mo Fan and his crew before they could reach Fanxue Mountain. This is troublesome. These sea monsters never know when to give up. It's your fault for wasting too much of my time here. Wouldn't we be fine if you just handed over the Earth Flame pistol? Zhao Jing's irritated voice came from the ice mountain. He had somehow broken free from the ice. He was standing on the mountain unharmed, his expression darker than before. Chapter 2658. Flying Thunder Sunken Ground. Hand it over and you can at least leave this place alive. Zhao Jing demanded of Mo Fan. The Sharkman Chieftain was a supreme ruler, on par with the Black Totem Snake. Even Zhao Jing was no match for such a powerful creature. His uneasy tone hinted that he did not want to confront the Sharkman Chieftain. He might die in an instant fighting a creature of its level. Mo Fan stepped forward and stared at Zhao Jing. Let all die together. It's up to the heavens who's going to get the Earth Flame pistol in the end. Mo Fan was not wearing any expression, as if he had the situation under control. But the truth was that he was extremely nervous. The Sharkman Chieftain had even bitten the Black Totem Snake. Not many of them would escape from the creature once it came close to them. Mo Fan was still not strong enough to take on a supreme ruler. The problem was that Zhao Jing was obviously not going to let them leave so easily. They would never hand over the Earth Flame pistol. Zhao Jing was not the kind to contribute to the country. Even Zhao Manyang had said he was nothing but a jerk. Do you think I can't take you out before the Sharkman Chieftain arrives? I'll kill you first and wring that young woman's neck. Zhao Jing snarled. The arrival of the Sharkman Chieftain was putting everyone under tremendous pressure. Even though it was still several dozen kilometers away, everyone felt like they were about to suffocate, as if a huge shadow was looming over them. Zhao Jing did not expect these people to be so tenacious, either. He glanced at Zhao Manyang, whom he had injured. To his surprise, Zhao Manyang had already recovered from his injuries. Zhao Jing grew even more anxious when he saw Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang standing together with determined faces. The Parthenon Temple's blessing element. Zhao Jing instantly realized the woman who was riding the unicorn had healed Zhao Manyang with the blessing element. Xinxia had used the healing and blessing elements to heal Zhao Manyang while Mu Bai was fighting Zhao Jing. She had also healed the internal injuries Zhao Manyang had sustained from the lightning magic formation. He looked perfectly fine now. Xinxia had also cast a praying light on everyone after treating Zhao Manyang's injuries, quickly healing the injuries they had sustained from the lightning magic formation. Mu Bai's condition was supposed to be the worst, but he was perfectly fine now. He was glaring at Zhao Jing, as if he could still fight several dozen rounds with him. Zhao Jing's expression darkened. He did not expect the group to have someone who was so good at the healing and blessing elements. It meant the lightning magic formation he had prepared and the powerful spells he had unleashed were all for nothing. These people had already fully recovered from their injuries. Zhao Jing would not have been so angry if the woman only had the healing element. The healing element could not heal certain injuries, including internal damage inflicted on a person's mind and soul. However, the blessing element was different. It could replenish the energy of a mage and heal internal injuries of the mind and soul. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai had also fully replenished their mana, as if they had never been involved in a fight. On the other hand, Zhao Jing had already expended some of his energy. The lightning magic formation had consumed most of his lightning magic. He would be panting heavily if he used another lightning spell. Swift thinking. Xinxia cast another blessing spell, and a lively melody played in Mo Fan, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang's ears. The special melody was able to change the tempo of their spiritual world. They were able to connect their stars much more swiftly. On top of that, the stars seemed to have their own consciousness. The trio no longer had to control their stars. They would connect on their own to form the necessary patterns and structures. A brilliant star palace emerged from the ground, filled with the strong presence of magic. "Holy crap, it's so fast!" Zhao Manyang exclaimed. They were able to cast super spells as casually as advanced spells. However, even though they no longer had to construct the standard star palaces, they still had to inject lots of energy into their spells. The star palaces were providing the spells with energy like huge steam engines. If they were able to construct star palaces at the speed of constructing star constellations without compromising their energy, they no longer had to be afraid of mags with higher cultivation than them. They could even take on ruler-level creatures of the same level as them. The need to channel a spell had always been a huge weakness of mags. If they could shorten the time needed to channel a spell, they would be a lot more powerful, as long as they had enough energy. "Come, see if you can break my defense again. I don't mind replacing my surname with yours," Zhao Manyang said confidently. If 2 layers of defense were not enough, he would make 3 or even 4 layers. He had plenty of defensive spells. If they were still not enough, he did not mind taking some hits since Xinxia was with them. Even if he died, Xinxia could just bring him back to life with the spell of resurrection. "You two already have the same surname," Mu Bai whispered. Zhao Manyang rolled his eyes at Mu Bai. Why the hell is he talking so much? "Mo Fan, go do your thing. I'll take care of you," Zhao Manyang shouted. "All right." Mo Fan was now fully covered in arcs of lightning, which had attached to his body like bright scales. It looked like he had draped a lightning cloak over his shoulders as he sprinted across the mountainside. Since his lightning acupuncture points were activated, every step he took unleashed thousands of lightning arcs in all directions, filling up the entire area. Flying thunder sunken ground. Mo Fan ran toward Zhao Jing at literally lightning speed, then leapt into the air and came stomping down on the ground heavily. Mo Fan was already unleashing thousands of lightning arcs with every step, let alone when he now crashed to the ground after accumulating his strength. He had gathered all the lightning magic he had absorbed into his feet. The impact sent out several lightning dragons. They swept over the land like enraged oxen, soared into the clouds, and released lightning arcs into the sky. Zhao Jing was dumbfounded. Those lightning dragons were not to be underestimated. He might be able to take them on under normal circumstances. He would never admit someone's lightning magic was stronger than his, but he had used up most of his lightning magic to establish the lightning punishment formation to trap the northern sacred bears. Chapter 2659. Escape at will. Zhao Jing was backing away. He had no choice but to withdraw from the fight, even though he was unwilling to do so. Every lightning mage was irritable to a certain degree. Zhao Jing glared at Mo Fan viciously while backing away. Not only did that **** absorb my energy, he even used it against me. He had really underestimated these young mags. Zhao Jing had outstanding lightning resistance. The passing whiskers of the lightning dragons had merely damaged his clothes. Strange scars were visible through the holes in Zhao Jing's clothes, but they had not been caused by Mo Fan's attacks. The scars were irregular and odd, and looked like wriggling worms upon his skin. Mu Bai was astounded when he saw the scars on Zhao Jing's body. Zhao Jing's expression sank, as if he did not want others to see his ugly scars. "I'll give you all some time," Zhao Jing stared at the group and added, "to think how you are going to beg me for mercy the next time you see me." His body began to blur and fade away. It was like a mist was wrapping around him. The mist soon vanished into thin air, taking him with it as it left a strange red sprouting plant on the ground. It was rooted into the land that had been scorched by lightning. However, the sky began to turn the same red color as the plant, including the moon and the stars. As the strange plant swayed, the red stars in the night sky started falling like some strange seeds that an evil god was sprinkling onto the mundane world. Every seed that struck the ground would trigger a huge quake. The ground began to crack apart as more stars fell onto it. However, the plant was somehow receiving nutrients from the destruction. It slowly grew to the size of a towering tree. The strange tree started swaying again. Its fruits continued to fall to the ground like asteroids. Mo Fan and the others felt like they were currently in a small world that was about to be destroyed. They would sink into the abyss and turn into mere dust at any second. Holy crap, what kind of sorcery is this? Zhao Manyang cursed. His defensive barriers were collapsing. It was his first time witnessing the strength of the highest tier of magic. Walls of inscriptions. Xinxia immediately ordered the Radiant Unicorn to lend Zhao Manyang a hand. Mysterious runes floated around the Radiant Unicorn and formed circles of runic walls around the group. Every glowing rune could withstand a super spell. The walls could even withstand the continuous attacks of a group of super mags. However, as the strange tree continued to grow, the destruction its fruits were causing was worsening. Some hills in the distance were flattened by the relatively tiny meteorites that crashed into them. "We have to chop down the tree," Jiang Xiaoxiu yelled as she realized what to do. "I'll do it." Mo Fan happened to be on the outside. He was using the space element to dodge the falling meteorites. The number of meteorites gradually increased. The collisions were stirring up huge shockwaves that were spreading over a dozen kilometers away. Mo Fan was weaving through the shockwaves like a boat trying to make its way through a storm in the middle of the sea. The tree was still growing, and had already reached a height of several hundred meters. It looked like a demonic ancient tree. Mo Fan wondered if it was going to summon even bigger meteorites if it kept growing. Mo Fan had not taken Zhao Manyang's advice seriously when he warned them of how strong their enemy was, but he now realized how ridiculously strong Zhao Jing was. Every spell he used was world-shaking. "Little flame bell, give me an axe." Mo Fan finally made it through the shockwaves and raised his hands. Burning maple leaves circled above Mo Fan's palms and swiftly took on the shape of an enormous sword after a huge pillar of flame rose into the sky. Mo Fan looked up and saw he was holding a sword instead of an axe. He wondered how Little Flame Bell had failed to differentiate between a sword and an axe. An axe was obviously more fitting to chop down an evil tree, but it was too late to change it now. 2 segments with a single cut, Rui God Sword. TL note, Rui God Sword is a weapon in an anime. Mo Fan had no idea where the words had come from. He just felt like saying it while he was cutting down the tree. It obviously would not make any difference, but it was similar to how tennis players would yell as they were hitting the ball to boost their strength. The fiery slash went all the way from the top of the evil tree to its trunk and roots. Its remaining force struck the ground with a huge impact. The evil tree was sliced in half. The burning sword also set the tree on fire and burned it into ashes. The weather cleared up as soon as the tree was dead. The stars remained hanging in the night sky together with the bright moon. They no longer had an eerie red glow, but the landscape had changed tremendously. Many of the surrounding hills and small mountains were replaced with canyons and ravines. Even the deeper layers under the ground were exposed. "Where's Zhao Jing?" Jiang Xiaoxiu could not find Zhao Jing with her psychic element. "He ran away. He was going to feed us to the Sharkmen," Lingling said. Mu Bai turned around and noticed the Sharkman chieftain was less than a dozen kilometers from them. It was flying extremely close to the surface right now. The mountains it flew past were turning into dust under its overwhelming power, even though it did not touch them. Everything was as fragile as bubbles to a supreme ruler. The group felt uneasy after witnessing how strong it was. "We should go," Xinxia exclaimed. Xinxia pulled Jiang Xiaoxiu and Lingling onto the Radiant Unicorn. It sprang into the air and ran along a rainbow bridge that was suddenly extending across the night sky. Mo Fan summoned his wings of dawn and dusk. He was even faster than the Radiant Unicorn. He soon caught up to the creature and led the way. Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai were the only ones left. They looked at one another. Mu Bai painted an ice raft out of nothing and jumped onto it. The ice raft coasted forward while turning the ground ahead of it into ice. It continued to speed up and rapidly faded into the distance. Zhao Manyang was lost for words as he watched the others disappear. What the heck? Was this what they meant by seeing one's true sentiments in hard times? They were all running away with their own means. Chapter 2660. Suppressing Fanxue Mountain. North of Fanxue headquarters city. Fanxue headquarters city had taken in most of the people to the south of Lanyang who had been forced to leave their homes. The North City was specifically assigned those refugees, and its population had already reached several million. It was now around the size of a provincial capital. The town hall of North City was located on Blue Wing Street. It looked like a sturdy, huge fortress from afar. Not only was it tall enough to look over the whole city, it could also see the shoreline beyond Twin Gate Mountain and the new harbor at Fanxue Mountain. Fanxue Mountain was part of North City. Fanxue headquarters city had expanded rapidly and continuously over the years. North City alone was 5 times larger than the old Fanxue city. However, Fanxue Mountain did not expand beyond its lands, as the government of Fanxue headquarters city had not allowed private lands to expand any further. Fanxue Mountain was around the size of Bo City. Its land might have been limited, but it was well organized and full of facilities. Astute investment and management since its early days had turned Fanxue Mountain into a well-made small city close to the mountains in the west. The city hall of North City was around 4 kilometers away from Fanxue Mountain. They were both located on top of a hill in the same district of North City. Zhao Jing had headed for the city hall before Mo Fan and his crew reached Fanxue Mountain. The city hall was now militarized. Its mags were called the North City Mags. They served under the mayor of North City, Lin Kang. The authorities of the Fanxue headquarters city had been dismissed and replaced, the same thing that happened to Chairman Xiao Zheng after the threat elimination strategy was cancelled. Lin Kang had only been appointed the mayor of North City this year. He was completely in charge of North City. Zhao Jing entered an office occupied by a long table made of black wood. The room was decorated with antiques and some wall drawings. A man in a long-sleeved shirt was drawing something in the room. Zhao Jing came into the room and after taking a quick look at the man's work, announced mockingly, "That's a terrible drawing." "Men, put a nail in the guy's tongue," the man replied without turning his head. "Is that how petty the mayor sees me now? I should really give my uncle a little suggestion and see if he can assign you to a barren land in the west as its mayor there." Zhao Jing went over and sat down on Lin Kang's executive leather chair. Lin Kang was surprised when he realized his guest was Zhao Jing. He smiled and said, "Ah, it's Mr. Zhao. I've always hated it when people say my drawings are ugly, but Mr. Zhao is an exception. Interesting, I just met a mage who draws just like you, but his cultivation was weaker," Zhao Jing mentioned. "Oh? I should meet him if I have the chance. It's been a while since I last drew with my magic. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? I believe I'm quite familiar with you. I don't think you ever waste your time on things that won't benefit you," Lin Kang pointed out. "Something I want has fallen into Fanxue Mountain's hands," Zhao Jing stated. "You mean the Fanxue Mountain that never knows its place?" Lin Kang asked. "They have taken an earth flame pistol. I'm pretty sure you are aware of just how important an earth flame pistol is in the current harsh cold season considering how knowledgeable you are, let alone a high-grade one. Its energy is more than sufficient to build another city." Zhao Jing clenched his fist. He had made a huge mistake by failing to claim the earth flame pistol. It was priceless, regardless of the era they were in. Some countries in Europe and Africa might treat it as a national treasure. He had to find a way to get it at all costs. "Is it really an earth pistol of the fire element?" Lin Kang asked, a passionate look in his eyes. The higher one's status, the more familiar they were with an earth pistol's value. If he could get the earth flame pistol and use it as a source of heat for North City, it would soon become the true capital of Fanxue headquarters city. He might even be selected as the highest leader of Fanxue headquarters city in the upcoming election. Fanxue Mountain isn't really a threat to me, but since it's legally part of Fanxue headquarters city, I need an appropriate reason to lay my hands on them. Do you understand what I'm saying, my honorable mayor? Zhao Jing asked with a vicious expression. How dare a little Fanxue mountain go against the renowned Zhao clan? Perhaps the Zhao clan had been focusing too much on making money over the years that the people had forgotten the Zhao clan used to be equally matched with the Mu clan in the past. Fanxue Mountain is trying to claim a national treasure for itself. It's reasonable for us to take it back. Lin Kang obviously knew about Zhao Jing's intentions. Do it quick. We have to secure the Earth Flame pistol before your superiors make their move. Once we get our hands on it, we can easily control the situation, Zhao Jing said quickly. I know some people of the Mu clan. I believe they will be very happy to witness Fanxue Mountain come to ruins. I'll contact them immediately. Ha ha ha, Fanxue Mountain, holding on to something so valuable is going to bring you trouble. I can finally take its rich lands for myself. Lin Kang burst out laughing. Speaking of killing two birds with one stone. Fanxue Mountain occupied an important part of North City as its own private lands. What were the mayors before him even doing? Why would they allow Fanxue Mountain to stay and grow? The whole of North City was supposed to belong to the North City Fortress. Fanxue New City was supposed to belong to him, too. The other leaders and councilmen of Fanxue headquarters city might respect Fanxue Mountain since it had been around since the beginning, but Lin Kang had never been afraid of trouble. He had long wanted to take down Fanxue Mountain. He just needed someone to start the fire first. Zhao Jing just so happened to be plotting against Fanxue Mountain, using the Earth Flame pistol as a fuse. Gather the men and seal off Fanxue Mountain's perimeter. No one is allowed to go in or out of the place. Arrest everyone who doesn't comply with them. Violence is permitted against those who try to fight back. Lin Kang ordered his aide-de-camp. Lin Kang was never hesitant about making a move, and he had always been ruthless. He desperately needed to take control of Fanxue New City. I'll gather some reliable helpers. We must get it done as quickly as possible, Zhao Jing added eagerly. Chapter 2661. Not one will be spared. Snow was flying around like goose feathers on Fanxue Mountain. The whole mountain was white. The trees were covered in white, setting off the sacred feel of the Fanxue Villa. Normally, Fanxue Mountain was extremely peaceful, unlike other renowned clans with tight security and clear classification of ranks and status. However, the whole mountain was full of guards today. Over the years, Fanxue Mountain had established its own group of mags to protect Fanxue New City. It was almost like an army, and so it had a certain level of influence in Fanxue headquarters city. Fanxue Mountain had helped Fanxue headquarters city many times over the years, be it sending their mags to defend the coastline, taking over resource-rich territories of the sea monsters, or sending out their people to help construct the maritime battlefields. To its surprise, the authorities of Fanxue headquarters city had now sent out its army to confine them. Not many people believed it when they first heard the news. Fanxue Mountain was the main reason why Fanxue headquarters city was able to grow to its current size, yet its leaders were suddenly pointing their swords at Fanxue Mountain, instead of being grateful to them. Those shameless pricks. In the end, they still want to claim our Fanxue Mountain. We have put so much effort into this place and developing the city. They are no different from bandits. Mu Linqing snarled in the meeting hall. How unacceptable. They had helped build Fanxue headquarters city. How could the authorities do this to them? They had sent out an army to suppress them. They were also not allowed to fight back. Let's calm down. We should find out who made the call, Mu Ningxue said firmly. Is there any difference? It was the decision of Fanxue headquarters city's government. They clearly want us dead. Mu Linqing snarled. It was the mayor, Lin Kang, Xiao Yu informed them. She had received the news from her men. They had learned about the situation in advance, but they did not have time to ask for backup. Mayor Lin Kang had already surrounded Fanxue City. They would soon reach Fanxue Mountain. What right does he have to pick a fight with us? We have already reached the level of a renowned clan. Let's all calm down. I've already asked my clan for help. They will be here very soon, Bai Hongfei said. They are clearly trying to take us out in a single blow, without giving us any chances. It seems like the Mu clan and Zhao clan have sent some of their strong mags too. The Dali clan, Southern Mercenary Alliance, and Nanrong clan are here, too. They are organizing a crusade against us. No one had expected this to happen so quickly. It was true that many smaller families and clans had been annexed by larger clans recently. The Country and Magic Association had been turning a blind eye to it, but it was shocking how those clans were now blatantly teaming up against Fanxue Mountain. Someone must be pushing this. Mu Linqing started analyzing the facts after he calmed himself. There's nothing to think about. They are obviously here for the Earth Flame Pistol. Someone leaked out the news that we have the Earth Flame Pistol, so everyone wants a share of it. They are also using it as an excuse to take us out, so all our enemies have gathered at the foot of the mountain, Mo Fan said. We have caught ourselves a hot potato. I didn't think the Earth Flame Pistol would lure so many wolves to us. We are in a terrible spot. They are clearly trying to end us before we can pass the Earth Flame Pistol to Chief Hua. Jiang Xiaoshu frowned. It's not like we were planning to embezzle it. We were going to hand it to the country and the military. Won't they be going against the country instead? As long as it's still on our hands, they can accuse us of trying to embezzle it, giving them a valid excuse to send out the army against us. I didn't think Zhao Jing would be able to convince Lin Kang. Humph, Lin Kang is obviously not on the same side as us. He has been eyeing us covetously since he was appointed mayor. When they were building the new city hall, they told us to move to another mountain because they were planning to build the city hall in our territory. Was he out of his mind? We have been here since Fanxue City was just a small city. Not only did he come and reap everything, he's trying to take away our territory, too. Mu Linqing had lost his temper at the mention of Lin Kang. The whole world was struggling to survive the sea monster's invasion, but some officials were putting all their attention on their personal interests, instead of protecting the people and the cities. Fanxue headquarters city had fought countless battles with the sea monsters, and Fanxue Mountain had helped in every one of them. To their surprise, the authorities of Fanxue headquarters city had agreed with Lin Kang's plan, despite such a ridiculous excuse. The current officials of Fanxue headquarters city were truly disappointing. Boss, what do we do now? We will be breaking the law if we try to fight back. Mu Linqing, despite being Fanxue Mountain's strategist, had no clue how to approach the situation. They are officers just because they claim they are? I'm the hero of the country. If they are coming after me, won't they be going against the country? Mo Fan scoffed angrily. Mo Fan had never planned to embezzle the Earth Flame Pistol. The 5 headquarters cities were troubled by harsh weather and the strange disease. The Earth Flame Pistol was their only hope. They had risked their lives when they went to Lanyang and found the Earth Flame Pistol, and had gone through all the troubles of taking it back from the northern sacred bears. In the end, a group of ambitious pricks had colluded with one another to accuse them of a serious crime before they could even hand the Earth Flame Pistol over to the country. They were coming after both the Earth Flame Pistol and Fanxue Mountain. The question was, wouldn't their stomachs burst for being too greedy? Many people were jealous of Fanxue Mountain because of its rapid growth over the years. Fanxue Mountain had unintentionally made a lot of enemies as a result, and Lin Kang and Zhao Jing had gathered them all today. They had formed an alliance of robbers to divide up the profits. It was a wonderful idea, but did they ever wonder if they could take out Fanxue Mountain so easily? If they dare to come, we won't spare a single one of them. Mo Fan declared with a vicious expression. To think that someone was bold enough to pick on him. Perhaps he had been too kind to this world that was full of ash ***** and scum. Chapter 2662. A disaster. Fanxue City. The vehicles were jammed on the streets as troops of uniformed mags headed toward Fanxue Mountain. The peaceful city started panicking at the sudden moves. Its people had no clue what was happening. After all, the sudden appearance of the local army might mean some powerful demon creatures had appeared. However, the people soon noticed the army had surrounded Fanxue Mountain and sealed off the entire area. Even communication signals were being jammed. It was obvious they were going to attack Fanxue Mountain. What's happening? Hasn't Fanxue Mountain always been close to the local government? Why are they being treated like traitors? Many people discussed while observing Fanxue Mountain from a safe distance. Sigh, the misfortunes just keep coming. Not only are the powerful clans picking on the smaller clans, but some officials and councilmen in the government are also robbing people of their resources and valuables like bandits. If you don't give them what they want, they will accuse you of treason, but once you handed it over, they will just ask for more. Fanxue Mountain isn't as powerful as the Mu clan, Zhao clan, and Zhu clan, yet it's rich in resources. It was only a matter of time until they were targeted. This is unreasonable. We moved to Fanxue City a long time ago. The people of Fanxue Mountain have contributed greatly to turning this barren land into a developed city. The city has also taken in many refugees after the headquarters cities were established. Either way, Fanxue Mountain's contribution should be recognized. How could the government of Fanxue headquarters city destroy the bridge after crossing the river? Yeah, they have sent out so many soldiers, too. They were never this proactive when they were fighting the sea monsters. This is insane. The people started complaining angrily. After all, everyone knew Fanxue City was a private territory. Mu Zhuoyun and Mu Linqing had given its residents a lot of help through welfare policies. The safe environment Fanxue City had provided its people was a luxury in a time like this, when a city could be taken out by the sea monsters within a single night. Fanxue Mountain is planning to embezzle a national treasure. You will be accused of treason if you don't hand it over. Unauthorized personnel should leave at once to guarantee your safety. Some officials were blatantly announcing the false accusations. They needed a valid excuse to start the battle, or they would only get themselves in trouble. They needed something to say if their superiors started asking questions. They also needed to explain themselves to the locals. I'm the mayor of Fanxue headquarters city's North City. Fanxue Mountain has taken our country's important asset and colluded with foreigners to smuggle it out of the country. The military is here to intercept this treasonous act. All people who are irrelevant should move behind the perimeter to avoid unnecessary danger. From now on, I am in charge of Fanxue City. Lin Kang's voice echoed above the city. The broadcast was playing throughout the city with the help of 2 sound mags. They kept repeating the same words, trying to convince the people that Fanxue Mountain was responsible for a treasonous crime. However, the people were not idiots, and they would not be manipulated so easily. Over the past year, the local government had not done anything to help the people. In contrast, it had been stripping money and resources from its citizens. Many clans and organizations were displeased by it. The people soon organized a protest against the lockdown. The tourists, hunters, and businessmen who were only in Fanxue City temporarily were angry at the government, too. However, these ordinary people did not have the strength and courage to stop the government. They could only express their anger behind the perimeter. Not many were willing to step forward for Fanxue Mountain's sake. A thick mist had covered the city's harbor. A ship with white and blue paint was slowly coming into the harbor. The harbor had a special zone assigned for Fanxue Mountain. When the ship reached the zone, the people on it were surprised to see a luxurious silver cruiser had already taken its spot. A woman in a cheongsam was leaving the cruise ship, surrounded by a huge group at attendance. It's the Nanrong clan ship. What are they doing parking their ship in our spot? This is Fanxue City, Lord Mu Ningxue's territory. Are they trying to provoke Fanxue Mountain? The member of the Fern Hunter squad exclaimed. The Fern Hunter squad's leader Ji Ying, the Shorty Shong Li, Xie Hao, and its other members had joined Fanxue Mountain and became one of the elite patrol squads. They had been doing well and had reached the advanced level. They mainly took orders from Xiao Yu. They had just come back from Gold Coral Island. They were looking forward to getting some rest, but they noticed something serious had happened after they arrived at the harbor. Zhong Li suddenly ran back to them and yelled, "This is bad, our supporter is in big trouble." Ji Ying's expression sank. "Are the sea monsters attacking?" he asked quickly. "It's worse than that. The mayor of North City, Lin Kang, has organized a crusade against Fanxue Mountain. It's now being surrounded by an army. The powerful mags of many renowned clans are also on their way. They're going to wipe out the whole mountain. Zhong Li yelled. That is a disaster. We are considered unauthorized personnel too, right? Should we run? A new member asked cautiously. Why are we running? We are members of Fanxue Mountain. We should be helping when it's in trouble. If it weren't for Fanxue Mountain's support, we wouldn't have been able to reach the advanced level. We would still be working pettily and risking our lives for Hunter Masters. How can we be so ungrateful? Ji Yuying scolded the members who were thinking about running away. But, boss, look, isn't that Nanrong Shu, who is known as the new king of the South China Sea? He's the first seed to win the upcoming title of Senior Hunter. First seed? It's already decided he's going to earn the title. He could have long acquired the title if it weren't for the rule that they can only give out the Senior Hunter title to 2 people every 10 years. I heard that many elders in the Hunter Union can't match his strength. Seriously? Even Nanrong Shu is here? Fanxue Mountain is really in deep trouble. Xie Hao cried out. Nanrong Shu was once a hunter and had made a huge name for himself in the south. The Hunter Union had acknowledged his strength. How was Fanxue Mountain going to survive? It must be Nanrong Ni, that B*** chapter. She cannot wait to destroy Fanxue Mountain and kill Mu Ningxue. Ji Yuying snarled. Chapter 2663. The Nanrong Clan. A year ago, Ji Yuying had attended a gathering of renowned clans with Mu Ningxue, and had witnessed how malevolent Nanrong Ni was back then. She had been furious after hearing what had happened in Venice from the others. As soon as Fanxue Mountain was in trouble, Nanrong Ni had shown up. She had even brought a powerful mage of the Nanrong clan here. Sister Ji Yu, Nanrong Shu is a strong super mage. We are like cannon fodder in his eyes. Are we really going to the mountain? Zhong Li asked softly. Of course we are going. If we can't beat a super mage, we can still beat the others. We have to help Fanxue Mountain in some way. Even if Fanxue Mountain is done for, we can still keep our heads and chests up if we go back to our old hunter's life. The others won't scold us for biting the hand that fed us. The Fern Hunter squad isn't just a bunch of cowards, but a group of unyielding men. Seriously, you men are so useless. Even a woman like me knows the right thing to do, while the rest of you are thinking of running away. Ji Yuying scolded them all. The others were ashamed of themselves. Most of them had wandered between many places, but after joining Fanxue Mountain, they had fought alongside the new establishment and grown together for a long time. They would be lying if they said they did not have any feelings for Fanxue Mountain. Screw it, let's kill those bastards and protect Fanxue Mountain. Sister Ji Yu, the rest of our men are waiting at the Twin Mountains. Let's regroup with them. Zhong Li told her quickly. Let's go, we must stick together. Ji Yuying ordered. The Fern Hunter squad headed to the base of the Twin Mountains, where the headquarters of the patrol squads was located. Before the Fern Hunter squad had even arrived, someone had already organized the squads. There were around 1,000 intermediate and advanced mags. Several super mags were organizing them into groups. I thought everyone had run away, but they are still here. Zhong Li exclaimed when he saw the crowd. The members of the Fern Hunter squad were relieved, too. Luckily, they had not run away when they had the chance, or else they would not be able to handle the shame. If Fanxue Mountain is gone, where else can we find a place to call home? Exclaimed a middle-aged man was leading the group. Most people could relate to his words. It was extremely difficult to find a safe place for their families at the current time. Fanxue Mountain was the safest place in North City. There had not been a single incident where a resident was killed by the sea monsters. Many mags who had joined Fanxue Mountain had already brought their families to Fanxue City. It was their new home. They had always thought the vicious sea monsters were the only threat that would endanger the city, but the real threat had turned out to be their own kind. Heaven knew what would happen to the city once those shameless and despicable officials were in charge. They would not allow those scum to destroy Fanxue Mountain. Come with me. We can go around Magic Moth Mountain to the west of Fanxue Villa to reinforce our lord and her people, the middle-aged man proclaimed. The people protecting the city and Fanxue Mountain were no longer disorganized, having proper management. Ji Yuying and her men soon saw more squads like theirs joining the group as the resistance. The harbor of Fanxue City. Nanrong Ni, dressed in a beautiful cheongsam, was walking along briskly, a faint grin on her face. She was barely withholding the joy in her heart. After all, Fanxue Mountain was on the brink of destruction, meaning that Mu Ningxue was very close to her fall. I've waited so long for this day. Who do they think Zhao Jing is? That Mo Fan thought he was the infamous troublemaker and mad hound in the country, but he has no idea that Zhao Jing's reputation easily exceeds his. Not only does no one dare to pick a fight with him in China, reputable mags across the world try their best to avoid him, too. Nanrong Ni told the members of her clan. The news about Zhao Jing's crusade against Fanxue Mountain had spread very quickly. The Nanrong clan had taken over some of the districts in Feiniao headquarters city, so it immediately gathered its people when it heard Lin Kang was going after Fanxue Mountain. The Nanrong clan's main power was in the south of China, but most cities there had been destroyed. Only the headquarters cities were left. Feiniao headquarters city was currently the Nanrong clan's focus, but Fanxue Mountain had long taken root in Feiniao headquarters city. Nanrong Ni was fine when she was not in the same city as Mu Ningxue, but after moving to Feiniao headquarters city, she was extremely annoyed after she kept seeing Mu Ningxue's unmatched status and reputation. Mu Ningxue was like a shining jewel in Feiniao headquarters city. The authorities here discussed her at every opportunity. On the other hand, no one seemed to care who Nanrong Ni was. They only respected her because of her position. She's a bright moon in the sky, while you are just a firefly in the bushes. How can you even compare yourself to her? Nanrong Ni would never forget those words. An elder of the Mu clan had told her those words on the first day she went to the Mu clan. Because of them, Nanrong Ni had insisted on becoming better than Mu Ningxue. However, until now, the difference between her and Mu Ningxue had remained the same as the contrast between the moon and a firefly. Mu Ningxue isn't the only woman in this world. Nanrong Ni scoffed. Sister, you are overestimating Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue used to have Chairman Xiao Zheng support in the past, so no one dared to touch them, but it's different now. Xiao Zheng has been sent to the Barren West. All we needed is a valid reason to go after them. Nanrong Shu grinned. The Nanrong clan had a lot of ties with the government and many councilmen. They did not want to be scolded and despised by the whole country for taking out Fanxue Mountain without a valid reason, as it might ruin the reputation their clan had built up over many years. They now had the madman Zhao Jing leading at the front and Lin Kang pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Nanrong clan was eager to see Fanxue Mountains fall, but they were not willing to be the culprit. They just had to follow Zhao Jing and Lin Kang and get a share of the profits in the end. As for the resistance from the people of Fanxue Mountain, Nanrong Shu had not thought much about it. He alone could take care of Fanxue Mountain's shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not to mention they had Zhao Jing and Lin Kang, two extremely strong mags on their side, too. He wondered why Fanxue Mountain had dared to call itself a renowned clan. A real renowned clan like the Nanrong clan had been around for a long time, allowing them to pass on their resources and giving their people an unmatchable power. It was time to show these arrogant people the true power of a renowned clan. Chapter 2664. Soldiers at the Mountain's Foot. Isn't this a little overkill against a third-rate renowned clan? Asked the leader of the Southern Mercenary Alliance, a fellow by name of Du Tongfei. Du Tongfei was an old friend of Zhao Jing. The two of them had colluded together and committed a lot of evil crimes together back in the day. Zhao Jing might be a madman, but he had his considerations, too. Either way, Fanxue Mountain was now an official renowned clan. Going after it without a valid reason would only attract unwanted attention from the enforcement union and the people. Since they were trying to take over the mountain, there would surely be casualties. They had to do it quickly in order to have the only say in the matter. The plan was to take out Fanxue Mountain swiftly and use their connections in the government to control the media. It did not matter who was supporting Fanxue Mountain behind the scenes. The whole thing would be done and Zhao Jing would have gotten what he wanted. The whole operation mainly relied on the speed of execution. They could not afford to give the Enforcement Union and Fanxue Mountain's allies any time to react. They had to destroy the mountain or at least secure the Earth Flame pistol and run away. Zhao Jing would just stay discreet and use money to settle the loose ends. No one would remember what he had done after a few years. Zhao Jing wondered where Fanxue Mountain had found the courage to compete with him. Did they think they could take on the renowned clans just because they had made a little name for themselves in recent years? Fanxue Mountain was just a stray dog compared to the real powerful organizations. How would it stand a chance against the tigers and the dragons? The big names could destroy it as easily they pleased. We shouldn't waste any more time. Fanxue Mountain has accumulated some power and resources in Feiniao headquarters city over the recent years. We must act quickly, Lin Kang stated. Fellow leaders, can I go and negotiate with Fanxue Mountain? I believe they are at a loss too. They might have regretted their action for crossing the wrong people and taking something they shouldn't. Perhaps we can settle it peacefully if I talk to them, Li Dong of the Dali clan suggested cautiously. He was surrounded by some powerful people, each with an unmatched reputation in the south. Li Dong did not understand what Fanxue Mountain was thinking, poking such a huge beehive. Why would we bother negotiating with them? Do you think a tiger would bother negotiating with a little pup? Nanrong Shu replied, amused by Li Dong's suggestion. Little pup? You are overestimating Fanxue Mountain. They are just some petty earthworms rolling around in the mud who think they have everything, Nanrong Ni scoffed. Go, I would like to know what their attitude is. I already said I'm going to give them some time to think how they're going to beg me for mercy, Zhao Jing grinned. He was relieved after having gathered so many reliable helpers. It was still the same, after all. He could take out a renowned clan with a few words if he wanted. Unfortunately, he had long grown tired of being able to do anything he wanted in China. It was more exciting to fight the stronger organizations in other countries now. That being said, Zhao Jing was very excited right now. After all, he had been out of the country for some years. Some young mags thought they were unstoppable and dared to offend anyone who crossed them. It was time to teach these young mags who the real king was. Li Dong headed off to Fanxue Villa as a mediator after obtaining permission from his superiors. Lin Kang was a little displeased by that. He said with a dark expression, Zhao Jing, I'm not asking a lot in return, but you did promise me you were letting me take over Fanxue Mountain. I'm under a lot of pressure as many leaders of Feiniao headquarters city have already warned me harshly, but I insist on taking full responsibility for it. Oh Lin Kang, do you think I'm the kind that is satisfied with just taking back what is mine? Zhao Jing asked with a smile. What do you mean? Didn't you send that kid from the Dali clan to negotiate with them? Lin Kang asked. Negotiating is one thing. Securing the Earth Flame pistol is important so they won't destroy it out of spite. If they are scared, they will hand it over. We can then make our move without any worries. Don't worry, I already said Fanxue Mountain is going down, and I will keep my word. Zhao Jing laughed. Ha ha ha. I see, there's no problem then. We can also let them know what they have signed up for. They are just a new faction, after all. They have yet to learn their place. If it was a few years ago, they could continue to grow under the protection of the Magic Association and the government, but the times have changed. They can only be our lackeys if they aren't strong enough. Lin Kang burst out laughing. You are absolutely right. There is only one rule for clans to survive, either fawn upon us, or be eliminated. Zhao Jing knew the situation of the clans now, as he was one of the leaders of the Zhao clan. I don't really care, I just want Fanxue Mountain to be gone, Nanrong Ni smiled. Oh right, it's almost Sister Nanrong Ni's birthday, isn't it? Zhao Jing squinted at her. I didn't think Brother Zhao Jing would remember my birthday. It's nothing important. Nanrong Ni lowered her head with a hint of surprise in her voice. It is important for me. I know the conflict between you and Mu Ningxue, so her misery will be my gift to you, Zhao Jing declared with a confident smile. Actually, it's just a little misunderstanding between us, but that narrow-minded woman keeps holding a grudge against me and even threatened to cripple my cultivation. I didn't have a choice, since I was just trying to protect myself, Nanrong Ni grumbled and sighed. How vicious is that Mu Ningxue? Zhao Jing wondered aloud. Nanrong Ni lowered her head to look helpless and looked down. Zhao Jing grinned when he saw Nanrong Ni's expression. He did not say anything else to her. Fanxue Villa? Li Dong strode through a garden with bamboo trees and arrived at the main hall. Li Dong saw Mo Fan as soon as he reached the hall. He was sitting in the hall with Mu Ningxue in a mage robe on one side and another woman with a unique temperament on the other side. Seriously? How are you able to sit here so calmly? Li Dong felt like crying when he thought about Fanxue Mountain's situation. Opportunist, why are you here? Mo Fan was surprised to see Li Dong. Li Dong's expression darkened. Did Mo Fan really have to call me that? Chapter 2665. I'll teach you to lower your head. Don't you know what's happening down there? Do you seriously think you can take on so many powerful mags? Fanxue Mountain hasn't really encountered any serious problems so far, but today isn't going to be the same. This place is a piece of juicy meat. You have attracted the carnivores of the whole jungle here. They are either going to split the meat evenly, or eat until there aren't even bones left. Li Dong told Mo Fan and the others grimly. Did they send you here to negotiate with us? Mo Fan asked. I requested that I be allowed to come here myself. Mo Fan, you have always been reckless. You never treated the powerful factions and people seriously, but that was before. You have made the country proud by winning the World College Tournament and you captured Xiao Zheng's attention, so most people didn't want to touch you, but it's different now. Your supporter has been overthrown, and you have messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. Who do you think Zhao Jing is? He can basically call the wind and summon the rain in the south of China. 8 out of 10 councilmen have to call him young Master Zhao. Luckily, Zhao Jing only wants the thing you took from him. He won't complicate the situation any further if you hand it over. No one wants to be caught in trouble at a time like this. Li Dong talked very fast and clearly. He was doing his job as a negotiator properly. However, a negotiation only worked when both sides were offering bargaining chips. It was more like a threat instead of a negotiation. They had to hand over the Earth Flame pistol, no matter what. Tell me who's down there, Mo Fan inquired calmly. Zhao Jing and Lin Kang are in charge. I don't think I need to say anything more about them to you. One is the emperor of the Zhao clan, while the other is the leader of the most ruthless division of the military in the south. The leader of the Southern Mercenary Alliance, Du Tongfei, is here, too. He's an old friend of Zhao Jing, an extremely powerful mage. Apparently, 3 of his elements have reached the peak of the super level. The Nanrong clan has also sent a boat here, led by Nanrong Shu and Nanrong Ni. Nanrong Shu's strength is immeasurable. Many people believe he is comparable to Zhao Jing, but no one has seen him fight at his full strength. There are others with great reputations, but even if I leave them out, there are more than a dozen super mags, including the father and son who are in charge of the Zhao clan Sulfur Island, 3 elders of the Mu clan, the Chishan Hunter group, and the vice-captain of the South Wing platoon. Li Dong mentioned everyone with a certain reputation that he could remember, but there were many whom he found familiar, but he could not recall their names right now. It was not because they were not famous or strong enough, but he was too ignorant to know all of them. The reason they had not attacked right away was because they were still waiting for more people, and for Lin Kang's men to evacuate the residents in the area. Once the area was evacuated, making sure the attack would not result in too many innocent deaths, they would immediately make their move. Either way, Lin Kang had accused Fanxue Mountain of committing a treasonous act. He was not going to cause a bloodbath if he could avoid it. Even though it was a time that strictly obeyed the law of the jungle, it was still necessary to disguise their intentions. If you hand the thing over, Lin Kang no longer has a valid reason to attack you. I don't understand what you are hesitating for. You don't have much time left. Li Dong was seriously worried about Mo Fan, but he did not know the exact reason why. Li Dong, who did your clan send here? Mo Fan asked him. Fanxue Mountain and the Dali clan had always been on bad terms, but the Dali clan had declined over the years. The Nanrong clan had been taking advantage of them. Only two, they just achieved the super level not long ago. They are the two seniors of my clan. Li Dong did not understand why Mo Fan had asked the question. The Dali clan was only here to fill the numbers. Fine, since you have provided me with some useful information, I will consider sparing their lives if I see them, Mo Fan nodded. Li Dong almost lost his temper. What the heck? Are you in your right mind? Who do you think you are, a god? Are you seriously going to fight them? You are only going to get yourself killed. Your people have worked so hard to establish Fanxue Mountain. Can't you just suck it in for once? What's wrong with adapting to circumstances and being an opportunist? Only those who are alive in the end have the right to talk. Li Dong scolded him. I've already told you who are you up against. Do you think it's worth everything for something so ridiculous? The entire hall fell silent after hearing Li Dong's shout. Everyone was looking at him with wide eyes. Mo Fan was surprised by Li Dong's reaction, too. Shouldn't he be happy to see Fanxue Mountain's destruction as a member of the Dali clan? Why was he so angry about Fanxue Mountain's decision to fight back? Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? I've been in this city for many years. Don't you think I know how this world is? Fanxue Mountain consists of a group of young and energetic people with the same goals. It's a new faction that managed to secure a foothold with limited resources that were left after the rest were taken by all the powerful factions. Everyone with some common sense knows you are just trying to build a city that strives to provide its people with a safe place to live in. Unfortunately, in this rotten society, every new faction that isn't willing to collude with the old factions will be isolated and despised until it's gone. I was just as ambitious and hot-blooded as you are when I was young. I criticized and bit at anyone that said I was wrong and ended up injuring myself. Back then, I so wished there was a faction like Fanxue Mountain, where its people are working hard for the same goals instead of fighting one another for power, but I've already ended up like this after you showed up as the Dali clan's enemy. Fanxue Mountain is many people's hope. Some of my friends even told me after having some drinks that if they were 10 years younger, they would have moved to Fanxue Mountain to start all over again and protect their pride. I share the same thoughts as them. Even though people always call me an opportunist. I sincerely hope you all survive and continue to bring hope to people like us. It's time for you to put your pride aside. Nothing is more important than staying alive. If you really don't know how to lower your head, I can teach you. Li Dong stared at Mo Fan as he was speaking. In Li Dong's eyes, Mo Fan was a demon king that had dared to provoke the heavens. However, he should learn to lower his head sometimes, because a greater demon king had appeared, and it was none other than Zhao Jing. Chapter 2666. Retaining one's original aspirations. There was nothing that a person could not learn. Li Dong had gone from a proud young man to someone who would subconsciously force a smile and fawn upon anyone who was stronger and had a more formidable background than him. If the old Li Dong knew he would become the kind of person he was now, he would have choked himself to death, but it was actually not that hard to do. The old him just had not really understood the world. Mo Fan was indeed a blessed mage. Not only had he won the World College Tournament, he had made some impressive achievements in recent years, too. Li Dong believed Mo Fan did not really have to lower his head in front of anyone if he had not stumbled into Zhao Jing. He could have continued to climb to the highest level with his head upright. Unfortunately, no one's life would ever be perfectly smooth sailing. When you finally climbed to the apex and looked up, you would discover a taller mountain in front of you. You had only reached the bottom of someone else's mountain, and finally realized you had never known how immense the world was. Li Dong sincerely hoped Fanxue Mountain did not get taken out. The Dali clan was already corrupted from the inside, and so it had declined and lost its dignity over the years despite how it used to be the most powerful clan in Fanxue City. More and more people were shunning the Dali clan and looking down at them. Fanxue Mountain was a great hope for many people. He could not let it be destroyed just like this. I have a lot of impressive friends who have taught me many things, but you are the first one that wants to teach me how to lower my head, Mo Fan told Li Dong. Li Dong's words were quite touching. At least they had moved Mo Fan's heart a bit. Mo Fan also realized now just how strong of an impact Fanxue Mountain had had on the city under Mu Ningshue's management. Li Dong's reaction was a great example. Accepting a compromise to guarantee their safety was a reasonable way to survive, but it did not necessarily work in every situation, such as when they were against demon creatures, or when the enemy never planned to spare their lives. I might ask you for advice if I have the chance next time, but unfortunately, things aren't that simple. If Zhao Jing had come alone for the Earth Flame pistol, he might leave without stirring up any trouble once we gave it to him. But if Lin Kang, and the people of Nanrong, Mu, and Zhao clans are here too, there's no way they are going to leave with empty hands. We were already at the edge of the cliff. They aren't going to let us go. If we lower our heads, we are only going to embarrass ourselves, Mo Fan told him. Li Dong was startled. He replied after some thought, aren't Zhao Jing and Lin Kang afraid of the authorities of the Enforcement Union? They wouldn't dare to cross the line. That might have been true in the past, but it's not the same now. Fanxue Mountain isn't powerful enough for the Enforcement Union and the country to be angry at the people who destroy it, which is why we have to work harder. We are still too weak if someone can just come up with a random excuse in order to take us down, Mo Fan replied. You are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr to support us. As soon as Mo Fan finished the sentence, a group of people came into the hall in a hurry. Mo Fan took a quick look at the group and noticed he did not know most of them. After all, he did not spend much time at Fanxue Mountain, so he was not familiar with its systems. Mo Fan did recognize one of the women. She was the Fern Hunter Squad's leader, who he had met before. She seemed to have reached the advanced level, as Mo Fan could sense her aura had grown stronger. He also noticed the badge of a Hunter Master on her chest. A middle-aged man came into the hall and exclaimed loudly, "That's right. If we aren't so weak, how could someone just come after us with some random excuse?" Mo Fan looked at the man. He did not recognize him. "I'm Mu Jiang." "It's nice to meet you, boss." Mu Jiang's face had a lot of scars, including one on his neck. He had obviously been through dangerous times. Mu Jiang has been with us for a long time. He used to help us with repairs and improving our defense. He has never shown his true strength, but one time a pack of sea monsters with the power to hypnotize people showed up in Fanxue headquarters city. If he hadn't helped us, Xiao Yu and the other patrolling squads would have died in their sleep. Mu Ningshue introduced him quietly. Mu Ningshue did not talk much. She normally introduced others to Mo Fan with just a short sentence. Mu Jiang had to be a very impressive person if she introduced him so thoroughly. Mo Fan could not read Mu Jiang's cultivation. His mental strength and senses had grown significantly after he acquired the Black Dragon set. He could even use the Dragon Sense without wearing the Black Dragon helmet. Even with the Dragon Sense, he was unable to see the man's cultivation. There was only one possibility: the man's cultivation was higher than his. It was surprising to learn Fanxue Mountain had such a powerful mage. "How many people do we have left?" Mo Fan asked. "You should ask how many have left instead." Mu Jiang replied proudly. Dong Li stepped out of the crowd and shouted, "Boss, everyone is waiting at the back of the mountain. We are ready to charge out there and kill those bastards as soon as we receive the order." No one left. Mu Ningshue was shocked. Fanxue Mountain was in deep trouble, especially since the mayor of North City, Lin Kang, a representative of the government, had accused them of committing treason. It was shocking that none of the people had left. Several hundred have left, but they were useless to us anyway. Our main troops have stayed, Mu Jiang declared. What a surprise, I thought the whole place was empty. Mo Fan, your wife has done a great job managing this place. It's impressive how united the people here are. Zhao Manyang raised his thumb at Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan was very proud of her, too. He remembered when Fanxue Mountain was just a barren land. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue had witnessed how the earth pistol had cleansed the place and driven out the demon creatures. Fanxue Mountain was still growing, but everyone had treated it as their home. It had become exactly what Mu Ningxue's initial aspiration was. She and the people of Bo City had missed and loved Bo City. They had established Fanxue Mountain so they could have a safe and peaceful place to call home. Chapter 2667. The Curtains of the Battle. Fanxue Mountain was in deep trouble, but its people had stayed behind nonetheless. It was enough to prove that the efforts of Mu Ningxue and the others had put in over the years were not in vain. Humans would be afraid when they did not know what to do. When you saw someone else running away like they already had an escape plan, while you yourself did not know where to go or what to do, you would eventually feel at a loss. However, when you saw many people were unwilling to run away and were thinking of picking up weapons to put up a fight, your fear would vanish, too. There was no point in thinking too much about what to do, since the only thing they had to do was to defend their home until the very end. Humans were a lot simpler and stubborn when something they treasured deeply was being threatened. They had chosen to stay and defend Fanxue Mountain because they did not want to become homeless again. Why would they even consider running away as an option? Their heart already belonged to this place. They were able to share in its growth and stand together in difficult times. When Mu Ningxue saw Mu Jiang, Ji Yuying, and the other captains, she had assumed they were the only ones left, but thousands of members that Fanxue Mountain had recruited were preparing for battle at the back of the mountain. Even if Mu Ningxue's heart was a mountain of ice, it had still melted after seeing how united the people were. Her eyes started to tear up. This was exactly the Fanxue Mountain she had planned to build. It was supposed to have a soul, instead of being just a city with a pretty but empty shell. All of you are going to put up a fight. Li Dong could not believe what he was hearing. He already knew Mo Fan was too arrogant to surrender, but why were Fanxue Mountain's people just like him? Did they not realize how bad the situation was for them? Were they not aware of how strong the enemy waiting down the mountain was? They would be taken out in mere minutes. Do any of us look like we are going to surrender? Xiao Yu retorted. But you didn't do anything wrong. You are a renowned clan, protected by the laws of the country. As long as you hand over the Earth Flame pistol, they no longer have a valid reason to attack you. Some of them might consider staying out of the mess. That way, Fanxue Mountain will still exist. Perhaps you might have to compromise a little more, but anything is better than ending up dead. Li Dong tried to change their minds. Li Dong, Fanxue Mountain's situation isn't as simple as you think. Ever since Feiniao City was made a headquarters city, many officials have come up with all kinds of excuses and dirty tricks to try and take this land from us. You are truly underestimating those people if you think they are only here for the Earth Flame pistol. It was only a matter of time before this happened. Zhao Jing just happens to be taking the lead. Bai Hongfei knew exactly why they were in their current pinch. After all, he had grown up in a renowned clan, too. How could he not know what those other renowned clans were thinking? Li Dong took a deep breath. He calmed himself down and reassessed the situation. Fanxue Mountain was indeed a piece of juicy meat in the eyes of many officials and councilmen. Even the Dali clan had always wanted to claim it as its own. It was only a matter of time before this day arrived. The Earth Flame pistol was indeed just an excuse. If Zhao Jing was not involved, someone else would be forcing the issue. Either Fanxue Mountain evolved into a powerful clan that no one could easily threaten, or it would eventually face its destruction in the never-ending game of power between the renowned clans. Li Dong was lost for words. A magical moth with a special glow about it flew into the hall and stopped in front of Yu Shisha. Yu Shisha reached out so the moth could land on the back of her hand. They are coming, Yu Shisha informed everyone grimly. Let's go. We should find a better place to fight them, Mo Fan said. The stepped fields at the front of the mountain should do, Mu Ningxue agreed. Fanxue Mountain had constructed a lot of battlefields and training grounds. Mu Ningxue had always emphasized the importance of becoming stronger. Fanxue Mountain did not have a lot of facilities, but there were training grounds and dueling arenas everywhere. The stepped fields were not actually terraced fields. It was a battleground with slopes and fields of different sizes. The smaller ones, around the size of a soccer field, were used by mags to practice their spells. The bigger ones were like luxurious golf courses. Zhao Jing and Lin Kang's men claimed they were representing the government in retrieving the country's possession. They were obviously not going to fight Fanxue Mountain in the city. The stepped fields had plenty of space available. They were not suitable for residential purposes, but they were a perfect battlefield. We won't spare any single one who dares to step into our territory, Mo Fan stated bombastically. It sounds a little exaggerated, but that's the spirit we need. The group walked out of Fanxue Villa. The buildings of Fanxue Villa were protected by a magical barrier, but they chose to walk out of the barrier and face their enemy at the stepped fields instead of hiding behind their defenses. It was quite a large group. The two mountains, with a great contrast to one another, like a volcano and an icy mountain, were Fanxue Mountain's trademark. When the group made up of 2,000 people appeared at the top of the hills like they were ready to fight, the people who were going up the hills froze. Why are there so many people? I thought someone said they had already run away, the vice-captain of the North City's regiment exclaimed. I'm afraid only the non-essential personnel have left. Those people are the official recruits of Fanxue Mountain. No wonder people always say Fanxue Mountain is a bunch of reckless lunatics. They weren't lying at all. These people don't even know their place. They are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot with its arms. Nanrong Shu laughed. Nanrong Ni's expression sank. She had hoped that Fanxue Mountain would be empty, leaving only the stubborn Mu Ningxue behind. Mu Ningxue was truly a B** chapter. No one was better at enticing people than her. We have met again. Have you figured out how you are going to beg me for mercy? I'm not cruel and evil. As long as you hand over the stuff and surrender Fanxue Mountain to Lin Kang, you may go anywhere you want. Zhao Jing grinned at those opposite him. They might not know who he was when they first met, but it was too late to undo their mistake now. I thought you were a strong mage who relied on his own strength to rob other people of their belongings, but you are just a useless scum who's good at conspiring. It doesn't matter. I'm too a VE to think everyone is willing to fight fair and square like myself, retorted Mo Fan, shaking his head in disappointment. Zhao Jing's smile vanished. The stronger and prouder a person was, the angrier they would feel when someone doubted their strength. Zhao Jing had not managed to come so far by relying on the Zhao clan's wealth. He had mostly relied on his own talents and ambitions. Even though Zhao Jing was not pleased with Mo Fan's comment, he was not a VE enough to point his finger at Mo Fan and yelled something stupid like, "Let's have a duel, then. If I lose, I'll call off the attack." He was a proud man, but his arrogance would not stop him from achieving his goals by any means needed. Chapter 2668. The Father and Son from Sulfur Island. Mo Fan was not hoping his prodding words would give him an advantage in the upcoming battle. He was just trying to annoy Zhao Jing. "Oh, she's so gorgeous," a young man among the attackers suddenly exclaimed. The young man's skin was tanned and dry. He was wearing an old cotton jacket, but somehow it felt like it was the best outfit he had. His smile was sincere and innocent, like a young man from the countryside who had just seen a beautiful woman in the city. He was overwhelmed with excitement. "Father, I want that woman." The young man pointed at Mu Ningxue like a little kid asking his parents to buy him toys. Mo Fan glanced at the young man, who looked like someone who had lived away from human civilization for a long time. "How did I teach you? You must earn everything with your own hands. It's the same in the city. Didn't you hear she's the lord of Fanxue Mountain?" A middle-aged man with thick brows beside the young man answered. The middle-aged man was wearing rugged clothes, 2. His shirt and pants were obviously many years old. Only his hat, made of some animal's fur, was presentable. Boss, they are the father and son of Sulfur Island, Cao Linfeng and Cao Xiaohan. Cao Linfeng was a reputable mage of the Mu clan a long time ago, before he moved to the Sulfur Island and lived there in seclusion to focus on raising his son, Cao Xiaohan. They did not leave the Sulfur Island for 20 years. They only left the island a little more than a month ago. Cao Xiaohan made a name for himself after he killed a blood sea demon ruler alone, Mu lynching relayed quickly. Mo Fan did not put a lot of attention on things that had not concerned him in the past. The father and son of Sulfur Island had lived in seclusion for a long time. He had never heard of Cao Xiaohan before, but it seemed like he was incredibly strong. Father, what do you mean she's a lord? Does that mean she's the strongest person in this city? Cao Xiaohan asked. He sounded like there were a lot of things he did not understand. Something like that. It means she's in charge of the city, Cao Linfeng nodded. Father, you always use Onyo in our village to motivate me. You say I can marry her once I become a super mage, but she's so ugly compared to this one. I want her instead. I want to hug her when I sleep every night. Cao Xiaohan pointed at Mu Ningxue with glittering eyes. Cao Linfeng was not even embarrassed by his son's words. The others felt an urge to laugh, despite the solemn situation. How many years had the father and son lived in seclusion on that island? How were they so ignorant? The way they were speaking reminded everyone of people who had lived in the mountains for many years. If that's the case, we should let the father and son of Sulfur Island take the first fight, Lin Kang agreed with a smile. Well, Cao Linfeng was a little hesitant. Father, didn't you say women in the city like men who are strong? It's very simple, then. I just have to beat the strongest guy among them. When Inyo said she didn't like me, I helped her beat the hoodlum in the village. Didn't she come and play with me after that? Cao Xiaohan said. He completely ignored the people who were laughing at him. That's true, Cao Linfeng nodded. Even though Onyo had ended up marrying Uncle Jin, who was the richest man in the village, Cao Linfeng told Cao Xiaohan that he would have a lot of money once he became strong enough, and with money, he could take Onyo back. However, Xiaohan no longer had any interest in Onyo. His son had great taste. The woman that had caught his eyes was truly very gorgeous. Her silver-white hair and her icy temperament were flawless. Cao Xiaohan went forward alone. Even though Lin Kang had an entire army and others from powerful factions behind him, Cao Xiaohan would be the first to fight Fanxue Mountain. However, his reason to fight was a little amusing. You, over there, come fight me. Cao Xiaohan suddenly pointed at Mo Fan. Me? Mo Fan pointed at himself and shrugged. How do you know I'm the strongest here? Nonsense, I'm the strongest. I just dislike you because you are standing too close to her. I feel like beating you up. Cao Xiaohan was like an ox that had been driven mad by Mo Fan, who was like a piece of red cloth in his eyes. What an idiot, boss. I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of you, a captain of a patrolling squad said. Who do you think you are? The shark dogs I raised on my island are stronger than you. Cao Xiaohan scoffed. The captain could not stand it anymore. He jumped into the air and faded into the shadows in midair. The sunlight was so bright that people had to cover their eyes with their hands when they looked up. However, something huge suddenly blocked the sunlight. After they moved their hands away, everyone realized the captain had turned into a huge brown mountain giving off thick smoke as it collapsed onto Cao Xiaohan. The smoking mountain slammed into the ground like a meteorite. The trees in the woods burst into flames before the massive rock even landed. The temperature in the surroundings rose rapidly. Cao Xiaohan remained unmoved, the same smile on his face. His eyes suddenly shifted, flickering like a sharp blade. Tiger leap! Cao Xiaohan's body started glowing like a bright sun, and he threw a punch at the sky. A blinding light in the shape of a tiger pounced at the smoking mountain. The scorching light shook the woods and shocked every mage on the mountain, as if an ancient beast had come from a different realm to destroy their world. The smoking mountain was initially impressive, but the glowing tiger had instantly turned it into a pile of sand with a single blow. Its remains were scattered across the stepped fields. The captain who had transformed into the smoking mountain was a super mage. He fell back to the ground while vomiting blood, and fainted. Zhongli and Ji Yuying were beside him. They quickly went over to help him up, but his whole body was soft and flabby, as if all his bones had been broken. What? Ji Yuying and Zhongli were dumbfounded. The idiot who had lived on an island all his life possessed such remarkable strength. Chapter 2669. Exceptional Beauty. Cao Linfeng was satisfied when he saw the shock on everyone's face. It felt like he was the one who had beaten the enemy with a single move. He was extremely proud and pleased. Didn't he live in seclusion on the Sulfur Island for so many years just for today? He had been teaching his son for 25 years to raise him into a prodigy. His efforts were not in vain. It was time to show the world he had raised a genius son. Many factions would invite the father and his son to join them. I don't have a good temper. If anyone else other than him is looking for trouble, it won't be just broken bones. Cao Xiaohan grinned, revealing his untidy yellow teeth. He was also looking around him, as if he was enjoying the attention everyone was giving him. He no longer had to train alone on Sulfur Island. He was the definition of a genius who had just entered the scene. Cao Xiaohan saw the beautiful woman approaching him while he was still feeling proud of himself. Shouldn't the annoying guy be his next opponent? What should he do now? He could not possibly break the bones of the woman whom he was going to hug in his sleep every night, even though her body did look very soft. It seems like the women in a city are easier to get. Cao Xiaohan exclaimed. Mu Ningxue did not say a word. Her silver-white hair drifted in the air as the wind blew. She was still wearing a set of red heels, which further set off her curves. Cao Xiaohan was stunned. He already thought the woman was very good-looking when he was far away, but he felt like his soul was being hooked away as she drew closer. Cao Xiaohan certainly did not know his place. He reached out his hand to grab Mu Ningxue. A strong wind suddenly appeared in front of Mu Ningxue, flowing like a deafeningly strong tide. The people watching could even see some white lines from the wind. Cao Xiaohan reacted immediately. A golden tiger appeared in front of him to block the wind. Cao Xiaohan quickly backed away while retaining his smile, as if he already knew Mu Ningxue was going to attack him. Heh, it looks like it's not that simple. The women in the city are like tigers. I can't just touch them whenever I want. Cao Xiaohan withdrew to the woods. The trees in the woods had been destroyed in the previous fight. The ground was covered in branches, pieces of wood, and fallen leaves. The golden light wrapping around Cao Xiaohan grew stronger and eventually stopped the wind from advancing any further. Xiaohan, look out, she's pretty strong. Cao Linfeng warned his son. Father, don't you worry, I like the feeling of being conquered. Cao Xiaohan said with the same grin on his face. However, Cao Xiaohan's grin soon vanished after he sensed an icy aura rising below his feet. A strong chill rose from his feet and spread across his body. It was like walking on a frozen lake and seeing an enormous black shadow below you coming to the surface. There was nowhere to run to as the shadow continued to enlarge. With a heavy thud, the ground Cao Xiaohan was standing on started cracking. The cracks eventually formed a yin-yang symbol. The yang side was filled with white ice magic, while the yin side was filled with eerie chaos magic. Cao Xiaohan had no clue what was going on. His body was suddenly subjected to an overwhelming force emanating from the yin-yang symbol. A steel tiger emerged from Cao Xiaohan's body. Its light shielded Cao Xiaohan from the strong impact. However, the force of the yin-yang symbol was beyond what Cao Xiaohan had imagined. The light shielding him dimmed gradually. The overwhelming force was forcing Cao Xiaohan to his knees. Cao Xiaohan was dumbfounded, and covered in a cold sweat. He felt like he was at the bottom of a waterfall that was originating from the heavens. Its force was stronger than meteors falling, and it only continued to increase over time. Cao Xiaohan's light was soon swallowed. His legs could no longer support his weight. His knees slammed heavily to the frozen ground. The force did not stop pouring down on him. It smashed Cao Xiaohan flat to the ground like it was going to crush him. Ah! His cry echoed through the woods as Cao Xiaohan screamed in pain. His body was sturdier than normal mags, so it was not crushed into mincemeat by the overwhelming force. He managed to endure the pressure until it was gone. He tried his best to crawl back to his feet, as it was extremely humiliating to keep his face on the ground. Cao Xiaohan was indeed a strong mage, and was still able to move after taking the huge blow. He slowly began rising to his feet and tried to stand up straight. However, four sharp ice swords fell on Cao Xiaohan and landed on his arms and knees, nailing him to the ground. The four slender swords were surprisingly flexible. Their hilts bounced back and forth rapidly as soon as they nailed Cao Xiaohan to the ground, as if they were some mystical weapons made of special materials that only existed in cultivation novels. Ah! Cao Xiaohan screamed out loudly in agony. When he looked up, an even longer sword fell from the sky with a formidable aura. The others could feel their souls shivering when they saw the sword. A woman was dancing on the sword with one leg as it plunged from the sky. The sword was falling straight at Cao Xiaohan's head. He could not move at all, as his limbs were nailed to the ground. Mu Ningxue was clearly trying to execute Cao Xiaohan, but the way she was doing it was breathtaking. She was riding a sword that was dangling above her enemy's head. She had sent out the four swords first to nail the enemy to the ground before stabbing the enemy's head with the last sword. She had shown no hesitation to kill, but it was in such a mesmerizing and beautiful way. Many people were starting to have some lewd thoughts about Mu Ningxue when they heard Cao Xiaohan's remarks about her, but those thoughts were all gone now, and all that was left deep in their souls was fear and respect. No! Cao Linfeng screamed with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 2670. Living off women. The sword went through the sun's head. Blood was flowing up along with the sword, the same as the swords that had pierced the young man's limbs. It flowed into the yin-yang symbol and clarified it further. It was like a delicately arranged sacrifice. Cao Xiaohan lay in the pool of blood, still trying to lift his head. Cao Xiaohan was extremely tenacious, and did not die instantly. He insisted on taking one last glance at Mu Ningxue. Some butchers in his home village would also nail down the limbs of dogs before slaughtering them, as the dogs were lowly and tenacious. They might bite back at the butchers as they were delivering the killing blow. Cao Xiaohan did not expect that he would end up like one of the dogs. Most importantly, Cao Xiaohan could only admire Mu Ningxue's beauty and imagine how pleasant it would be to hug her in his sleep from the very beginning. In the final moment of his life, he could only see the sword that had gone through his head and the heels that were stepping on it. They were elegant feet, yet the mountain was already cold before, but it was even colder now. A silver-haired woman was stepping on a sword that was fixed into the corpse of a powerful mage impaled on a yin-yang symbol. It was a strange and eerie sight that perfectly complemented Mu Ningxue's alluring figure and outstanding icy temperament. Below her, the dead Cao Xiaohan was a powerful mage who had cultivated in seclusion for 25 years. He was a talented young mage who had once killed a blood sea demon ruler by himself. He had forcibly twisted his head up after a sword had gone through it. His face had contorted from the immense pain. The others could only see the side of his face that was bent out of shape. He had died a miserable and lowly death, just like a stray dog on the side of the road. How vicious, exclaimed Nanrong Shu, taking a deep breath. How cruel. Even her heart is like a poisonous scorpion. Despite her beautiful looks, the three elders of the Zhao clan murmured together. The father and son of Sulfur Island had made a name for themselves after leaving the island, but now only the father Cao Linfeng was left, and he was on the verge of losing his mind. He had suddenly aged after his son's death, but his eyes had a vicious light in them. 25 years! He had spent 25 years raising his son Cao Xiaohan into a genius. He had given up on the temptations of the big cities and moved to a remote island, all for his son. To his shock, his son had died a horrible and humiliating death under a woman's sword. He had simply been slaughtered like a stray dog. How vicious and cold-blooded! How can a woman like her exist in this world? Cao Linfeng had lost his mind. A faint brown light burst out of his body as he ran closer to the yin-yang symbol. He turned into a ferocious leopard and pounced at Mu Ningxue as soon as the power of the yin-yang symbol weakened. However, Cao Linfeng might have been a brilliant teacher, but he was not a great fighter. Many soccer coaches were nowhere near as skillful as their players, but they were good at coaching and helping players improve. Cao Linfeng was weaker than his son Cao Xiaohan, and so the light he was emitting was dimmer. The leopard the light had transformed into did not pose any threat to Mu Ningxue either. The yin-yang symbol under Mu Ningxue's feet started spinning. A huge storm erupted and dragged Cao Linfeng inside. Cao Linfeng's light dissipated rapidly as his body was shredded by the winds. He was covered in wounds in mere seconds. A while later, Cao Linfeng was thrown back to the ground. His body was damaged beyond recognition. Mu Ningxue did not show any mercy to Cao Linfeng either. His death was just as horrible as his son's. Mu Ningxue, you are a detestable murderer. Nanrong Ni swore at her. A murderer. A demoness. Her hair happened to be silver, too. The death of the father and son had left everyone in awe. The military, mercenaries, and other factions were anxious. Mu Ningxue's face remained expressionless in the face of the enemy's scorn and accusations. She looked at the crowd and used what she had just done to warn them. Fanxue Mountain is a private territory. We have the right to execute trespassers. It has been a part of our jurisdiction since this city was built. Every renowned clan had a sacred place built under the protection of the country and the Magic Association. Anyone who stepped into it without permission ran the risk of being executed on the spot. Besides, Cao Xiaohan was the one who had attacked first and injured a member of Fanxue Mountain's patrol squads. Even if it was a few years ago during peaceful times, the Enforcement Union would have deemed Mu Ningxue innocent, let alone in the current time of chaos as the world was heading toward the apocalypse. Real peace could only be earned through horrible battles. They had abandoned their ethics and morality to attack Fanxue Mountain, but they were accusing the owner of Fanxue Mountain of murder when they were being punished for their trespassing. How amusing! They were all adults. They should already have considered the consequences of their own actions instead of behaving recklessly by abusing their strength and power. The father and son had disrespected her with vile words and actions. If they had only trespassed into Fanxue Mountain by accident, Mu Ningxue might have considered sparing their lives. However, the pair had made themselves Fanxue Mountain's enemy. Our lord is so strong. The father and son were above average among the super mags, but they were killed, just like that. The members of Fanxue Mountain were astounded. They all knew about Mu Ningxue's extraordinary talent and cultivation, but they did not expect her to be able to slay two powerful enemies without breaking a sweat. Everyone was pleased to see the disrespectful Cao Xiaohan dying to the yin-yang symbol. Their lord Mu Ningxue was an inviolable goddess. These scum were asking for their deaths for disrespecting her. Serves them right. They chose to act like attack dogs being released from their cages, instead of humans. That is the best possible way to handle wild dogs. Zhao Manyang mocked them. Cao Xiaohan had made everyone uncomfortable as soon as he showed up. Luckily, Mu Ningxue had settled it in the cleanest and most effective way. She had killed the dogs without having to waste her time on them. Mo Fan, I seriously think you are living off women sometimes, Zhao Manyang told Mo Fan with a disdainful face. Mo Fan was still lost in thought. Normally, when a woman was harassed, it should be their man who should lose their temper and beat the crap out of the harasser. However, it was different in Mo Fan's case. Mu Ningxue had acted first and was even harsher toward the offender. There was nothing he had to do. He just had to cheer for her on the side. Well, to be honest, I also imagined hugging her to sleep every night when I first saw her, Mo Fan replied softly with an awkward expression. Chapter 2671. Iron Ink Spear Brush. Intimidation. Mo Fan knew why Mu Ningxue had not shown any mercy to the father and son of Sulfur Island. If she went easy on their enemies, would they be merciful toward the members of Fanxue Mountain? They had come to take out Fanxue Mountain, not have a tea party. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to themselves. Mu Ningxue had always been decisive when it came to dealing with her enemies. Mu Ningxue's plan worked like a charm. The mags in Lin Kang's army felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on them after witnessing the two super mags' deaths. The excuse they were using to justify their crusade against Fanxue Mountain was very far-fetched. If they did not have a clear advantage in strength, their alliance would crumble at the slightest blow. Zhao Jing and Lin Kang had also noticed the mags' hesitance and indecision. If they continued to send out unreliable people like the father and son of Sulfur Island to represent them, it would only make it more difficult to take down Fanxue Mountain. Let's attack together. Dragging it out won't do us any good, Zhao Jing recommended. Zhao Jing was a madman, but he was not stupid enough to send out his men one by one. It was not a tournament or a tag team duel. Their only goal was to destroy Fanxue Mountain. Zhao Jing and Lin Kang flew out of the alliance. Lin Kang was wielding a black brush. He drew a huge stroke across Mu Ningxue's yin-yang chaos ice diagram with it. Black ink poured out from the brush and sprayed through the air. The black ink solidified in the air and took the shape of a sharp black blade. The black blade slashed at the yin-yang chaos ice diagram and destroyed Mu Ningxue's domain. Lin Kang had been in North City for some time and was well aware of Mu Ningxue's strength. He was not as careless as Cao Xiaohan had been. Every spell he used was deadly. However, it was difficult to tell what element he was using, as if he had perfectly merged his superpowers with the brush in his hand. Every move of his wrist stirred up huge black waves, like landslides rushing down a huge mountain and destroying the woods and buildings in their path. Mu Ningxue moved backward, but the waves were shockingly fast. She was struggling to shake them off with wind trails. As the black waves were about to swallow Mu Ningxue like an enormous monster, Mu Ningxue spun in the air and fired a silver arc-shaped slash at the waves. The slash was covered in frost. It sliced through the air and built a huge wall along its path. The wall was made of transparent ice crystals. A tower had emerged at its center, turning it into a fortress. Mu Ningxue stood behind the ice crescent wall as it was shielding her from the black landslide. Lin Kang was riding the black waves. He grinned when he saw the wall. Iron brush flying spear, 1,000 spears puncturing the heart. Lin Kang threw the black brush at the wall. It trembled in the air and split rapidly into countless spears. Thousands of spears appeared right before it reached the wall. It looked like an ancient battlefield, where thousands of catapults had fired their heavy bolts at the wall of a fortress. The bolts pouring down densely from the sky were a spectacular sight. The wall was soon left with countless holes like a white beehive. Some of the spears punched through the holes and flew at Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue quickly dodged the spears with her wind trails, but she was forced to keep backing away from the assault of the deadly spears. Lin Kang was riding one of the spears. He flew over the wall and looked down at Mu Ningxue with a grin. He clenched his right fist. An eerie brush covered in blood appeared in his hand. He threw the brush down like a javelin as a sneak attack. The brush looked the same as the rest of the bolts, but it had a spiraling gust of wind at its tip. Ghastly faces with vicious eyes were floating in the wind about it as if it was cursed. Mu Ningxue was dodging the rain of bolts. She instantly noticed the unusual gust of wind that was approaching her with a chilling aura. However, Mu Ningxue did not know where it was coming from or how to defend herself from it. Her elemental magic would not be able to weaken the curse magic by much. As Mu Ningxue was overwhelmed, a white brush landed less than 10 meters in front of her. The tail of the brush waved back and forth like a flexible sword. A calming breeze swept past like a lake breeze, and a ripple of energy spread in all directions, forcing the ink of the spears to break down in mid-air and spray everywhere. The brush imbued with curse magic was the only one left after all the others were taken care of. It was very close to Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue reacted quickly. She leaned backward and slid back along her trail of ice. Damn it! Lin Kang's expression sank when he saw someone had shattered his spell. He glared at the other side, eager to see who had ruined his plan. The cursed brush had been hidden among the spears. Mu Ningxue had had no chance of dodging it, despite her outstanding cultivation. It might not have killed her with a single blow, but it could have inflicted serious injuries on her with its curse magic. I have always heard the mayor of North City was called the Iron Ink Magistrate, and his brush of judgment is unbeatable. I, Mu Bai of Fanxue Mountain, am honored to fight you. Mu Bai appeared in front of Mu Ningxue out of nowhere. He stepped forward and picked up the white brush that was stuck in the ground and put it behind his back. He looked like a scholar in a white robe as he stood there with his hands behind him and a calm expression. He could draw a spectacular world with his brush. Chief of the South Wing Platoon. It's amusing how you have given up a bright future just to be buried together with Fanxue Mountain. Lin Kang naturally recognized Mu Bai at first glance. He had also heard of Mu Bai's name. Chapter 2672. Undead Soldiers and Snow Warriors. Mu Bai was the chief of the South Wing Platoon. He was a member of the North City's armed forces and the strongest mage of the elite soldiers in the South Wing Platoon. Unfortunately, the chief was not the one in charge of the platoon. The officials and councilmen had full control of it. Several South Wing mags had joined the crusade against Fanxue Mountain. Their expression sank when they saw Mu Bai was on their enemy's side. The White Magistrate and the Black Magistrate. They are the two super mags that use brushes as a part of their superpower. There were a lot of rumors about them recently in the south. Several old mercenaries from the Southern Mercenary Alliance blurted out in shock. The White Magistrate was the nickname others had given to Mu Bai while he was driving back the sea monsters who had invaded inland through the rivers. Mo Fan had only taken part at the beginning of the battle, but the sea monsters that had shown up later in the battle were even tougher. Mu Bai had fought the whole battle as the chief of the South Wing Platoon. He had made a great name for himself in the battle, thus many who had seen him in action called him the White Magistrate. He had fought with an ice brush and a snow pallet equipped, and had killed many ruler-level sea monsters. He had a handsome face and often wore a white outfit, hence those watching gave him the nickname the White Magistrate. As for the Black Magistrate, that was the nickname of North City's mayor, Lin Kang. Lin Kang always used a long black brush, similar to a magic staff imbued with his superpower. It had become his trademark. Lin Kang had been a general and had fought countless battles. Many people were afraid of him after he was assigned to Faniao headquarters city because of how ruthless he was. His black brush further set off an image of being a magistrate of hell from the ancient myths. Countless enemies had died to his brush. He was a true cold-blooded magistrate with control over many people's lives and deaths. Even though he had not made a name for himself in the south, rumors about him had been spreading rapidly in recent years. He was eventually given the nickname the Black Magistrate. Many people often compared the two magistrates, including their unique superpowers. To their surprise, the two magistrates were about to have a showdown today. The people on both sides immediately focused their attention on the two. They would soon find out who was the real magistrate between the two. I happen to be short of a rare material to upgrade my brush. Your brush is perfect for it. I don't mind sparing your life for your kindness, ha ha ha. Lin Kang burst out laughing while staring at Mu Bai's ice brush. Lin Kang's brush was a lifetime vessel that could be used like a staff to strengthen his magic. Most importantly, it was perfectly compatible with his superpower. Every super mage had their unique ways of using their magic. Those with outstanding strength like Lin Kang no longer had to construct star constellations or star palaces. He could just draw out spells with his brush. The iron brush was a magical artifact serving as a casting medium. It needed to be refined with special materials over a long time. Every improvement at Lin Kang's current level required a lot of hard work. After all, he had come up with an unprecedented way of wielding magic, and could not seek advice from others. Lin Kang was excited to meet someone who also fought with a brush. His opponent's ice brush might be the breakthrough that he was looking for. This word is a gift for you from the mayor of North City. Lin Kang wrote a kanji in the air. His writing included a huge star palace and contained a huge amount of energy. The air nearby became unstable because of the overwhelming energy. The blank ink formed the word death in the end. The word death floated above the stepped fields and placed everyone under enormous pressure. Mu Bai lifted his head to look at the word. The clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds that completely blocked off the sunlight. The whole mountain was covered in gloomy darkness. Terrifying wails and howls arose all around. The land under Mu Bai's feet had turned into a battlefield covered in black blood, broken spears, rusted swords, damaged armor, and corpses. The ground under the word had transformed into an ancient battlefield, filled by the wandering souls of those that had died. Brush of the Commander of Death, bringing the dead back to life. Lin Kang was summoning the spirits of the dead to fight for him. Lin Kang was obviously an undead mage. His lifetime vessel was already imbued with the undead magic. The battlefield Mu Bai was standing on was not just an illusion. Lin Kang had used his powerful undead magic to turn the place into a real land of the undead. The ancient soldiers rising from the ground were as bulky and strong as commander-level creatures. Mu Bai's ice brush and snow palette could only draw ice paintings, but Lin Kang's iron brush was a lot more capable. He had merged the curse element, undead element, water element, and rock element into his brush. Mu Bai had to admit that Lin Kang was more adept at fighting with a brush. However, he was not going to admit defeat so easily. He was not so obsessed with the usage of a medium. His own strength was more important. Lin Kang had summoned soldiers of the dead to fight for him. Mu Bai could also draw soldiers to fight for him. The cold season had given ice mags an advantage, as the low temperatures made it easier to produce frost. The presence of ice magic was also stronger than it would be otherwise. The undead soldiers and ice warriors clashed fiercely in a spectacular manner. The others quickly withdrew from the battlefield. River of ink? Lin Kang's expression darkened when he saw the two armies were at a standstill. He quickly drew a huge stroke with his brush. The black ink spread like a wave, and a black dragon flew out of it. It turned out to be a black river instead of a dragon after a closer look. Its rapid current surged across the battlefield and split it in half as it continued to flow toward the people of Fanxue Mountain. Chapter 2673. There can only be one magistrate. Mu Bai could not stop the fierce black river in time. He quickly turned around and yelled, "Old Zhao, stop the river. It can turn people into undead." The water of the black river was filled with the strong presence of death. An ordinary person would rot at the slightest touch, and their flesh would harden like a corpse. If they were soaked in the water for a little longer, they would immediately turn into an undead. Not every member of Fanxue Mountain had reached the advanced level or the super level. Many of the younger mags were only at the intermediate level. They would not survive if they were caught by the river. Zhao Manyang reacted a little too slow, mainly because he did not expect Lin Kang would target the members of Fanxue Mountain while he was clearly fighting Mu Bai. However, a defensive mage would always have some precautions in case of an emergency. The flood-suppressing boulder is the perfect choice to handle a flood. Zhao Manyang swiftly constructed an Earth Star Palace at an insane speed. It was obvious he had spent a lot of effort on mastering this spell. A boulder glowing brown appeared in front of the members of Fanxue Mountain. It was the size of a billboard on the street, but that was only the size of a pebble compared to the Black River. However, the ancient runes on the boulder, similar to the lines on a tortoiseshell, possessed godly power. The Black River changed direction as soon as it collided with the boulder. It was like a sharp turn of a river. The fierce tide suddenly changed direction under the influence of a mysterious energy. "Well done, how does it work?" Bai Hongfei asked in surprise. "Every racer knows how to do it." "It's just physics," Zhao Manyang said with a knowing smirk. Zhao Manyang had changed the direction of the river. The river was initially heading up the mountain, but Zhao Manyang had reversed it and made it flow toward the North City's army instead. The North City's army was terrified when they saw the Black River surging at them. Lin Kang's face paled. He turned around and cursed, "What are you all afraid of? That's my spell. It's not going to hurt you." Lin Kang pulled his brush back. A funnel appeared from the clouds and absorbed the Black River. The tip of his brush was white at first, but it swiftly turned black after reabsorbing the Black River. The dark clouds disappeared, together with the undead soldiers and the ancient battlefield. Everything had faded away like a mirage. It seems like you aren't as impressive as you were in the past. You can't even handle a young mage, Zhao Jing mocked him. Lin Kang's face turned cold. He had thought it was ridiculous when someone was given the nickname the White Magistrate. Young people nowadays like to exaggerate things just to attract people's attention, so Lin Kang had never treated the so-called White Magistrate seriously. However, he realized he was wrong after he fought him. The White Magistrate did have some tricks up in his sleeves. It was better that way. It simply meant the ice brush possessed great power, making it the perfect material to upgrade his own brush. Didn't you see that blonde monkey intervening in our battle? If you are that capable, you could have taken care of them in Lanyang. You wouldn't need our help, Lin Kang retorted. Humph, if it weren't for the Sharkman Chieftain, I wouldn't have let them leave alive. Zhao Jing snarled. It was the Sharkman Chieftain who had saved them. I can temporarily strengthen you all with a spell. We should focus on defeating these bandits of Fanxue Mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be a little complicated once other factions are involved, Nanrong and I said grimly. Fanxue Mountain had its backers. The Bai clan, Dongfang clan, and Mui clan were already on their way from the Magic City. Most importantly, the seniors of the Nanrong clan already told her another regiment was on its way to reinforce Fanxue Mountain. They only had half a day left to finish their job. Zhao Jing was well aware of the situation. The regiment was just like the Sharkman Chieftain. He would no longer be able to achieve his goal once the military arrived. I have long heard the Nanrong clan is talented in the blessing element. The chief of the South Wing platoon isn't necessarily as strong as me, but he's just trying to drag on the fight. I think it's in our best interest to end the battle as quickly as possible. Lin Kang could not afford to lose face in front of his men. We should focus on the big picture, Nanrong and I agreed. Lin Kang obviously had the upper hand in the fight, but it would take him some time to beat Mu Bai. Nanrong and I just had to lend him a hand with the blessing element. Mu Bai would not be able to hold on any longer. I've cast a double blessing that can strengthen 2 of your main elements by 50%, but it will only last for a short time, Nanrong and I waved her hand. A milky white light burst out of her fingers and sprinkled down on Lin Kang. 50%! Even Zhao Jing was astounded. The blessing magic was indeed useful, being able to strengthen 2 main elements of a mage by 50%. Zhao Jing might have the guts to explore some of the more dangerous places in the wild if he could bring her along. Zhao Jing's eyes flickered with desire for that power. Lin Kang also felt a lot more confident after receiving the effects of Nanrong Ni's blessing magic. White Magistrate. Ha, I'm the only magistrate in the south. Lin Kang pressed forward again. His clothes drifted in the wind as he pointed his brush at Mu Bai, and a strong wind started blowing. The sky darkened once again, even though he did not write the death word. The undead soldiers were willing to fight for him without receiving any sacrifices from him. Lin Kang burst out laughing as he felt an unprecedented power rising inside him. Undead soldiers? He was summoning undead generals. Lin Kang had opened the gate of hell after his curse element and undead element were strengthened by the blessing magic. Chapter 2674. Shamanic Mountain Dragon. Lin Kang's iron brush was covered in the fresh blood of countless creatures, granting it a stronger aura of evil. He stepped forward and glanced at Zhao Manyang, who was behind Mu Bai. He told the members of Chishan Hunter Group, "You, keep an eye on that man and don't let him protect the others." The Chishan Hunter Group had 5 members. They were dressed in purple, red, black, blue, and yellow outfits respectively. The woman in a purple outfit stood out among them. She was holding a bow, a magical weapon that was imbued with her superpower. Magic artifacts were only useful after a super mage had awakened their superpowers. Those who had awakened superpowers were not necessarily superior, but those who owned a magical artifact were definitely strong. All of us against one, the woman said aloofly. She glanced at Zhao Manyang and his eye-catching blonde hair. She did not really have any interest in him. She glanced at Mu Ningxue and said, "There's only one person I want to fight today." Mu Ningxue's ice crystal bow was no longer a secret, even though she had rarely used the powerful lifetime vessel. The truth was that not many people could threaten Mu Ningxue enough that she had to use the ice crystal bow. The woman was also a bow user from Chishan. She had a unique fighting style even before the headquarters cities were established. "Just do what you want, but don't let them intervene in my fight." Lin Kang snapped impatiently. The woman looked at her comrades and said, "The four of you will handle that blonde guy. I'll take care of Mu Ningxue." "Us four," the man in a black outfit smirked. "Won't that be an overkill? I would like to fight Mo Fan. Didn't he say he was open to anyone's challenge after he beat Zhu Xiangqian? Zhu Xiangqian isn't even that impressive. He's just a useless super mage who relied on his clan's resources. Those renowned clans like to boast to attract people's attention. The real strong mags wouldn't expose themselves so easily," the hunter in a yellow outfit piped up. "Our Chishan hunter group has never promoted ourselves or shown our faces in public. Otherwise, those nobodies wouldn't be able to make a name for themselves," the hunter in a black outfit exclaimed. Their hunter group was different from other hunters. They would only hunt demon creatures that were strong and deadly. They had never failed to hunt down targets that even the military, hunter alliance, and formidable factions had struggled against. The hunters only cared about actual strength, instead of bragging about themselves like the renowned clans. The vases that hid in the cities most of the time were nowhere close to the hunters who often went to dangerous places to mess with demon creatures. "Enough talk, his cultivation isn't any weaker than yours. Time to do some work," the woman with the bow ordered. The other four swiftly made their moves and circled around behind Mu Bai. Lin Kang had already said he would take care of Mu Bai himself. They were not going to interfere with his fight if they could help it. The truth was, the four of them would struggle to interfere in the fight even if they wanted to. The Black Magistrate was already using an even stronger spell. The ground and the sky he and Mu Bai were standing on had turned black and red respectively. Several palaces covered in bones and blood were emerging from the ground, the enormous bones pointing at the crimson sky. More bones were revealed every time the wind blew across the land and swept them up like sand. It looked just like hell. Sinister demons were crawling out of the palaces, carrying weapons on their shoulders. Eerie green flames were flickering in their eyes. Their ghastly auras were visibly drifting in the wind like cloaks. Those slaughtering ghost generals were most likely responsible for the skeletons and dead bodies that had piled up like mountains. Mu Bai felt like he had accidentally fallen into hell. His tiny figure could only reach the slaughtering ghost generals' toes. Hundreds of these giant creatures had surrounded him. They were grinding their weapons, empty skulls grinning eerily. "There's no way you are going to survive this time. A real magistrate has control over purgatory and can do anything he wants in it. How could you possibly fight me when you can only draw some snow?" Lin Kang burst out laughing. The slaughtering demon general's sinister chuckles were actually from Lin Kang. The undead swung their deadly weapons wildly. They could slice an enormous creature into mincemeat in mere seconds. Mu Bai tried his best to dodge the slashes. His ice magic could not withstand the deadly blows. Lin Kang had grown significantly stronger after receiving Nanrong Ni's blessing, and his attacks had placed Mu Bai under enormous pressure. However, Mu Bai did not lose his calm. He had learned a useful trick from the venomous insect shamans in the Andes mountain range. He could inject any undead and strange creature with a huge supply of energy in their bodies with a kind of insect. These insects would absorb their energy and grow rapidly like parasites inside them. All Mu Bai had to do was wait, and the slaughtering demon generals would gradually weaken. Mu Bai just had to dodge their attacks while the insects fed on them. "Break out of your shells." Mu Bai snapped his fingers when it was time. The head of a slaughtering demon general exploded. A strange insect with 10 legs dug its way out of the slaughtering demon general and stabbed another slaughtering demon general with its claws. The mountain sting insect had holes on its claws that could absorb a creature's energy. The insect grew swiftly as its muscles and shell hardened. Its tail was covered in spikes, and it seemed it would evolve and grow stronger every time it took out a strong enemy. However, the mountain sting insect had an extremely short lifespan. It would die at the end of a battle. The slaughtering demon generals were fierce and dangerous, but they had walked right into Mu Bai's trap. These undead that Lin Kang summoned eventually ended up as nutrients for Mu Bai's insects. 10 mountain sting insects had evolved into shamanic mountain dragons with 18 pairs of claws and spikes all over their bodies after they took out all the slaughtering demon generals. Their tails were brimming with power and deadly poison. It's just some petty insects. They are all going to die. Lin Kang yelled scornfully. Chapter 2675. Book of Death. Book of Death, Soul Extraction. Lin Kang was also a curse mage. He had already come up with a plan after he saw the first insect feeding on his slaughtering demon generals. He held his brush firmly and wrote a curse in the air. The 10 shamanic mountain dragons were about to make their moves when something suddenly bound them. At a closer look, it turned out that the curse Lin Kang had written had pinned them down. The strange lines of words were binding the shamanic mountain dragons to the ground like unbreakable chains. More words appeared under the shamanic mountain dragons' feet. The glowing words under their feet were enough to fill a whole page in the Book of Death. Once the page was filled, the words started dimming. The shamanic mountain dragons were dying as the words were fading. Their carapaces were falling off. Their flesh dried up and their bones loosened. Their souls had wilted away rapidly. The fierce shamanic mountain dragons were dying to the curse magic before they could even attack Lin Kang. In the end, the shamanic mountain dragons collapsed to the ground like helpless bugs, turning into pools of filth after they died. What else do you have? Lin Kang laughed. Normally, it would take Lin Kang a lot of effort to use the Book of Death, but he was able to use it with ease after his curse element and undead element were strengthened. This page is for you. My Book of Death has never recorded the names of nobodies. Lin Kang pointed his brush at Mu Bai. Lin Kang had written 11 pages in the Book of Death. The page with the deadliest curse was on the next page, and it now had Mu Bai's name on it. Every name in the Book of Death belonged to a person now dead. Lin Kang would not use it under normal circumstances, but this was necessary for him to claim the greatest power in North City. He would not mind even if the Magic Association was going to question him afterwards. Mu Bai did not have time to back away. Lines of glowing words written with blood appeared around him. Not only did they pin Mu Bai down, they were also wrapping around him in several layers. Mu Bai cried out loudly. The glowing words were floating in the air at first, but they soon carved themselves into Mu Bai's skin. Every stroke was reaching deep into his flesh and bones. The blood that was pouring out made the words look even scarier. It's more comfortable dying to my undead. Why did you insist on dying to the Book of Death? Lin Kang laughed when he saw Mu Bai covered in blood. Mu Bai's face was covered by bloody words, but his eyes were not filled with despair because of the unbearable pain. He stared at Lin Kang with a fire in his chest. His eyes were also burning with the will to fight. Have you ever met the real God of Death? Mu Bai asked coldly. Lin Kang was startled. The God of Death? Who would ever meet an existence like that? Only those that were about to die would see him. The so-called gods were just some powerful creatures. Anything could be called a god as long as they were strong enough. Lin Kang could also consider himself a god of death, since he could easily decide the fate of a person with a single stroke of his brush. Do you think that's all there is to my Book of Death? It's going to kill you, but it's going to make you taste the sufferings of hell first. Lin Kang proclaimed. Some people like to act tough. The Book of Death is just a kind of superpower disguised with the curse magic. Are you that NAV to call it the Book of Death, which can control anyone's death? Mu Bai laughed. He was laughing even though his body was covered in curses and blood. It was a weird sight to see. I was once a prison guard in charge of executing criminals that were sentenced to death. It's strange how the criminals always pretended they had already accepted their fate, but when they were tied to the chair and put on the helmet, they would always lose control of their bladders and scream something ridiculous, just like children. Lin Kang was not surprised by Mu Bai's reaction. "You are just like them now." "To be honest, I do miss the old days. I was disgusted at first, but I began quite looking forward to going to work as time went by." Mu Bai was still bleeding, but the torture of the curse magic was no longer targeting just his flesh. He could feel the curse digging into his bones. He felt like screaming from the enormous pain. Even so, Mu Bai continued to laugh at certain times. His soul would be next, after the pain was inflicted on his bones. It was the usual trilogy of the curse magic, first the flesh, then the bones, and finally the soul. The spell's damage could no longer be undone once it was inflicted on the soul. Mu Bai was extremely close to dying, but he did not act like someone who was dying. It felt more like he was about to be set free once the curse targeted his soul. The wind had formed a barrier around the area, preventing others from interfering in the battle between the two magistrates. Many people had heard Mu Bai's screams. Zhao Manyang was busy handling the for strong hunters and did not have a chance to help Mu Bai. Only a few people from Fanxue Mountain were strong enough to face Lin Kang. "Xinxia, Mu Bai might need your help," Jiang Xiaoshu said worriedly. Lin Kang's strength had grown significantly, while Mu Bai's strength remained the same. Lin Kang was a lot stronger in terms of cultivation and strength. It was too difficult for Mu Bai to fight Lin Kang alone. "I think he's fine," Xinxia replied. "How so?" "I can feel his pain." Jiang Xiaoshu was even more worried. She did not understand why Xinxia did not help Mu Bai. "My magic will only hinder him. His body has a godhood that rejects the power of the Parthenon temple," Xinxia explained calmly. Godhood. Jiang Xiaoshu thought she had heard it wrong. "Jiang Xiaoshu, don't worry about him. Lin Kang might be able to kill him with other elements, but the curse element." Mo Fan was not worried about Mu Bai at all. How could someone who played chess with the Lord of Darkness die to the curse element that had been created by him? Mu Bai had explained what he went through in simple words, but Mo Fan knew he had lived a different life during the time he was lying in the coffin. It might have been longer than the years he had lived in this world. But his cries are so frightening. Don't you also scream when you are taking a cold shower?" Mo Fan asked lightly. Chapter 2676. Power of the Moon. It seems like we have overestimated our enemy. Fanxue Mountain is about to lose, even though I wasn't involved in any of the fights. Nanrong Shu put his hands inside the warm sleeves of his mink coat smugly. "It's better to settle it confidently than to be surprised," Zhao Jing replied. He was not talking to Nanrong Shu. His eyes were on Nanrong Ni instead. "What spell did you use on Lin Kang?" "I had a brief fight with that man who's using a brush. He's not weak at all, but he's about to die under Lin Kang's curse." "Your magic is surprisingly effective." Zhao Jing complimented him. Nanrong Ni was flattered. Being able to play an important role in such a crucial battle was something to be proud of, especially since most of the renowned clans did not treat women seriously. However, Nanrong Ni was not going to show her thoughts on her face. She knew what Zhao Jing was trying to imply. Mayor Lin is about to take out his opponent, but his men are still a little hesitant due to the lack of morale on our side. I have a moon talisman that can grant a super mage the power of the moon. Zhao Jing was delighted to hear that. He had thought Nanrong Ni's blessing magic could only strengthen a single person at a time. To his delight, she could strengthen other people simultaneously. They actually did not have to ask other people for help. The three of them could easily take out Fanxue Mountain. "What does this moon talisman do?" Zhao Jing asked curiously. "It will increase the basic damage of all destructive spells by roughly 50%, Nanrong Ni told him. Nanrong Ni had spent all her efforts on improving specific elements with the help of the Mu clan and Nanrong clan's resources. She was now one step closer to becoming a member of the Mu clan committee, not because of her cultivation or her fighting capacity, but because she was able to do what others could not. The moon talisman had the same effect, be it on a super mage with a single element in the super level or a super mage with all 4 elements at the peak of the super level, but the difference in strength was shocking. It was a huge reason as to why the blessing element was so highly regarded. She has spent almost a year just refining the moon talisman. You are most likely the best person that she can give the moon talisman to. Not only will it decide whether you can take back the country's treasure, it would also help her reputation, since this is the first operation she has been involved in after coming out of seclusion, Nanrong Shu said when he saw Nanrong Ni give Zhao Jing the moon talisman. So you haven't tried the moon talisman before? Zhao Jing asked her. Nanrong Shu shook his head. I'm extremely honored then. Don't worry, you have clearly made the wisest choice by giving it to me, Zhao Jing declared with a confident smile. The effect of the moon talisman wrapped around its wearer like faint moonlight fairies. They looked like some ancient runes related to the creation of the universe. Zhao Jing could feel the effect he was receiving every time the moon talisman magic flickered. It felt like all of the lightning magic within 100 kilometers was responding to it. A destructive aura from his lightning magic was already lingering in the air, even before any spell was used. It felt wonderful being filled with such energy. Sister Nanrong, can you please give me a moon talisman blessing, too? I also want to massacre the enemy. Du Tongfei, the leader of the Southern Mercenary Alliance, requested eagerly. Nanrong Ni pointed at the sky and answered, it only works on a single target, and it only refreshes after the moon rises above the horizon again. Even though it was currently day, the moon was still in the sky. The moon talisman could only be used once a day on a single person. The blessing element was extremely useful, but it also had a lot of restrictions. It was not always the same as other elements, which were available at all times. I see, but it doesn't matter. I have no intention to continue wasting my time. Brothers, come with me, let's avenge our fallen comrades. Du Tongfei shouted at his men. The Southern Mercenary Alliance had a huge conflict with Fanxue Mountain during a battle against the sea monsters in the past. They had blamed Fanxue Mountain for the death of their people. Du Tongfei headed to the stepped fields. His target was Bai Hongfei. He grinned coldly, his face murderous. Bai Hongfei was not afraid to take the fight, but Xiao Yu stepped in front of him instead. Let me handle him, Xiao Yu stated. Bai Hongfei's cultivation was not high enough. The difference in cultivation would give him a disadvantage. Xiao Yu did not allow Bai Hongfei to lose his calm after being provoked. But you won't be able to face him alone, either. Bai Hongfei protested to her. Du Tongfei was a super mage with 3 elements at the super level. He had also awakened his superpowers. Du Tongfei would be one of the toughest people to fight among their enemies, but Fanxue Mountain did not have anyone else who could take him on. Zhao Jing was obviously going after Mo Fan after he had received the boost from the moon talisman. Boss, Xiao Yu is going to struggle against Du Tongfei. Should I fight him instead? Mu Jiang asked Mo Fan, since Mu Ningxue was currently occupied. There's no rush, Mo Fan shook his head and then looked at Xinxia. Xinxia understood Mo Fan's intention. She flipped her hand and revealed a moonlit seal. It was shining as brightly as a full moon. A moon talisman! Mu Jiang, Bai Hongfei, and Xiao Yu were shocked. Zhao Jing and his men were not far away from them. They had all seen Nanrong Ni using her moon talisman. Most people had never seen blessing magic above the advanced level, hence why the moon talisman was so surprising to them. This moon talisman blessing is for you. Xinxia gently pushed her hand forward. The glowing talisman floated toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu could not react in time even as she subconsciously tried to dodge it. She was dodging it because she knew how powerful the moon talisman was. It was better to give it to Mu Ningxue or Mo Fan to maximize its potential. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu could not escape it. The moonlight wrapped around her with a sacred and powerful aura. Chapter 2677. Protection of the Star Talismans. Xiao Yu was lost for words. The others were also puzzled by Xinxia's decision. If they had a moon talisman, why weren't they giving its blessing to their strongest mages?
Xiao Yu's cultivation was indeed stronger than most people of Fanxue Mountain, but wasn't it better to give it to Mu Bai, Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, Zhao Manyang, or Mu Jiang? They did not have to care about their dignity in a situation of life and death. Go and settle your debt with that scum, Mo Fan told her. Mo Fan had already heard about the conflict Xiao Yu had with the Southern Mercenary Alliance from Mu Ningxue. It was the reason why Zhao Jing was able to convince them to join the crusade so easily. Bai Hongfei had also offended the Southern Mercenary Alliance when he had stepped forward to protect Xiao Yu. But Zhao Jing is the strongest among them. How are we going to stop him if he comes? Xiao Yu asked with a puzzled expression. The Moon Talisman is only one of my blessing spells, Xinxia said. She looked down the mountain and encouraged Xiao Yu, your opponent is here. Xiao Yu saw the mercenaries, who had already reached the 100 Pines battlefield. All the mercenaries were elites, led by Du Tongfei. He had a menacing face on, displaying that he had come prepared to kill. Xiao Yu looked at her men behind her. The elites of the Fern Hunter squad were already in position. They had no intention of letting the outsiders reach Fanxue Villa. They had set up a line of defense before charging at the mercenaries. We shall dye the pine woods with the blood of the intruders. Xiao Yu shouted. The Moon Talisman blessing made Xiao Yu look like a knight showered by the moonlight, especially since she always wore a leather outfit. The roots of the trees emerged from the ground under the effects of her magic. They interwove and grew into a huge snake before charging at the Southern Mercenary Alliance. Ji Yu Ying, Zhong Li, Xie Hao, and the rest followed the lead of the snake. Countless advanced spells of different elements began pouring down the mountain like a huge waterfall. Guidance of the stars, spirits of the heart. Starry lights appeared as the spells clashed fiercely. Spirits in the form of glimmering lights landed unerringly on Fanxue Mountain's people. Power of the stars. Xiao Yu had just obtained the Moon Talisman blazing. To her surprise, the lights that followed granted her a different power. The spirits of the stars will look after you on my behalf, Xinxia's voice echoed gently in their minds. It felt like a powerful goddess had blessed them with her protection. Xiao Yu and Bai Hongfei looked behind them and saw everyone being surrounded by the special lights. The lights flared brighter when the enemy's spells landed on them. The lights would appear just in time and turned into glowing shields, absorbing the damage from the hostile spells. Holy crap, it's giving each of us a shield that can withstand the damage of advanced spells. Zhong Li exclaimed excitedly. The Star Talisman blessing was given to every member of Fanxue Mountain. They had no idea that such a powerful spell existed, one strong enough to completely absorb the damage of advanced spells. Countless spells were fired in the first wave. Some of the people were caught by the massive forces unleashed. Casualties were inevitable. However, the people of Fanxue Mountain were completely unharmed. The Southern Mercenary Alliance was the first to lose some of its men. What's going on? What spell is that? Du Tongfei yelled when he saw the strange sight. He did not recognize the Star Talisman blessing. He could only see that every member of Fanxue Mountain had put on some kind of sturdy armor that did not restrict their movements. It felt like two armies had crashed into one another. Their enemies were wearing heavy armor while his men were fighting with bare fists. The difference was extremely obvious. The Star Talismans are still brimming with power. Such an impressive spell. Bai Hongfei noticed the Star Talisman blessing had remained around his men without showing any signs of dissipating. We are unstoppable. Zhong Li burst out laughing. These scum dare to loot a burning house? They are all going to pay for it. Ji Yu Ying was even more fearless after receiving the Star Talisman's protection. She cast a Skyflame Funeral at the front line. Her third-tier Skyflame Funeral could easily kill a bunch of the invading mercenaries. The clash between Fanxue Mountain's people and the mercenaries was the first big-scale fight between the two sides, but both sides were surprised by how one-sided it was. The alliance consisting of the Nanrong clan, Zhao clan, Mu clan, and North City soldiers watched in disbelief. The Southern Mercenary Alliance had sent out their elites, all of which were at least at the advanced level.
They were supposed to break down the enemy's defense with ease and give the others an advantageous opening. To their surprise, the outcome was decided right at the start of the battle. It was only a matter of time until the mercenaries were defeated. How was the difference in their strength so huge? Was the outcome of the battle decided by a single person spell? Star Talismans, the protection of the stars. Humph, she has given all her blessing magic to that useless troop. Nanrong Ni's expression darkened when she saw the light of the stars. What's going on? Does Fanxue Mountain have a blessing mage, too? Nanrong Shu demanded to know. I don't know, but it's clearly a stupid act. The star talismans consume a lot of energy, especially when they are used on more than 100 people. The person is basically giving all their energy to that troop, Nanrong Ni smirked. They are trying to preserve their men, Nanrong Shu deduced. But they are still going to die once Mo Fan, Mu Ningxue, and the others are taken out, Nanrong Ni nodded. Zhao Jing could easily take out the entire troop of Fanxue Mountain by himself. Nanrong Ni was not going to waste her precious magic on the mercenaries. Their lives had nothing to do with her. Chapter 2678. The Undying Mu Bai. Morale was extremely important. If someone did not have a great reputation and could not overwhelm an enemy with brute force, the others who had joined their cause and were thinking of looting a burning house would hesitate to get further involved. The people who came had sound minds. They did not join the crusade for glory, dignity, or life and death. They were after Fanxue Mountain's rich resources and wanted a share of the loot. A single faction had no chance of taking down the piece of juicy meat alone, hence why the alliance had been formed. They were weak of will and lacked determination. They were also afraid of being punished by the country and the enforcement union. If they could not beat the enemy with a single push, their alliance that was established based on personal interests might collapse at any second. What the heck is Lin Kang doing? Zhao Jing demanded coldly, glaring ahead. The battle between Lin Kang and Mu Bai inside the mist still had not ended. They had already heard Mu Bai's screams. The battle between the two renowned magistrates should have ended by now. Killing a key member of the enemy's leadership was crucial to the battle. The rest of the factions were still waiting, instead of pushing up the mountain. They were waiting for the people in charge to take out Fanxue Mountain super mags. The Moon Talisman blessing is only used up while you are using destructive spells. Brother Zhao Jing, there's no need to feel anxious, Nanrong Ni said when she saw Zhao Jing was getting agitated. Zhao Jing nodded. It would not hurt him to wait a little longer. Lin Kang had to win the fight for the North City soldiers to press forward. Lin Kang's army was their main force. If they had not been worried about being accused by the leaders of Faniao headquarters city, they would have attacked Fanxue Mountain ruthlessly. After all, the people of Fanxue Mountain were not sea monsters, nor were they real traitors. Lin Kang and certain people behind him had falsely accused them of treason. It was just common infighting, as everyone was running short on resources in a desperate time like this. They would have to take out their enemy in a single blow, or they would have no choice but to retreat. Even if neither side won in the end, the officials and councilmen would not be able to explain themselves to their superiors and the people. Why were they fighting their own kind when the sea monsters were clearly a greater threat to mankind? Boss, the later you are involved in the battle, the more advantageous it is to us. Everyone knows you are the strongest among us. As long as you are still around, all of us will feel secure. It doesn't matter how the battle is turning out, none of us will think we have lost, Mu Jiang said to Mo Fan quietly. I understand, but we have already seen Zhao Jing's strength. He also has the Moon Talisman blessing now. If he makes his move, I can't afford to wait any longer, Mo Fan replied calmly. If you trust me, I can hold him off for a while. You just have to wait a little longer to give our men some confidence, Mu Jiang said. Zhao Jing was about to make his move. He had fixed his eyes on Mo Fan. Mo Fan was Fanxue Mountain's boss. Once Mo Fan was taken out, Fanxue Mountain would be a thunder of dragons without a head. Mo Fan shook his head. Zhao Jing had dared to challenge their whole group in Lanyang.
Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang had been severely injured in the fight. Even though he had set up the lightning drum formation in advance, he was still a formidable enemy. Mo Fan had not seen Mu Jiang's strength yet, but his instincts were telling him Mu Jiang was not strong enough to fight Zhao Jing. However, Mo Fan was not in a rush, and indeed was calmer than Zhao Jing. He knew what their plan was, and he knew the longer the battle went on, the worse the enemy's situation was. The North City army had organized the crusade against Fanxue Mountain. Even if they won, they would have to bear the ill fame for their wicked acts. The soldiers would not benefit a lot from the battle. However, if the army lost, they would just retreat. They knew Fanxue Mountain was not going to hunt them down. They would lose Lin Kang and some captains at most. Most importantly, the outcome of the battle between the Black and White Magistrates had not been decided yet. "Can anyone see what's going on inside the mist?" a North Army general asked. "We don't know. I believe the mayor has won, but I'm not sure how the chief is now. I hope he's still alive," a captain who was once a member of the South Wing platoon answered. "Why is this happening?" the general sighed. Lin Kang's aide-de-camp Zhu Yi came over with a dark expression. He glanced at those who seemed hesitant and scolded them. "Are you all tired of living? How could you lose your morale now?" The general was amused by his words. "General Zhu, don't even bother, we all have a brain. It's not like we should just blindly follow our superiors. Mayor Lin has only been here for a year. We have done everything he asked since he came. We wouldn't bat an eye if we were to die fighting sea monsters, but fighting Fanxue Mountain." "What do you mean? Wasn't Fanxue Mountain accused of treason?" Zhu Yi snarled at him. "Even if Fanxue Mountain has committed treason, there should be official documents approved by both the Enforcement Union and Councilmen. North City is only allowed to send the army out after Fanxue Mountain with an imperial order from the capital. The seals of the mayor and some councilmen alone are not enough," the general scoffed at him. "You? I can execute you right now for not following your orders." Zhu Yi snarled. "I don't doubt it, but we have eyes and brains. We can follow the mayor's orders since he's our superior, but you have to understand, Mu Bai is the chief of the South Wing platoon, with the same status as you. If the mayor dies in this battle, you and Mu Bai will be in charge of the North City army," the major general said calmly. "Even though the chief of the South Wing platoon doesn't give us orders directly, he has the right to negate your decisions. If we kill him and his close ones, wouldn't that be a mutiny?" another captain spoke up. "General, you shouldn't make things difficult for us anymore. When I was guarding the Magic City, the rest of my family was here in North City. Once, the whole city was hypnotized by the sea monsters. If it weren't for Fanxue Mountain, all of them would be dead by now. How can I go against them?" another captain said. Most of the people of Faniao headquarters city had moved here from other places. On the other hand, Fanxue Mountain was their host, and its people had helped them a lot, not to mention those whose families were directly under Fanxue Mountain's protection. Chapter 2679. Forbidden Secret Treasure. During the battle with the Hunter Dirty Demons, a group of us were trapped on Blood Island, and we were surrounded by many Hunter Dirty Demons. We were waiting for them to take turns digging our intestines out. Our superiors had given up on us, but the South Wing Mage group came to rescue us. I thought it was dozens of South Wing Mags, but it turned out to be just one person. But he alone made way for us despite being surrounded by many Hunter Dirty Demons. That person was Chief Mu Bai. The fourth group was sunk to the bottom of the sea by the ocean demons. We survived only with the help of the Fanxue Mountain Elite Patrol Team. Yeah. More than a month ago, I was on guard on the isolated island. I would be long dead if not for the patrol boats of Fanxue Mountain. The words of the Major General resonated with many people. It had been a year since Lin Kang arrived at the North City. He had not contributed at all in the early stages of development of the Flying Bird Base City. Despite that, he was dispatched to the North City, possibly to enjoy the fruits of labor of other people. Many people did not like him. Now, he wanted to overthrow Fanxue Mountain. Fanxue Mountain was one of the earliest forces in Flying Bird Base City.
Their purpose was to fight against the ocean demons and protect the residents of the city. It had saved many people and they had built quite an honest reputation for themselves. Members of the North City Legion were also chosen from different magic domains. Most of them had served as members of the Fanxue Mountain before being recruited by the North City Legion. In this case, how were they going to manage to overthrow something like this? Deputy Head, you don't need to use military order to pressure us. We know the cost of disobedience. However, we must look at the consequences of everything. Mu Bai is one of the leaders of the North City Legion. While he is alive, we simply cannot disobey him. If he dies, we'll follow the dispatch. It's that simple, said the Major General bluntly. Yeah, there should be a way out for us. If something happens to Mr. Lin, granted that the probability is very small, all of us will be shot to death if we kill the chief's tribesman. Do you guys really think he is still alive? Sneered Zhu Yi, the deputy head. As long as he is alive, we dare not do anything. All right. You just wait and watch. When the city lord returns with his head, I will report to him your brazen words that you uttered just now, said Zhu Yi. The Major General and other military leaders of the North City did not care for the threat. Lin Kang wanted to destroy Fanxue Mountain. He had ordered military leaders such as themselves to do the deed. He had no one to rely on when faced with the threat of the ocean demons. If he was that dangerous, why not do it himself? Deputy Head Zhu Yi ran to Zhao Jing. As Zhao Jing saw him approach, he understood the worthless role Zhu Yi played in front of the North City Legion. They don't want to take any action until and unless Mu Bai is dead, whispered Zhu Yi to Zhao Jing. After being cursed by Lin Kang, he suffers a fate worse than death. It seems that Lin Kang has regressed in power. In the past, when he took over, everyone was willing to work for him. But now, no one seems to want to get involved, said Zhao Jing with disdain. This was expected. Zhao Jing did not really presume for one moment that the Legion would act while the most important personnel of Fanxue Mountain was still alive. The situation was different from a battle against some enemy country. The outcome of the battle then would have been determined by the leaders and their authority. Almost everyone would have willingly jumped on the bandwagon if that was the case. Isn't it time for the Nanrong family to take action? Could it be that you think I'm not actually observing the battle? Asked Nanrong Ni unhappily. Ha ha ha, I didn't mean that. I have heard stories about Nanrong Shu, leader in the south, of unfathomable strength. I sort of want to see it today. Zhao Jing smiled. Brother Zhao, you can say it outright if you want to test what other cards the Fanxue Mountain holds. I am not a petty person. But I don't mind being your pawn as long as the Fanxue Mountain can be destroyed, said Nanrong Shu. You worry too much. I'm just waiting for Lin Kang. After Lin Kang kills Mu Bai, I will join forces with him immediately to eliminate all the main figures of Fanxue Mountain, and I won't let the Nanrong family work like dogs during the fight, said Zhao Jing. You make it sound like we don't want to join the fight. We came for Fanxue Mountain, so we want to contribute. Nanrong Shu bowed respectfully to the two old men behind him. Second uncle and fifth uncle, I need your help. The two old men were the elders of the Nanrong family. One was a fat man in a robe and the other a thin one in a Chinese tunic suit. They had black hair and their faces were old. Their eyes were closed as though resting. It appeared, at a glance, that they did not care about any dispute at all. I don't like being used as a cat's paw, said the old thin man. The resources and private land of Fanxue Mountain will belong to the Nanrong family, said Zhao Jing. The thin old man then nodded. Let's go, he said to the old fat man next to him. Okay. The old fat man walked forward. Nanrong Shu was full of admiration for them. They were experienced. They had helped the Nanrong family gain a huge share of resources with just a few words. Zhao Jing looked at the backs of the trio and smiled for a different reason. A lot of manpower and money was required to acquire private land and resources. Even so, how could those be comparable to the Earthfire pistol? Not many people were aware of the fact that there was only one thing that could even scratch the surface of forbidden curses. That sole thing was the Earth pistol.
It was supposedly full of energy. Zhao Jing had reached the peak of the super level. Granted, he hadn't reached the perfect realm like the old mags, but the goal would not be so far-fetched after accumulating a little more power for a few more years. The old mags probably had no intention of dabbling into the realm of the forbidden curses. The criteria for becoming a forbidden mage were too harsh, after all. Zhao Jing was different. He was still young. He had the willingness and infinite room for improvement. Besides, he was supported by a rich sponsor like the Zhao family. He could certainly get the Zhao family to contribute for him to kickstart his road down the realm of forbidden curses. Aside from getting them to collect the Earthfire pistol, of course. That was difficult. What he wanted the most was the forbidden curse. Meanwhile, these people only thought about the riches of Fanxue Mountain, or the power to dominate the North City, their personal grudges, and private lands and resources. These puny rats only cared about the pleasure they obtained from the rotten stench of worldly materials. How could they even fathom the satisfaction of being a lion of the jungle who could feast upon whatever it wanted after conquering the entire plain? What a bunch of ignorant fools! Soon, all of you will be unworthy of even wiping my shoes with your faces, thought Zhao Jing to himself. The bloody fog gradually dissipated. The undead purgatory that Lin Kang cast on the battlefield was undeniably terrifying. The ancient battlefield was shrouded in layers of thick bloody fog. When one stepped in it, it felt like walking into a ghost world. Zhao Jing's face lit up in joy. Although it had taken a while, the battle was finally over on Lin Kang's side. It was finally time to take action. He had not quite experienced the effect of the moon charm, but he was sure that there was no need for him to be overly cautious at the moment. The important thing was that he had the moon charm, and if he fought with it, nobody would possibly be able to stand against him as he made his way to Fanxue Mountain. Chapter 2680. Abyss Behind the Back. In the bloody fog, a man in brown clothes appeared and the people of the North City Legion unwittingly followed. Deputy Head, Zhu Yi, stepped forward. It's time to send the troops. If any of you show any disloyalty, do not blame the city lord for being hostile. He was the first to follow. Those who had voiced their grievances before did not dare speak. In front of the city lord, Lin Kang, nobody dared utter anything. Lin Kang was a man of the military through and through. If someone tried to shake the morale of the army in front of him, he would kill that person without a word. Although some of the North City Legion might not respect Lin Kang entirely from their hearts, it was known that they unanimously feared him. The man in the brown clothes strode forward. A strange melancholy blood energy emanated from his body. The same blood energy condensed into an outline of Lin Kang's face that looked stern and in pain. When Zhu Yi approached the man in brown clothes, the gloomy blood energy faded along with the vague outline of Lin Kang's face. The face that now appeared was pale and cold. His eyes were cloudy as though he was a creature from a different world. He was slender and surprisingly ordinary in appearance. But as he walked towards the people, he looked like he was dragging a huge abyss behind him. As he walked by, the sight, thoughts, and memories of the people were sucked into the abyss along with the objects around them. Everything was pulled into the deep abyss dragged by this figure that walked unknowing and lifeless in silence. The people finally saw the man clearly. This was not Lin Kang at all. The blood energy created a layer of Lin Kang's skin which was worn by this person who walked on. When the blood energy dissipated, the skin of Lin Kang disappeared, and what was left was revealed to be none other than Mu Bai. Mu Bai looked completely different from what he was like in the past. He used to dress in white. He was graceful, pure, and noble. He looked like a wise scholar or magistrate in charge of everything in the universe holding his ice pen and snow inkstone. But now, he was this lifeless creature with a layer of blood energy around him dragging a bottomless abyss behind him. He had turned into a dark devil imprisoned for 10,000 years and spit back onto the earth. In the deafening silence, there was no blood, no roars or cries, there was only palpable fear of all living beings before a catastrophe. Mu Bai. Chief! Zhu Yi and the generals of the North City Legion were stunned. They almost didn't recognize Mu Bai. The atmosphere was different.
Mu Bai looked 1,000 times more horrifying than even Lin Kang when he was angry. The silence was terrible. "Where is the city lord Lin?" Zhu Yi could not believe his eyes. Nobody understood why Mu Bai had come out of the fog instead of Lin Kang. Mu Bai looked as though he was in the thrall of some sort of evil spell. Despite that, he looked very much alive. He looked almost immortal at that moment. "Here!" Mu Bai's hand was still dragging something behind him. It was a dead weight. It was drooping and had soft skin. The flesh was rotten. Mu Bai flung it in front of Deputy Head Zhu Yi and the people of the North City Legion. Lin Kang's eyes were dull. His eyeballs were still intact, but they were empty as though someone had directly dug them out. Generally, the body of a dead person slowly stiffened, but Lin Kang looked paralyzed. His body looked boneless and exuded a strong aura of death. It was a sign that not only his body but also his soul had been wiped out. Lin Kang's face that condensed with the blood energy before was the remnant of his soul which had not completely dissipated. Even several generations of goddesses from the Parthenon temple had been unable to save him. He died without a soul. Zhu Yi's shock was replaced by a chilling fear. He felt cold and his body trembled. He couldn't believe that Lin Kang was dead. A formidable person in the super level, the most powerful Lin Kang was slaughtered by Mu Bai just like that. Mu Bai's cultivation was not even as deep as Lin Kang's. Lin Kang had gained 2 series of boosts at that. How did Lin Kang die so tragically? When Mu Bai walked by, there was an abyss behind him visible to the naked eye. Nobody understood what the abyss represented. Moreover, what did Mu Bai represent now? "Zhu Yi, you are now the commander-in-chief of the North City Legion. I came from Bo City and have experienced a demon battle that slaughtered everyone in the city. I have lived in the ancient capital and experienced the catastrophe there. My relatives and friends died in these 2 disasters, and I parted ways with them as well. Fanxue Mountain is the only thing that I am concerned about in this world. If you destroy this place, I'll drag all of you to the depths of hell with me." The moment Mu Bai uttered those words, the dark abyss behind him expanded. It looked terrifying and majestic. It swallowed the whole sky and earth. The black wind swept across the people of the North City Legion like sharp claws. The 4,000 elites of the North City Legion, regardless of their level, stood on the edge of the vast abyss. If they took even 1 step forward, they would die without leaving anything behind to be buried. Zhu Yi was standing closest to Mu Bai. His legs trembled and his knees almost gave out. He was like an insignificant pebble before the force of a master of the 4th element of the super level like Mu Bai. Mu Bai himself was the boundless abyss, vast and deep. Who knew what terrifying and unknown things lurked in the dark depths that were invisible to the naked eye? Zhu Yi's mind went blank. Everyone was a practitioner of magic. Why was it that he was like an ape while others had the powers of gods and demons? Where had it all gone wrong? Neither Zhu Yi nor the entire army of the North City Legion could understand it. People had respected Mu Bai for his righteous and sincere personality. He was a person who would dive headfirst to rescue a small group of people even in the midst of 10,000 demons. Meanwhile, Lin Kang had been fierce and brutal. People were afraid of him. He was strong, formidable, and had a strict military temperament. If someone dared disobey him, he wouldn't hesitate to execute them in public. The North City Legion respected Mu Bai and feared Lin Kang. But if it came to an ultimatum, they would obey Lin Kang. Most people obeyed the person they feared. But who would have ever thought that the respectable Mu Bai had a more horrifying side to him than the dreaded Lin Kang? If anyone even put their toe out of line, they would be dragged into the frightening abyss. The abyss looked more menacing than hell itself. If anyone fell into it, they would be tormented forever. "Chief Mu, we were forced. We had no choice. Please?" The Major General pleaded. "You were forced? You had no choice." Mu Bai ignored Deputy Head Zhu Yi and walked straight towards the North City Legion. "While you are alive, you indeed make many wrong choices. But if you make a mistake against me once more, I will give you enough time to repent painfully only after death.
Chapter 2681. Repel the North City Legion. The real magistrate did not care about the living but only the dead. Mu Bai's words made everyone tremble in fear. They had just witnessed Lin Kang's soul being scattered by Mu Bai into the bottomless abyss. The abyss itself looked endless. Everybody was afraid of death, the unknown, and the afterlife. But this person before them suddenly seemed to be in charge of everything they feared. He was clothed in darkness and carried the abyss with him. He wandered the world like the living while putting those who belonged in hell to their place in the bottomless chasm. He would torture them for their greed and their betrayal. Regardless of the terrifying aura that Mu Bai emitted, the fact remained that he had killed the Black Judge, Lin Kang. There was only one other judge in the world now. That person was declared the Commander-in-Chief of the North City Legion a while ago. Deputy Head, Ju Yi, almost fell to the ground. How will he command the entire North City Legion? I will take everyone back to the city and report this matter to the high-level officials. Lin Kang disobeyed the law and ordered the army as he pleased. He was rightly punished, the Major General blurted out in panic, making it clear where he stood. He jumped on the bandwagon hurriedly. He would be on the side of whoever won. He was someone who watched from the side and offered his alliance only after the outcome was clear. Mu Bai did not need such a person. He wanted people to be able to think for themselves and stand by their principles. They needed to ask themselves clearly whether they made decisions with their conscience or their greed, otherwise, the decision would be made for them by someone who would torture their souls long after their deaths. As the main force behind the attack on Fanxue Mountain, the North City Legion was receiving that torture and interrogation right now. Mu Bai hoped that this would be enough to help them make better decisions in the future. He could not make an example of killing someone like Lin Kang all the time. He hoped they had a scale in their hearts to gauge the good and the bad, otherwise all his hard work and sacrifice for the North City Legion would have been in vain. The Legion was banished. They left Fanxue Mountain. When they went up the mountain on their way, they were chastised by the residents of the North City. When they descended the mountain, their hearts grew heavy. We must have immensely disappointed him. The battle mage, who once was rescued from the island by Mu Bai, sighed. I have been very ungrateful. If there is hell, I deserve it. They felt miserable. They had sinned by abandoning their beliefs, which they had been taught to uphold and maintain from the beginning. They had already fallen into the abyss of sin with every step they had taken. They had already turned to the dark and couldn't bear to face the light. The North City Legion left Fanxue Mountain, lost nearly half of its alliance forces. But Fanxue Mountain Villa felt relieved of the pressure. The people shouted happily. They had never realized that Mu Bai alone could shake the entire North City Legion. For so long, they had mistreated everyone under the guise of important officials. Mu Bai had defeated their leader and forced thousands of elites to retreat. He was suddenly an invincible figure representing the Fanxue Mountain. People screamed with excitement. Don't leave. Fanxue Mountain is exhausted. Let's attack together. When several other forces watched the North City Legion withdraw their troops, they were perplexed. They felt that they could not go back now. They had arrived with the goal of getting rid of Fanxue Mountain Villa. If they retreated now, they would not be able to attack the Fanxue Mountain after the opponent had enough time to rest and fight back. The North City Legion belonged to the North City, but they were inextricably linked to Fanxue Mountain, too. If they retreated now, this battle would only end up becoming a fight between the civil and family forces. This battle was provoked, and it needed to pass its course. They could not withdraw. What a group of worthless people. There is no need to panic. Even if there is no North City Legion on our side, we don't need to be afraid of Fanxue Mountain. We have so many great forces on our side. I will be the Zhao family's representative. We will get rid of Fanxue Mountain today as planned. Zhao Jing declared. Zhao Jing had not expected much help from the official forces right from the beginning. All he wanted was a reason to inspire other forces to join in. The outcome would be the same with or without Lin Kang or the North City Legion. He could not believe that so many people who had received magical education believed in something like hell and the abyss. Even if it existed, it would be in control of none other than the person with the highest magical power in the dark domain. How could an insignificant person like Mu Bai carry an abyss on his back? Could no one see that this was dark magic? As a person who was walking down the path towards Forbidden Domain, Zhao Jing did not believe in Mu Bai's ability to pull something like this. To Zhao Jing, Mu Bai pretended to be holy and mysterious while using some strange spells to kill Lin Kang. In the eyes of supreme magic, those were forbidden spells which weren't allowed or accepted by the magic sanctuary. I'll kill you first for pretending to be able to use dark magic. Zhao Jing flew over on a red electric dragon. He was full of cackling energy like the son of thunder. Mu Bai's eyes turned cloudy again. The abyss behind him expanded. The edges of the abyss had blood-red scars. It grew into something three-dimensional. Someone tapped on Mu Bai's shoulder. He turned around, surprised. Who could pass through the abyss and stand so silently behind him? Mo Fan. Don't get too caught up in it. Let me take care of Zhao Jing. It is not a bad thing to live a few more years and enjoy life. Why should you push yourself for that guy so early? Mu Bai's eyes and complexion slowly returned to their normal state. He is very strong. Be careful, Mu Bai warned. Mu Bai himself would have had a difficult time with Zhao Jing even with the abyss on his back. Zhao Jing was not the same as Lin Kang. He was much stronger. Don't worry, assured Mo Fan. I kept something back when I dealt with the chief shark last time. I don't intend to hold back today. Mu Bai nodded. That's good. Call me if something happens. I will take a break for now. He had used a lot of his soul power when dealing with Lin Kang, who had been stronger than him. Don't worry, old Zhao is here. Mu Bai glanced at Zhao Manyang, who was still fighting those losers from the Divine Hunter group. With his strength and power, it would only take him a few seconds to defeat them. It seemed like Zhao Manyang did not want to take charge of the situation and dallied with the Divine Hunter group in the hopes that he could stall for time. Chapter 2682. Thunder of Heaven Seed. Although Mu Bai had not said anything, Asheria had told Mo Fan about Mu Bai's situation. That time when Mu Bai was killed by the curse, his soul had entered the dark plane and fell into the hands of the King of Darkness. There were many Kings of Darkness in that plane, each in charge of different abilities and realms. Each King of Darkness chose a noble from countless souls falling into the dark plane to manage the land on behalf of him. Mu Bai was in the coffin at the time when he was chosen. If everything went well, he would enter the dark territory to govern. That was why Xinxia's resurrection technique had not been able to pull Mu Bai back from the gates of hell. The King of Darkness held his soul and wanted him to become a dark noble. It was not clear whether the dark plane was where every human went after death. It was only one of the doors. There was no doubt that it was still full of pain. Mu Bai knew that he could not get rid of the fact that he would enter the dark plane after his death, but he bargained with the King of Darkness. He hoped that the king would wait until he died before making him work for him. With Psi Quartz as a gift, the King of Darkness reluctantly agreed to return Mu Bai's soul to him and agreed to let him work in the dark territory only after his death. Mu Bai had been marked by the King of Darkness. When facing dark magic, the mark set him apart as divine. He was no less than a prince in that realm, especially when facing dark magic. He was a judge with official certification from the dark plane. However, Mo Fan knew that the more he used such power, the closer Mu Bai's soul would be to the darkness. Eventually, Mu Bai will be swallowed up by the abyss he carried behind him. He would never be able to escape from that abyss. Mo Fan did not want him to die so young and be pulled into the dark plane. But he understood that Mu Bai could not have just sat and watched when Zhao Jing targeted him and Fanxue Mountain. As the leader of Fanxue Mountain, he could not just stay back when everyone tried their best to defend their home. If Mu Linqing and Uncle Carpenter had not held him back, Mo Fan would have rushed forward and killed all those bastards in his anger. He was not the most apt person to take the lead because of his temper. There were too many things to consider. Nanrong Shu, Elder Shou, and Elder Pang had arrived at the villa. The three of them had joined forces to fight Uncle Carpenter.
It would have been difficult for Uncle Carpenter to fight all of them alone. Bowler, the vampire, had joined the fight despite the sun. He had kept Elder Pang occupied and relieved Uncle Carpenter's burden. Yushasha and Moon Moth Phoenix also joined in. Yushasha controlled the Moon Moth Phoenix and maintained Fanxue Mountain's patrol team to ensure that the wounded were protected and given the time to recover. Moon Moth Phoenix faced Elder Pang from Nanrong family. Elder Pang's wind element magic had flattened several terraced fields and mountains. Moon Moth Phoenix did not directly attack but stalled for time and prevented him from getting close to the Fanxue Mountain villa. Mo Fan glanced at them and decided that Uncle Carpenter, Bowler, and Moon Moth Phoenix could temporarily hold back the three masters from the Nanrong family. He turned to focus all his attention on Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing had been holding back to see what other cards Fanxue Mountain was holding up its sleeves. When he noticed the appearance of Bowler and Moon Moth Phoenix, he frowned. Fanxue Mountain did have some secret weapons. Lin Kang was dead and the North City Legion was no longer here. Zhao Jing could not wait any longer. If he wanted to subdue and take over Fanxue Mountain, he had to rally all those who were on his side and attack Fanxue Mountain now when it was still vulnerable. If he tarried, he would fail miserably. The red electric dragons flew in a circle. Each of them was serpentine and enormous. They could coil around mountain tops. They weren't real dragons of flesh and blood but made of red lightning. Red, cackling electric energy ran through their bodies. They were huge and terrifying, and there were thousands of them. Wherever they flew, the sky turned red. Their lighting shot off like branches from a tree and covered the sky above Fanxue Mountain Villa. The barrier around the villa began to crack. It wasn't comparable to high-level protection as Fanxue Mountain had directed most of their magic and energy towards the coast. Once the barrier was completely broken, the Fanxue Mountain Villa would be destroyed forever. Eagle capture. The lightning of Mo Fan was transmogrifying. What he had was a black lightning tyrant. The increase in the blessing of the God Seal and Thunder Hole made the lightning tyrant form a thundering vortex on top of his head. The thundering whirls turned, and gas hawks covered with bright electric feathers flew out of the whirlpool. Their bodies were large enough to cover a gymnasium. The most amazing sight was their claws. They were so huge and sharp that they could tear the sky apart. Black thunder eagles and red electric dragons fought. Thunder magnetized feathers against red electric scales. Bodies made up of lightning scattered sparks in the air. Mo Fan and Zhao Jing's lightning transmogrifying were very vivid. The aura and power of the ancient beasts of electricity reflected off the mountain, turning the land into a tragic field where demons could have fought. Blood dripped and limbs were torn apart. Moon Charm Force. 1,000 dragons. Zhao Jing yelled. As he raised his arms, there was a red print on his palm that turned the red lightning chaotic and even more terrifying. It was not clear whether it was the Heaven Seed or just his supernatural power. Mo Fan could not make up his mind. As the red print on Zhao Jing's palms lit up, Mo Fan realized that the number of red dragons in the air multiplied exponentially. Their size increased and their lightning amplified. Heaven Seed and Moon Charm Force. Mo Fan mumbled in surprise. Thunder of Heaven Seed. That clarified everything. It was no wonder that Zhao Jing's thunder element magic had such horrifying destructive power. It could not only trap them, but it had the potential to damage even Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai. Zhao Jing was on the third level of the electric element super level. He had the top cultivation of electric element. He had the heaven seed of thunder element, so the terrifying thunder god drum that could shatter the internal vital organs of several of them could be his absolute forbidden realm. If anyone used any magic within his forbidden realm, they would suffer disastrous internal attacks. Zhao Jing did not use the absolute forbidden system at the moment, but the pure power of the heaven seed of thunder element with the effect of moon charm force was definitely beyond the scope of destruction of super levels magic. It could swallow everyone in. Chapter 2683. Flame Demon King. How do you use lightning element when I am using Crimson Mountain Thunder? Zhao Jing laughed. Even without the moon charm, his lightning element could still crush Mo Fan. Under the forbidden curse, few people ever dared compete with his lightning element. He wondered if something was wrong with the man before him. There was a ranking for elemental seeds in the world. Among them, the most famous on the list of lightning elements was Zhao Jing's Crimson Mountain Thunder. He would have been even more famous for it if not for the Pentagon Thunder Vein that appeared out of the blue a few years ago that gave rise to a more powerful Andes lightning element mage. As soon as his palm print lit up, thousands of red electric dragons jumped over the gate and turned into wandering dragons in the sky. These creatures ravaged everything they saw on the ground. The appearance of red wandering dragons shocked everyone. The people of Fanxue Mountain were overwhelmed by the sight of the creatures. They feared that they would be torn apart by the monsters that circled the air. Mo Fan's lightning gas hawks appeared to be comparatively smaller now. Originally, his supernatural power, the Thunder Hole, could absorb all the thunder elements in a radius of 10 kilometers and turn them into his own. However, when facing Zhao Jing's turbulent thunder, Mo Fan did not dare absorb it. The Thunder Hole was not an infinite thunder bag, and its absorption had a limit. If Mo Fan opened the Thunder Hole at this time, it was very likely that he would be directly hit by the explosion caused by the red lightning. It could kill him. Mo Fan grudgingly acknowledged that in terms of cultivation, elemental seed, including some lightning element magic, Zhao Jing was many levels ahead of his current thunder element ability. Mo Fan shook his head. There was no need to force it anymore. There were so many masters in the world. The opponent's thunder element was his strength, so why should he bother to compete against it? Little Flame Bell, the opponent is very strong. We need to attack directly, Mo Fan said. Ring. Little Flame Bell responded. The moon-white crack flashed, and there was a dazzling scene of a large flaming molten pool inside. Little Flame Bell, who already had a complete body, appeared directly in the form of the goddess of Flame Bell. The graceful flame dress draped over her body fluttered, and the maple leaves and fire feathers spread out. It dyed the clouds red, burned the air, and spread across the earth. The sky ignited to the most exquisite shade of fiery red. The maple leaves rained down over the mountains and formed a splendid carpet of fire on the ground. Flame Calamity was the fire that had destroyed the world. With the singing of Goddess of Flame Bell, the Flame Calamity rolled and fell from the sky. The world-annihilating flame collided with thousands of red dragons. They were both red, but of different shades with distinct layers. Countless lotus petals of destruction bloomed in Fanxue Mountain and the sky above Shuexin City. The air was mingled with flames and lightning. They slammed into each other, burst, and dimmed continuously. Zhao Jing's face darkened. The opponents still had hidden cards up their sleeves. The strength of Goddess of Flame Bell was probably close to the Great Ruler level, and the fire element Heaven Seed was rare in the world. It was fiery and majestic, not inferior to his lightning element Heaven Seed at all. Zhao Jing should have gotten more masters to his side and stripped off the opponent's strength layer by layer. It would have been easier for him to end this. Zhao Jing did not panic. He was confident that he could defeat this even if it were an orthodox Great Ruler, let alone a Great Ruler. He had cards of his own other than the lightning element. He tried to figure out how to deal with the Goddess of Flame Bell. He was surprised that she did not furl the maple fire to kill him instantly. The flames merged into Mo Fan instead. An exuberant and roaring divine fire appeared around Mo Fan. The brightness of the flames lit up the sky, adding a fiery red layer to the whole world. It was magical and dazzling to the eye. Heaven Fire, yelled Mo Fan. Zhao Jing was astonished. The Flame Calamity Heaven Fire was not from the Goddess of Flame Bell but belonged to Mo Fan himself. Mo Fan's lightning element was Soul Grade Seed, but his fire element was Heaven Seed. Zhao Jing could not believe that the fire element Heaven Seed was even more terrifying, and it almost overwhelmed his Crimson Mountain Thunder. It's the fire element Great Heaven Seed. Nanrong Ni shouted. She noticed that something was wrong. Heaven Seed was already a rare power. The Great Heaven Seed was ever rarer. It was a legendary power. Some old super-level mags had not even been able to obtain a Heaven Seed in their lifetime, much less a Great Heaven Seed. Mo Fan had not been in the super level for quite a while, but he already had a Great Heaven Seed.
He was probably considered invincible in the fire element domain of the country. His cultivation is not that high. Zhao Jing reminded himself with relief. The cultivation of Mo Fan was not as high as him. He was at most at the second level of the fire element super level. If he had been at the third level like Zhao Jing himself, this fight would have been difficult. Moon Charm Force already increased the destructive power of Zhao Jing's thunder element, but it still seemed like he couldn't compete with Mo Fan's Great Heaven Seed for now. Fortunately, I'm cautious, Zhao Jing muttered. If he had gone all out right from the beginning, powerful mags like Mu Ningxue and Mu Bai would have attacked and hurt him severely. However, there was still danger. If Mo Fan used the Great Heaven Seed and Great Ruler together, Zhao Jing might not be able to handle it. He had underestimated him. Zhao Jing could easily win if they fought one-on-one. Zhao Jing, that is Mo Fan's contracted beast, Flame Bell. It is a type of fire element holy spirit that can bestow fire-type abilities. When they merge, their abilities will increase radically, Nanrong Ni reminded him. Mo Fan's ability to merge with Little Flame Bell was nothing new. He had done that many times in college battles. At that time, Little Flame Bell was still growing. Mo Fan's cultivation and fire seed weren't that strong either. But now, Little Flame Bell had fully grown into the goddess of Flame Bell who was close to the Great Ruler level. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had obtained Fire Element Great Heaven Seed. He had reached the pinnacle of the Fire Element domain. If both of them merged, what would they become collectively? What do you mean? Asked Zhao Jing. He was puzzled as the goddess of Flame Bell disappeared suddenly. There was a person where she had been moments before. The man's robe was encased in flames which made him look majestic as well as terrifying. On the ground in front of him, surging volcanoes rose and fell. Mountains, ridges, trees, and foothills were covered in flame and magma. The plants turned to ashes, which in turn flew into the air with the heat of destruction. Yama, the king of flames. If Mu Bai had looked like a judge in charge of the Book of Life and Death holding a pen when he was shrouded in dark energy, Mo Fan, with flames of hell around his body, was the king of flame. He could turn the entire world into a melting pot of boiling mess in an instant. The form of the king of flame himself was extremely powerful. As Little Flame Bell grew, her strength increased, and so did Mo Fan's Great Heaven Seed's power. With their abilities merged into one, Mo Fan's King of Flame would be enhanced to a terrifying level, the Flame Demon King himself. Chapter 2684. Fire Demon. The sky was red, and a string of double flames like wings soared up in the air unceasingly. They were wrapped into themselves at the beginning and slowly spread out until they became as huge as a goose. These geese were red and they could cover the earth like clouds. The haphazard emergence of these flame-winged fireworks was the result of the collision of restless flames in the sky. Each of them was comparable to some advanced and super-level fire element magic. Mo Fan was suspended between these flame wings, and the red light from his personage illuminated even the distant mountain and sea in bright red color. The crimson mountain thunders that were moving around the Fanxue mountain villa quickly disappeared, to be replaced by the blistering and divine fire. Master! The god of fire has descended on the world. Everyone in Fanxue mountain villa exclaimed. Mu Ningxue managed Fanxue mountain for now. It was often seen as cold and noble, as clean and clear as snow. The name Fanxue mountain itself was associated with snow. People often overlook the fact that besides the word is snow, Fanxue mountain contained a fan, which represented Mo Fan. Fanxue mountain managed by Mo Fan was completely different. It was hot, holy, and exuded passion. Whenever they faced a crisis, Fanxue mountain turned fiery. It not only gave an assurance of safety and security but also served to make the people of Fanxue mountain excited and frenzied. People had not seen this side of Fanxue mountain before. Fanxue mountain turned more powerful and domineering than everyone had ever expected. That's my master. He rarely is so upfront and most of the time we don't even see him. But when it is a time of crisis, he makes everyone proud. Everyone. There is nothing to be afraid of. Let's fight with them and defend our Fanxue mountain.
I don't know where the rumors of our master being useless come from. Master has proven them wrong every time over the years. He is the man who killed the Sea King skeleton. Master is invincible. Master is invincible. When his magic rose to such a great extent, people felt his power even if Mo Fan did not yet attack anyone. He indeed looked like a demon king who moved freely through the vast sea. Even from tens of kilometers away, people knew the city was in jeopardy when such power was palpable from so far away. The red electric dragons that Zhao Jing controlled did look amazingly powerful in the beginning. However, with the Flame Demon King suspended midair in front of Fanxue Mountain, they looked insignificant. No one could touch Fanxue Mountain with him protecting it. Mo Fan clenched his fists. After obtaining the divine Great Heaven Seed Fire in Lanyang City, he had not used it to experience the power firsthand. Little Flame Bell had also received a perfect gift. When it merged with the Flame Demon King, it radiated a familiar feeling. Mo Fan clearly remembered falling into the doors of death in the ancient capital. The power of the devil hidden in the depths of his soul awakened, and it pushed his flame magic and contract summoning to its peak. The goddess Soul Shadow had been the most distinct. Little Flame Bell was in the strongest state of the goddess of Flame Bell. It perfectly combined with his fire element body. Mo Fan could feel that the fire demon who once competed with the mountain zombie had finally arrived. The devil was extreme and was generally prohibited. The surreal feeling that the power brought him had Mo Fan worried. The power was real. As long as the magic energy remained, he could use this power without associated side effects. Although the fire demon was able to transform into a wolf shadow demon and a thunder demon freely at that time, the fact that this is close to the level of a fire demon in the ancient capital is already amazing. Mo Fan admired the divine fire encasing his body. The fire demon in the ancient capital had burned the mountain zombie. Mountain Zombie was the supreme ruler. In the past, the masters of the ancient capital had joined forces to defeat it. Mo Fan had played a key role in overthrowing it. He hadn't reached the level of being able to fight it one-on-one, but he still had been extremely powerful at that time. Of course, if his cultivation of fire element reached the third level of the super level, he would be able to obtain the same strength as the fire demon. Demon element had pushed Mo Fan's magic element to its peak. Little Flame Bell was in perfect form, and Mo Fan had obtained the third level of the super level and the Great Heaven Seed. This was perfection. Even if he wasn't in total peak, he could still win in the realm of humans. Why did they want to besiege Fanxue Mountain so badly? Mo Fan was worried about that. He could not find any strong reason for the opponents to push this hard. But his confidence soared with his power. Zhao Jing was not the only one who desperately wanted Fanxue Mountain. Everyone, retreat! I will take care of them. Mo Fan flew towards Nanrong Shu, Elder Shou, and Elder Pang. The flames on his body fluttered like a red cloth that left trails in the sky. He waved his hands and the three opponents were encased in the flames. The divine fire ate through their defensive barriers and burned them. He heard their screams. Zhao Jing was enraged that Mo Fan underestimated him. As a person who was going to step into the realm of forbidden curses, how could Mo Fan just brush him aside like this? He chased Mo Fan. The red thunder print expanded, covering his entire palm. A palm as huge as a cloud covered the sky. It was dense and crowded with red thunderbolts. The lightning palm print fell from the sky and flattened several mountains into deep ridges. Mo Fan had been in one of these mountains that was now scorched black. But Mo Fan's body was shielded with huge fire wings and he suffered no damage at all. Mo Fan had expected Zhao Jing to come after him. He had intended it. He could not fight in front of the Fanxue Mountain Villa. The barrier around Fanxue Mountain was not strong. If they fought there, the whole of Fanxue Mountain would be destroyed. He could not risk that. This fruit forest was more suitable for battle. There were no residences here. Agriculture could always be recovered. Brother Zhao Jing. What kind of sorcery is Mo Fan using? Nanrong Shu was shocked. If the two elders hadn't used the water element magic to block the attack at the right time,
he would have been burned to a crisp. He must have absorbed some of the energy from the Earthfire pistol. Zhao Jing concluded. I didn't know Earthfire pistol could be used for cultivation, said Nanrong Shu in surprise. He borrows it temporarily. He can use it to become strong for a while, but he will die if he uses it too much. You go and invite the 3 guests of the Zhao family. Let us first subdue him. After he exhausts all his energy, we can attack Fanxue Mountain with ease, said Zhao Jing solemnly. Even you are not so, Nanrong Shu trailed off. I can defeat him. It's just too time-consuming, Zhao Jing said in justification. Chapter 2685. The 5 elders work hand in hand. What kind of miracle pill did he take to gain such supernatural power? Elder Shou's voice was full of awe and puzzlement. He was jealous of Mo Fan. The world was scarce in resources. Whenever a valuable gemstone was uncovered, the upper class of the city would fight amongst themselves and take it. Gemstones that had not been mined yet in the primitive lands belonged to the Demon King. It was close to impossible to grab the resources from large hordes and great empires through a fight. He does not have anyone powerful supporting him. Neither does he have significant networks or financial resources. Even so, he is already at this level. We must get rid of people like him. He is a potential threat that could cause us huge trouble in the future, Elder Pang said fiercely. Nanrong Shu did not want to confront Mo Fan head-on while he was at his strongest. He resolved to retreat for now and instead seek the 3 guests of the Zhao family. The 3 guests were helping the Divine Hunter group to deal with Mu Ningxue. The woman with the bronze bow from the Divine Hunter group showed promise and strength, and everyone thought she was a match even against Mu Ningxue. However, it did not take long for her stamina to run out. Mu Ningxue, on the other hand, grew ever so strong with her ice magic as the battle progressed. The trio frowned. They glanced at Mu Ningxue before turning to look at Mo Fan. These 2 people were outrageously powerful. They did not fight like new mags. Instead, they were like seasoned mags who had fully mastered fire and ice element already. They proved to be capable of fighting an entire army of mags by themselves. If we join the fight, what should we do with Mu Ningxue? We can't possibly let her slaughter our men, said one of the guests of the Zhao family. He was Master Bai Song. He was the one who tested most talents of the Zhao family and chose them based on their potential to achieve great things. Master Bai Song was highly regarded in the Zhao family. In fact, Zhao Manyan's father wanted his son to be Master Bai Song's disciple. But Master Bai Song had disliked the boy on account of his laziness and his laid-back attitude that he expelled the boy from his tutelage. Zhao Manyan's father had sent him to Pearl Institute in desperation, hoping that the boy could study on his own. Master Bai Song was the strongest among all. He had even managed to minimize the area of effect of Mu Ningxue's heavenly ice and earth crystal magic. If not for him, the entire area would have been covered in glacier half an hour ago, with one side covered in glacier, and the other reduced to a boiling pot of magma. The disciples would have been long dead. I can take on Mu Ningxue for now. Please help Zhao Jing, Nanrong Shu said. Mo Fan was much stronger than even Mu Ningxue. He fought like a giant trampling on puny ants. The other forces had formed groups of mags to take on the experts from Fanxue Mountain, but it was of no use. If anyone even tried to get close, Mo Fan's divine fire burned them to ashes. All right, said Master Bai Song. Do not underestimate your enemy. I believe she has stronger spells at her disposal. Master Bai Song was very close to the Nanrong family. He did not want anything to happen to Nanrong Shu. Don't worry, Master, said Nanrong Shu. I have my younger sister by my side. Also, Mu Ningxue might not really be a match for me. Master Bai Song glanced at Nanrong Ni. Without him noticing, she had already drawn close to her brother. She fixed her unwavering gaze on Mu Ningxue, already ready for a fight, as if she had a long-standing feud with her that needed to be settled. We have some secret spells with us. We can't really show our power in Mu Ningxue's territory. Her inborn talent is too powerful, Master Bai Song said. Why don't we prepare ourselves with some secret spells to handle Mu Ningxue? Nanrong Shu smiled. The three guests moved from the freezing place to the scorching hot side, which would be their new battleground. The Flame Demon King was still floating in midair, like a dazzling sun with an intent to set the whole earth on fire. Those who tried to get closer to him were reduced to ashes. These two are monsters, Master Lan Zhu mumbled. In the realm of ice and fire, those without super-level cultivation could not stay long in the battle, let alone fight with the duo. The elites they had brought from the clans could only fight with the members of Fanxue Mountain. They could not really join in and fight people like Mu Ningxue and Mo Fan. Judging from Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue's level of cultivation at such a young age, they must have followed the problematic path. The world is huge, and the Holy Judgment Court and Heresy Judgment Court might not have been able to eliminate all demonic and evil magic. When I was cultivating in Africa, I heard about the cruel sacrifices that Egyptian mags made by stealing human souls to improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds, said Elder Zhao from the Nanrong family. I used to work in the Holy Judgment Court a few decades ago. I think something is wrong with Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. I wonder how many people they have killed for such power, said a woman from among the three guests of the Zhao family. She was Master Qinglan. We have to get rid of such demonic and disastrous magic. We should stop holding back and unleash our power to end this catastrophe before they hurt someone else, said Edapang with righteous rage. The five elders were already in their 50s, and yet they spoke with such heroic spirit of preparing to contribute and sacrifice themselves for the sake of the people. Zhao Jing was amused that they had come here to seek comfort from him when they had subjected him to so much abuse and mistreatment. No wonder he could not dabble into the realm of forbidden curses in this life. Zhao Jing paid no mind to their shallow declaration. He came here to rob this place and take what he wanted. He did not care about his dignity or reputation. Once he entered the realm of forbidden curses, even the most heinous devil could become a saint. Elder Pang, Elder Zhao, Master Bai Song, Master Lan Zhu, and Master Qinglan were notable super-level experts. They resisted using their spells and magic because of their own reputation. They only wanted to get rid of Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue. But their power had threatened the elders and the masters, so they no longer wanted to hold themselves back. They had not expected a full-blown battle. They had thought this was just a silly skirmish between the youngsters and came to serve as an audience. But now the five respectable mags realized how powerful their opponents were. They panicked a bit and wanted to act before the situation got out of their control. Zhao Jing, you've been too reckless. Luckily, Elder Zhao and the rest of us are here. Master Bai Song chastised Zhao Jing. Is there anyone else here who is powerful enough to scare us? Obviously no. Even though Mo Fan is at his strongest right now, we can tire him out and destroy him. Master Bai Song's face lit up with determination. They were the key people in this battle. With them here, there was no way Fanxue Mountain couldn't be taken down. Chapter 2686. Galaxy Falls. 6 of them would strike together. 5 were elders of the family, and Zhao Jing was much stronger than them. Zhao Jing was still the one with the most destructive power. Ever since he acquired Moon Charm Force, he could inflict extreme destruction compared to the others. He was confident that he could raise the entire Fanxue Mountain to the ground. Elder Zhao and Elder Pang from the Nanrong family primarily targeted Mo Fan. They did not have the magical power to destroy the world like Zhao Jing, but they were like poisonous scorpions, lurking in places where Mo Fan could not see, then ruthlessly attacking his weakest spot when he least expected it. Mo Fan had to watch out for those too. On the other hand, the 3 masters of the Zhao family were the pinnacle of orthodox magic. When they demonstrated their skills, the dazzling flash of Star Constellation and Star Palace was seen. The 3 of them possessed a certain secret spell. When the trio stood in the magical array where the halos intertwined and cast their spells, magic flew in rapid succession like a 3-barrel magic turret with incredible power and high firing frequency. Zhao Jing confronted Mo Fan directly. He had fully mastered the 4 elements. Besides the lightning element and light element, he was also an expert in plant element and wind element. A strange seed was buried into the charred land and blasted by Zhao Jing's lightning.
The sky turned crimson. It was demonic red, as if the distant blood galaxy had been torn apart. It emitted a bizarre light that would be reflected in the infinite universe for many years to come. The fall of calamity. Zhao Jing was truly like Thanos the Destroyer. He possessed an exaggerated ability of control. The strange but spectacular galaxy in the sky was ripped open, and meteors smashed down on the earth, destroying everything in its path. Fanxue Mountain shook as if it was going to fall into the cliff the moment the mountain terrain collapsed. Fanxue Mountain elites and the Mercenary Union fought on the terrace when they sensed the terrifying force of the meteors. Some of them were thrown into the air. The strange young plant on the charred land continued growing despite the impact. After a rain of meteors, the young plant grew into a gigantic tree and still continued its ascent. Zhao Jing used to cast a similar spell at Lanyang City. At that time, he had cast it for evacuation purposes. This time, the situation was different. He remained rooted next to the gigantic plant, as if guarding it from being destroyed by others. Mo Fan was puzzled. When the strange plant swayed, it shook even more meteors from the sky to rain down on Earth. Normally, such a plant would wither after a while because of high magical energy consumption. What caused the plant to stand strong despite the heavy meteor rain? It was truly a strange plant. Mo Fan had to destroy the plant. It could prove to be disastrous. Just as he inched forward towards it, Master Bai Song appeared suddenly above him and drew his ancient divine monument stone sword against him. Mo Fan evaded him in the blink of an eye and flew 1,000 miles away just as circles of sand vortex appeared at the tip of the sword. The sand vortex circled and sucked everything around it. Mo Fan was slowly dragged towards the sword as the vortex sucked all the air in front of it. Mo Fan looked surprised. That old coot was actually quite capable. Sequential, shouted Mo Fan. He might be in the form of the Flame Demon King, but that did not mean he could not use other magical elements. The quicksand from the sword created a suction power which was derived from the earth element. Mo Fan could use it to create an outward push force in the chaotic zone. When the sequential seal struck the ancient divine monument stone sword, Mo Fan forcibly reversed its rules. He got it right. The circles of sand patterns resembling quicksand began to move outward, creating a pushing force and sending Mo Fan directly towards Zhao Jing's evil tree. Mo Fan summoned his Tiandi flame sword. An open heaven flame hatchet resembling a mountain ridge appeared in his hand. He raised his hands and swung the blade downward. A waterfall of fiery red flame intertwined with fire and lightning fell on the earth. "Let me help you." Elder Pang appeared near Zhao Jing. He spread his arms and sea water flowed from his body. The water surged and churned, transforming Elder Pang into a towering ocean giant. Statue of Ocean God. Elder Pang's body turned into a gigantic ocean demon. He stood in front of the strange demonic tree. Mo Fan swung his open heaven flame hatchet at him. The raging fire and seawater split in two strands. They rushed in opposite directions, creating a panorama of fire and water. Elder Pang, who was in the form of the statue of Ocean God, collapsed. He was sent flying backwards by the force of the hatchet. A flaming axe-shaped scar appeared on his chest. He wailed in agony. When Elder Pang offered his help, he had not expected the Flame Demon King to be this powerful. The Flame Demon King restrained Elder Pang's water element magic and overcame Elder Pang's status of ocean form. Elder Pang was severely wounded. "Help me stall him for a while longer. Once my star tree is planted, the entire Fanxue Mountain will turn into a corpse pit." Zhao Jing shouted. Under the power of moon charm force, his star-shaking evil tree had reached a higher realm. Once the evil tree grew to its zenith, Blood Galaxy would collapse. The whole heaven would collapse, and the destruction will be immense compared to that inflicted by a few falling meteors. "Let us do this." Master Lan Zhu and Master Bai Song gave up on the unique magical array. They stood on either side of Zhao Jing, guarding him. The five elders seemed to realize now that Zhao Jing's magic was capable of destroying heaven and earth. They came to his aid. Some protected him while others stalled Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked up and saw the peculiar blood galaxy. As the gigantic evil tree swayed, the blood galaxy flaked off as if it could lose its spatial floating power at any time and collapse on everything down below. Fanxue Mountain was not very huge. It had already become unrecognizable as a result of such a high-level magical battle. Zhao Jing's magic would not only wipe out everyone on Fanxue Mountain, but it would also wipe the mountain itself from this world. The thought was frightening. The occasional fall of the meteors had already caused much damage. Old Zhao! Mu Bai's expression darkened. He gestured towards Zhao Manyang. Everyone finally sensed that something was seriously wrong. Even Mo Fan as the Flame Demon King found the situation difficult to overcome. Chapter 2687. Buddha Zhao. I can't stop the blood galaxy from collapsing even if I drain all of my energy. Zhao Manyang said despairingly. There was a huge gap between his and Zhao Jing's cultivation, after all. Besides, Zhao Jing's plant element magic was extremely weird. Zhao Manyang had no idea how Zhao Jing got hold of a demonic seed. The seed was so powerful that it could shake the entire plane of stardust. If that happened, no one would be able to withstand a stardust avalanche. I will help you, said Xinxia. Are you able to stop it? Asked Zhao Manyang. Xinxia shook her head. I have a strong magical amplification power, but I lack magical defense power. This is the golden brilliant charm. It will triple your magical defense. I can also grant you for other blessings so that your 4 elements of magical power can increase radically at least by half. Zhao Manyang's jaw dropped at the offer. I am not very good at math. Can anyone tell me by how much my powers will increase if she does that? Cut the F***king crap and go up there now, said Mu Bai and pushed Zhao Manyang forward. When Zhao Manyang saw the golden brilliant charm, it looked like a small sunflower gleaming in the light. It exuded a feeling of fulfillment. He possessed a lot of magical defense power. The increase in the level of power of the Seal of Hegemony and Water Christ beads would enhance his magical defenses to a certain extent. Zhao Manyang drew a long breath as he looked up at the destructive blood galaxy above him. It's time for all of you to witness my power. Zhao Manyang cried out, trying to convince himself more than anyone else present. He had used those lines while flirting with ladies from foreign lands. He thought it was appropriate for such an occasion as this, too. The 5 elders blocked Mo Fan. Mo Fan was getting increasingly worried at the growth of the demonic tree. He was not afraid of Zhao Jing. He would only suffer some minor injury and scratches if he had to fight Zhao Jing. But he was worried that Zhao Jing intended to target not only him but the whole mountain. Zhao Jing's magical power encompassed the entire Fanxue Mountain, including the members of the mountain. Once the galaxy fell, at least half of the Fanxue Mountain elites would be killed. The disappearing star charm that Xinxia had cast on the members to protect them won't be able to withstand the fall of the galaxy. The 5 elders realized this. No matter how aggressively Mo Fan launched his flames, they diffused his attacks. The elder mags had their unique spells which they used now. It did not take long for the evil tree to grow into trendy demonic star tree. The small branches on the crown of the tree touched the blood galaxy. As it did, the tree began to shake. The earth shook and a layer of rocks began to shatter. The destruction was just beginning. Soon, the blood galaxy would collapse. The galaxy itself was made up of large destructive meteors from an unknown plane. Zhao Jing had the ability to transport them to this world through the demonic tree. Swarms of meteors fell once again. These had flaming tails and illuminated fronts. The flames on their tail faded and were replaced by a star line that hung as densely as the rain over Fanxue Mountain. The people in the mountain were already trying hard to survive the impact of the meteors from a while back. They couldn't make it if the entire blood galaxy collapsed. Fanxue Mountain at that moment appeared as small as a grain of sand. Mo Fan looked up. He felt helpless. He did not have any magical power that could prevent the blood galaxy from falling on their heads. He could not even stop the destructive meteors. Fanxue Mountain will be covered with corpses at this rate. Buzz? A golden sculpture-like body charged to the peak of Fanxue Mountain. His entire body glowed like Christ. He looked divine and extraordinary. Old Zhao? Mo Man was puzzled. Mo Fan knew the bitter truth that Zhao Manyang could not stop the blood galaxy from collapsing. Nobody could. However, at the moment he looked different from his laid-back self. He charged forward and raised his hands as if he was going to hold the sky with his bare hands. The golden light shone even more brightly. A massive golden armor that resembled a tortoise shell appeared hundreds of feet above him. What had looked like an illusion now turned into solid gold. Zhao Manyang's magical defense looked like a gigantic tortoise arching its back, providing a thick layer of protection to those below. The collapse of the blood galaxy and the falling meteors would have destroyed even the Shueishin city. But the golden tortoise shell was like a huge umbrella that deflected the meteors and protected the entirety of Fanxue Mountain. They were safe as long as they were under the huge umbrella. "It's the Golden Christ," one of the Fanxue Mountain elites, Zhong Li, cried out. He wanted to kneel on the ground and worship the Golden Christ. Everyone had almost given up and had been ready to leave it up to their fates to face the imminent disaster. No one had expected a figure to stand Christ-like and provide them protection with the golden tortoise shell-like armor and save them. For a moment, the blood galaxy reflecting off the armor looked like fireworks. They were gorgeous and, thankfully, harmless. It's Zhao Manyang, Bai Hongfei, Xiao Yu, and the rest of their group looked in disbelief as they recognized the elderly monk glowing in golden light. It's Buddha Zhao. Buddha Zhao. He saved them from mass destruction. They had been so sure that death was imminent at the fall of the blood galaxy, but this person with a calm and compassionate face had appeared, glowing golden, and saved them all from their demise. He truly was a living Christ. "I'm Zhao Manyang." Zhao Manyang was puzzled at the crowd calling him Christ all of a sudden. "Fine. I'm Buddha Zhao." He began to be known as Buddha Zhao after that. He acknowledged that there was nothing wrong with the name. He wore a cross and saved them all, after all, just like Jesus Christ. "Everyone, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let the fall of the blood galaxy hurt you. Now, kill them all. Let them be aware that Fanxue Mountain is a ghost gate that can only be entered after death. It's a one-way ticket." Zhao Manyang shouted at them, hoping to boost their morale. "One-way ticket. Kill them all. One-way ticket." Now that they were provided with protection against death for the time being, the elites gathered their courage and charged. They formed a framework of star pattern and star constellation, and launched another wave of magical attack at the opposing mage group. Chapter 2688. 8 Fire Pattern. F***CK. What is that thing? Zhao Jing shrieked. The blood galaxy was Zhao Jing's trump card. If they wanted to take down Fanxue Mountain successfully, they had to rely on the fall of the blood galaxy. But who would have expected that it would only cause a little bit of an earthquake without much damage to Fanxue Mountain? Zhao Jing begrudgingly fixed his gaze on Zhao Manyang. He wanted to charge at him and strangle him to death. When one is in danger, one always focuses on using all their cultivation to save themselves. Zhao Jing watched Zhao Manyang's layer upon layer of protective magic and lost the desire to attack momentarily. "Zhao Jing, focus on Mo Fan. It's crucial to take him down," said Master Bai Song. Zhao Jing began to lose his patience. If he attacked Mo Fan with the blood galaxy, he could injure him severely. Maybe he could still kill Mo Fan. "I can't make the blood galaxy fall on a specific place only," Zhao Jing said despairingly. Master Bai Song looked at the fading blood galaxy in the sky and glanced at the demonic tree, which was withering fast. It made sense. If one could target only a certain place for the blood galaxy to fall onto, that would almost be taken as a semi-forbidden curse. The one with the golden tortoise shell-like armor is quite strong. We have to be careful of him. Master Bai Song frowned. There were quite a number of experts hidden in the Fanxue Mountain. They had miscalculated and acted too recklessly. Despite the difficulties, they had to take Fanxue Mountain down. HMPH. I know who he is. I never would have thought he was still alive. I thought it was a rumor to confuse Zhao Yuqian. I didn't think it would have been true. Zhao Jing stared at Zhao Manyang with eyes full of malice. Who is he? Asked Master Bai Song. Zhao Manyang. Master Bai Song, Master Lan Zhu, and Master Qinglan looked shocked. All of them now stared at Zhao Manyang. Judging from Zhao Manyang's divine power at the moment, the masters had thought that he was someone on their level. No one had expected that the person was Zhao Manyang, who was known for being a rich man's worthless son. Master Bai Song had despised him and refused to continue Zhao Manyang's education under him. It had only taken Zhao Manyang a few years to develop his strength to be comparable to the masters. Zhao Jing had been the one who had suggested to Zhao Yuqian to kill Zhao Manyang. Among the successors in the Zhao family, Zhao Manyang had been the most eccentric. Zhao Manyang had managed to win the first place in the World College Tournament and was most likely to be in control of the funds of the Zhao lineage. Zhao Jing and Zhao Yuqian hung out together all year round. He had convinced Zhao Yuqian to get rid of his elder brother. The family favored the younger one anyway and yet hesitated. Zhao Jing had finally persuaded Zhao Yuqian and introduced him to the Hall of Assassins. Zhao Jing hadn't expected Zhao Yuqian to be an idiot. He had failed to eliminate Zhao Manyang, and this worthless person had appeared today and foiled all his plans. Let's put that aside for now. We need to finish this battle quickly, decided Zhao Jing. Okay. The masters nodded. What choice did they have? The Flame Demon King charged at them ruthlessly at that moment. Elder Pang, who possessed water element magical power, was already wounded. Mo Fan took advantage of that and charged at him. Elder Pang's chest bore a burnt wound. He was in excruciating pain. He could not even cast simple spells because of the pain. When he saw the Flame Demon King charge at him, he screamed and fled. Inferno Air Rift! Mo Fan ripped the air a few thousand miles ahead of him. Hot magma spilled through the crack, forming a long rift in the valley with molten hot magma. The rift valley floated in midair and blocked Elder Pang's way. Mo Fan ripped it even more. The magma rushed straight at Elder Pang from the rift valley. The blinding fire was so intense that Elder Pang did not know how to evade it. Don't just keep running! Master Lan Shu shouted at him. Elder Pang looked troubled and panicked. He summoned all his strength to make a lightning-fast flip and evaded the incoming lava in the nick of time. Call Nanrong Ni over. I need her to cure my wound before it rips open, yelled Elder Pang. She and Nanrong Shu are taking on Mu Ningxue, responded Elder Shou. Be careful! Elder Pang whipped around at Elder Shou's warning. Mo Fan had appeared undiscovered from the magma rift. He was ablaze with the heavenly fire. Elder Pang wondered how Mo Fan had traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. 8 fire patterns! Mo Fan stretched out his right palm. He pressed on it with his other hand and the flaming hair stood on its roots. Boom! 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 Magma from 8 heavenly flame patterns targeted Elder Pang simultaneously. Elder Pang summoned his magical armor, shield, and guardian weapon. In an instant, 3 protective lights surrounded him, sea blue, light green, and ice white. However, his 3 defenses melted away. Elder Pang was forced to confront the 8 fire pattern on his own. He screamed in agony. Before he even found his voice to scream, his face was already burning. Flames furled out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. The flames spread to his entire body and burned him. When the flames from the 8 fire pattern died down, Elder Pang collapsed to the ground, entirely burnt black. He was barely alive. He crawled on the ground in pain. His eyes were full of agony and desire to survive. He crawled towards Nanrong Ni. Only she could save him now. B****, I'll kill you! Elder Shou screamed in rage. Elder Shou was very close with Elder Pang. Seeing Elder Pang suffering like this, Elder Shou could not control his wrath. The 3 guests from the Zhao family were horrified. They had never expected Elder Pang, a super-level expert who had fully mastered double elements, to almost die at the hands of Mo Fan's 8 fire pattern. Chapter 2689. Ice Ring Execution Equipment. Wait! I'll start with a round of Thorn Ice Ring. Master Bai Song stopped Elder Shou from rushing into the fight. Master Bai Song had already prepared the magic spell. He drew a standard circle in the air, and the next moment, a freezing cold Thorn Ice Ring appeared on Mo Fan's ankles. Mo Fan looked down and noticed the ice around his ankles. There were no chains, but the Thorn Ice Ring was covered in sharp, thorny barbs. What is this? Why am I unable to get rid of it? Thought Mo Fan. He was puzzled. He didn't know what kind of strange spell Master Bai Song had used to lock him in the Thorn Ice Ring. Mo Fan attempted to get rid of it when he suddenly saw a figure to his left. There were silver spots of light around this figure. He also noticed traces of water waves vibrating in the air. It was a space element magical power. Mo Fan turned to the figure when it suddenly vanished before his eyes, leaving countless silver spots of light in the air. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to figure out what the disappearing figure intended. But Mo Fan himself was a space element mage. He was aware of the type of spell that figure was about to cast. Axis of Death? The spell allowed a magician to travel through space nodes within a second and carve an unbreakable space axis on the enemy's body. When the space nodes formed a star constellation-like compass, a dark crimson axis of death would penetrate one's heart or between one's brows brutally. Mo Fan could care less about the Thorn Ice Ring surrounding his legs right now. He quickly located the space element magician in order to set himself free from the space seal. But the mage kept disappearing from his sight. Mo Fan could only occasionally see silver dots and traces of light as the figure used space jump. Go to hell! Elder Shou's voice boomed behind Mo Fan. Mo Fan spun around, but Elder Shou had already disappeared. Mo Fan was running out of time. If he was unable to find the space node, the unavoidable axis of death would penetrate him. He did not slow down. He instead used the black horn helmet to activate his dragon senses to its peak. Mo Fan's mental state and senses elevated to the 8th realm. He no longer needed to rely on his eyes to locate Elder Shou. He could rely completely on the vibration of the space and sketch a pattern in his mind. He was able to predict Elder Shou's next space node in advance. Divine Bird Fist. Mo Fan sped up. He ran up to where he assumed would be Elder Shou's next space node and swung at him. Mo Fan adjusted his power by injecting a bit of Little Bell's Chendi Flame Calamity. His magical power rose to a terrifying level. It was even stronger than a super-level Star Palace. Mo Fan's entire body was ablaze once again with dancing flames. His swing made a whooshing sound in the air like a phoenix's cry. The flames from his body transferred to his fists and unleashed all impact on Elder Shou. How did he see through that? Wondered Elder Shou in shock. When he tried to change his position, he crashed with Mo Fan's Divine Bird Fist. Elder Shou had intended to move to the middle because it was the core of the space compass. The axis of death would only be complete if Elder Shou managed to light up that part. Elder Shou was struck by Mo Fan's powerful Divine Bird Fist. He immediately collapsed and careened into the forest like an airplane with its engine on fire. Elder Shou screamed in agony as he crashed down to the ground. He was still stunned by Mo Fan being able to predict his magical moves. Both of them were space element magicians. The opponent would have understood the type of magic he was using. But how was he able to gain insight into his magic details? Elder Shou climbed up from the remnants of an ash ravine. Mo Fan's Divine Bird Fist had not only defeated Elder Shou, but had also left a long phoenix trail on the mountain range. Elder Shou's wound was ripped open as a result of the burning flames. He was now in excruciating pain. To Elder Shou, it was a disgrace to be beaten up by a junior. Master Bai Song landed next to Elder Shou. We can't go after him in this state. Mo Fan is possessed by the divine fire and flaming pet. We must figure out a sensible way. Master Bai Song cast a spell that put out the fire raging across the land. He helped ease Elder Shou's inflamed wound. Elder Shou gritted his teeth in frustration but did not fight back. Look at his legs. Mo Fan's arrogance will only make the Thorn Ice Ring pierce his ankles. Master Bai Song said. Elder Shou stared at the thorn ice ring. He realized that the ring surrounding Mo Fan's ankles was releasing coldness slowly. He also noticed that Mo Fan was in pain. Thorn ice ring will steal his energy whenever he performs his magic. It will then turn into sharp thorns and pierce his ankles. Not everyone can put up with that kind of pain. Master Bai Song looked smug. There were great magicians in this world. Only a few were truly invincible. Magic was ever-changing, but supernatural force, forbidden realm, grim magic, secret spell, and forbidden law could always be restrained in one way or another. Mo Fan could have pursued and delivered Elder Shou a crushing blow. However, he felt thousands of ice needles piercing his ankles. He shivered in cold and in pain. The blazing flames on his body dissipated. His divine flame and Qiandi flame calamity were both suppressed. Little Flame Bell, can you shatter the thorn ice ring? Mo Fan asked. Purr. Little Flame Bell began to mobilize the Qiandi flame calamity. She centralized the purest and strongest of Qiandi fire on Mo Fan's ankles. She intended to burn away the bizarre thorn ice ring. Stop! Stop! Cried Mo Fan. The stabbing pain grew in intensity. He felt like his ankles were being sawed through. He was in so much pain that he could barely breathe. Purr, Little Flame Bell purred mournfully. It seems the thorn ice ring can absorb energy, just like my stone-stealing seal, Mo Fan said to Little Flame Bell. Mo Fan had a stone-stealing seal with a 1-mile radius. When a magic spell was cast on it, the stone-stealing seal would absorb all the power and transform it into a stone seal that Mo Fan could use. The thorn ice ring surrounding Mo Fan's leg served a similar purpose. Whenever he adjusted his magical power, the thorn ice ring stole some of his energy and rapidly turned it into ice spikes to torture him. Mo Fan had to admit that the thorn ice ring was much more powerful than his stone-stealing seal. Every time he cast a spell, the thorns grew and caused him unimaginable pain. Every movement was torture. Damn it! I can't even summon my magical equipment, shouted Mo Fan in dismay. Chapter 2690. Twilight Fire Line. Mo Fan regretted his choices. He should have summoned Black Dragon Suit. The elderly mags would not have been able to harm him if he was in the form of Flame Demon King in the Black Dragon Suit. The Thorn Ice Ring was much stronger than he expected. It could even restrain the magician from summoning his magic equipment. The Thorn Ice Ring was very rare and fatal indeed. Mo Fan wondered if there was a way to shatter it. He found himself in a difficult situation. If he could not use his fire power to suppress the elders, they might use the super-level 3rd grade destructive magic to hurt him. Zhao Jing was most likely to do that. In fact, Zhao Jing's destructive power was greater than that of the elderly mags. Master Lan Zhu and Master Qing Lan had completed the Star Palace. It was 10 times larger than an ordinary one. The magical energy surged and rolled like a vast ocean. The powerful wind and earth elements consumed both heaven and earth. Although the elderly mags had not cultivated all the 4 elements, they had reached the pinnacle for at least one of them. They had had sufficient time to brew and cast the spell while Mo Fan had been busy fighting. It was enough to inflict heavy damage on Mo Fan. Despite Mo Fan possessing the Goddess of Flame Bell, he could not withstand the super-level pinnacle power if it was directed at him. It was best to avoid them entirely. The Thorn Ice Ring only restrained Mo Fan from using his own power, it did not restrict him from using the power from the stone-stealing seal. He activated its power to create a mighty earth gigantic python. The gigantic python moved quickly through the mountains, taking Mo Fan away from the wind and earth element destructive atmospheric zone. Stop him! Master Qing Lan narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was angry and vicious. She summoned an enormous ship from strong wind. The wind of gigantic ship moved quickly through the air. It swept across the mountain and forest before charging at the retreating Mo Fan. The wind of gigantic ship was extremely powerful. It was far larger than the rebel alliance which Mo Fan had seen at an Ace. Master Qing Lan's level of cultivation was so supreme that she was able to form the wind of gigantic ship all by herself when it usually took tens of thousands of wind element mage groups to form one.
Wind of Gigantic Ship was faster than Mo Fan's Mighty Earth Gigantic Python. Master Lan Yu had completed Earth Element Super Level Pinnacle Magic 2. Mo Fan's Mighty Earth Gigantic Python was slammed into pieces by the Wind of Gigantic Ship. Mo Fan frowned. He wondered what type of Earth Element magic Master Qing Lan had cast that destroyed the magic from his stone-stealing seal so easily. Just then, he saw a gigantic spider slowly rise up on top of the mountain range. Mo Fan's eyes widened. The spider had legs longer than the mountain range. It took only one step for the spider to reach Mo Fan. The legs weren't just long, they were sharper than the pointed peak of the towering mountain. The gigantic spider was made of brown and black rocks. It was heinous and terrifying. Its legs glowed with a chilling metallic luster. Mo Fan questioned what kind of magic he could use to destroy something as enormous and lethal as this creature. "What's that thing?" Mo Fan cursed. Mo Fan could not tell if it was a summoning element or earth element. The rock cliff demon spider moved extremely fast. It crawled with its 8 legs and created many potholes in the mountain range. "Big Brother Mo Fan," rang Xinxia's voice in his mind. "Go over to the bright unicorn." Mo Fan looked up to see the bright unicorn which was coming for him on multicolored clouds. Its perfectly proportioned figure and the grace with which it moved amazed him. Bright Unicorn turned its head. It drew the shape of a corona with its long, brightly patterned spiral horn. The corona glowed and smashed against the rock cliff demon spider which had been about to bite Mo Fan. The rock cliff demon spider began flaking off and it wobbled as though it was going to collapse any second. The bright unicorn's glowing corona had delivered a fatal blow. The enormous spider charged aggressively at Mo Fan as a last resort before coming to an abrupt halt. "There's still another one at the Heaven Mountain," Mo Fan said to the bright unicorn. The frightening Wind of Gigantic Ship was still moving through Heaven Mountain. Its destructive power was shockingly powerful. The surface of the Fruit Mountain was almost destroyed and it was heading for Fanxue Mountain. The bright unicorn landed beside Mo Fan. It lowered its head and aimed its long and sharp horn at Mon Fan. Mo Fan was temporarily frozen in fear before realizing that it was actually aiming at the thorn ice ring around his ankles. The moment its horn touched the thorn ice ring, the ring shattered and solidified on the ground. "Thank you." Mo Fan was over the moon with relief. He finally felt calm. The chilling, cold spikes had been digging so deep into his ankles that the pain had almost blinded him. Mo Fan hated Master Bai Song more than anyone else. He was truly evil. Master Bai Song would rather become someone else's lapdog and incite them instead of directly fighting. The Wind of Gigantic Ship struck. Mo Fan charged up to the sky. A dazzling red light penetrated the Wind of Gigantic Ship and came out of its other end. Mo Fan flew higher and higher until he could locate Master Bai Song on the ground. He then stopped midair. "Twilight Fire Line." Mo Fan let out a long howl and spread his arms. He floated in midair. His body straightened into a vertical line, like a living cross hanging in the sky. Suddenly, a change came upon heaven and earth. The Twilight Fire Line stretched into the sky indefinitely. The sky above the Twilight Fire Line was gloomy and cloudy, while the sky below the line turned crimson, as if the world had split in two. Mo Fan's ferocious fire would engulf everything below the Twilight Fire Line. Mo Fan stood in the middle of the Twilight Fire Line, like a god in charge of the day and night cycle. He unleashed raging fire from the line which smashed onto the earth one after another. It was a terrifying sight to behold. The 3 masters of the Zhao family were perplexed. They did not know how to evade such destructive fire. Despite reaching the pinnacle of super level, the power of Mo Fan's Twilight Fire Line exceeded the realm. It was almost considered a semi-forbidden curse. "Hurry, let us stand on the same line and withstand the force," Master Bai Song shouted. The other 2 joined in to help Master Bai Song. They cast their magical defenses in the hopes of surviving the Twilight Fire Line. They would perish if they separated from each other. The trio gave it everything they had. They summoned their magical equipment and tools. They glowed in a protective luster under the fiery light. At that moment, they appeared as tiny as a grain of sand in the vast universe as the Twilight fire line crashed at them from the crimson sky. Chapter 2691. The 5 Elders perish in fire. As the fire whooshed from the sky, the trio of masters were almost crushed by Mo Fan's Twilight fire line. Colorful sparks flew everywhere. Master Bai Song and others were consumed by a vortex formed by layers upon layers of flames. Their souls were devoured by the ferocious twilight flame. It was visible to everyone on Fanxue Mountain, including Fanxue City. The twilight sky collapsed, spreading blazing flames everywhere. Heaven and earth were set on fire entirely until everything was devoid of the sign of life. The magical defenses of the 3 masters slowly turned from illuminating luster to something pale and greyish. They held each other tightly as they reached their limit of withstanding the destructive power. They passed out from the force and collapsed on the ground. Master Bai Song looked like black charcoal. Among the trio who had collapsed, Master Bai Song was the first to gain consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of blood twilight. He assumed that Mo Fan had not finished using his Twilight fire line. Master Bai Song gathered his last bit of energy to cast a protective spell on himself to avoid getting reduced to ashes. Much later, when he awoke again, he found himself staring up at Mo Fan. He looked mad. Mo Fan directed a radiant smile at Master Bai Song. His face was still ablaze. His eyes were as sharp as a demon's. "You are a heretic." "A heretic," shouted Master Bai Song. As he cried out, a part of his face flaked off, revealing something skinless underneath. "I am powerful, so by your logic I must be a heretic, huh?" Mo Fan let out a laugh. "Support our." Master Bai Song had always assumed that those with a supreme level of cultivation had cultivated demonic and evil magic that was harmful to others. He branded everyone powerful than him as a heretic and a troublemaker. Master Bai Song was truly ignorant. Those with demon element magical powers would have been arrested by the Heresy Judgment Court long ago. Mo Fan possessed orthodox magical power. Unfortunately, the stubborn elderly mags refused to acknowledge it and accused him of being a heretic. "You call yourself the elders of our society and yet you abuse your power for your own personal gain. You refuse to acknowledge right and wrong and instead use your powers to rob the poor." Mo Fan walked towards Master Bai Song. His eyes were full of anger. "What are you doing? Are you going to kill me?" "It's just a family dispute. I'm the head of the Ice Element Association, general of the southern area, and one of the most respectable guests of the Zhao family." Master Bai Song blurted out his titles in a single breath. "Do you know Su Lu?" Mo Fan asked. "Chairman of Asia." Master Bai Song looked puzzled. Could this be Su Lu's relative? But Su Lu was dead. Master Bai Song reasoned. "Who the hell do you think you are when I have slaughtered the chairman of Asia himself?" thundered Mo Fan. He stamped his foot on the ground. 36 volcanoes erupted simultaneously and an enormous flame dragon flew into the sky. The flame dragon formed a majestic flame palace. Master Bai Song, Master Lan Zhu, and Master Qinglan appeared as small as volcanic ash as they burned inside the flame palace. The trio lacked the strength to fight back. They screamed in agony. Their voices even reached Fanxue Mountain, reminding everyone of the consequences of fighting against Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan deliberately slowed down the fire of the flame palace so that everyone could witness the majestic and splendid flame palace devouring the 3 masters of the Zhao family. "You'll be meeting him soon." Mo Fan's flaming supernatural power was so crushing that it was several levels stronger than super-level pinnacle magic. Everyone panicked when they witnessed the state of the 3 masters. The flame palace did not disappear. It burned in the middle of the fruit mountain. Without the restraint of the thorn ice ring, the flame demon king was unstoppable. Soon, Mo Fan also caught Elder Shou and Elder Pang of the Nanrong family. He crippled them. "Think of this as your grand funeral," Mo Fan said coldly to Elder Shou and Elder Pang. "Don't kill us. Please don't kill us. It's just a family dispute. The winner gets everything. You don't have to drive us to death. We will compensate you." We will even sign treaties to ensure Fanxue Mountain becomes the first greatest force in Flying Bird Bay City. Please spare us. Elder Pang cried bitterly. The broken and wounded Elder Pang was nothing like his previous arrogant self. Mo Fan wondered if this was the same Elder Pang. Only when he saw the flame scar on Elder Pang's chest did he realize that this was the same person. You're fighting against everyone. If you kill us now, Fanxue Mountain and its people will die. Elder Zhao yelled desperately. He looked so pitiful, like a stray dog scorched by boiling water. He was a wreck, but still fierce. Regardless, Mo Fan decided to kill them all. He could not take their word seriously. I will definitely pay a visit to the Nanrong family in the near future. The decision to exterminate the family will entirely depend on the chief of the family. Mo Fan did not waste any more time and tossed Elder Zhao into the fiery depths of the Flame Palace. He was reduced to ashes. Spare me. Spare me, please. I have been greedy. But I can certainly be of use to you. Please, I beg you. I do not want to die. We only came here as guests. We did not even mean to join the fight and turn this into a bloodbath. Please? Elder Pang begged at Mo Fan's feet. Look at your hideous appearance. What's the point of staying alive? Mo Fan threw Elder Pang, who looked like a roasted pig, into the Flame Palace. As Elder Pang died, he was full of regret. He lamented the day when he heeded Nanrong Ni's words. Why had he come to Fanxue Mountain at all? Why did he have to face this demon? Mo Fan was true to his words. He had said that he would spare no one, and he remained by his vow. He knew that the elders had launched this attack on Fanxue Mountain with the intention of sparing nobody if they had won. There were over 1,000 members in Fanxue Mountain who stayed on to fight the battle. Mo Fan witnessed many of them die a tragic death in the middle of the chaos. Elder Pang and his group had never shown any mercy to them in the first place. All hail Flame Demon King! All hail Flame Demon King! Nothing was more remarkable than the fact that the 5 super-level masters and elders had been defeated. The crowd cheered. Victory was theirs. Almost. I never expected this. Uncle Carpenter was astonished. His strength was so great that it was comparable to the 5 elders who had died. He had reached the 3rd level for 2 elements. He had thought that he could hold the opponents back by himself until reinforcement for Fanxue Mountain arrived. He now saw that the true leader of Fanxue Mountain was a demon-like mage capable of defeating 5 super-level experts all by himself. With that, his heart soared because he felt confident that Fanxue Mountain will prosper in the future. Chapter 2692. You can't run after all that posturing. Zhao Jing's face turned pale. With his ability and background, he had been so sure that he could certainly defeat the rising power of Fanxue Mountain after enlisting some help from Lin Kang, the Nanrong family elders, the 3 masters from the Zhao family, and the Mercenary Alliance. He now had a situation where his men were being slaughtered one after another. Zhao Jing was upset with himself for underestimating the enemy. He had dismissed the Fanxue Mountain members as a useless bunch. Zhao Jing was even angrier with Mo Fan. Mo Fan was extremely arrogant and unrestrained. How did Mo Fan become so powerful? Zhao Jing had considered only himself to be unbeatable in this realm. Zhao Jing took a deep breath and stared at Mo Fan, who was still in the form of the Flame Demon King. He suppressed his own jealousy. Most of his manpower had been eliminated, he now had only himself to rely on. Mo Fan was capable of killing all the 5 elders all by himself. Zhao Jing did not have the confidence to take on Mo Fan. I'll try to drag him out. I suppose Mo Fan won't be able to keep his current form for a long time, Zhao Jing thought. Zhao Jing retreated into the forest towards the northwest. The mountain ridge connected to the west ridge, which was considered the White Magic Falcons and a few other mountain demons' territories. Fanxue Mountain's biggest weakness was that it faced northwest, which was at a very close proximity to the mountain demon. Fanxue Mountain had always been wary not only of the sea monsters but also of the mountain demon in the northwest. Since the winter season had arrived, the supply of food, water, and other basic necessities had been significantly reduced. A large number of demon creatures' lives were affected. They intended to attack human territory. Zhao Jing decided to take a detour. He did not want to confront the Flame Demon King at his strongest. Zhao Jing was a plant element magician. The situation would be favorable for him if he headed to the north side of the West Ridge where it was densely forested. "Mo Fan, we can't let him go," said Zhao Manyang as he watched Zhao Jing escaping. "I don't have the intention of letting him go. I want to slaughter him," Mo Fan said. "We must. If he escapes today, he will join forces with Zhao Yuqian. They'll do all they can to bring down Fanxue Mountain. The Zhao family has an abundance of financial resources, and they can even hire magicians from the realm of Forbidden Curse. Without the protection from Chairman Xiao Zheng, we can't fight the unscrupulous magicians from the realm of Forbidden Curse," Zhao Manyang said despairingly. Furthermore, the Zhao family's power extended to an international level. Zhao Jing and Zhao Yuqian were the ones who held the most power in that family. If Zhao Yuqian found out that Mo Fan was still alive and hiding in Fanxue Mountain, Zhao Yuqian and his men would try to destroy him and Fanxue Mountain. Not even the Mu family would be able to stop them. Zhao Jing must die today. Mo Fan understood this. It had only taken Zhao Jing a day's time to gather so many mage groups in the south to take on Fanxue Mountain. If Zhao Jing returned to the Zhao family and was given sufficient time to mobilize forces from the local and international countries to besiege Fanxue Mountain and its people would all perish. Besides, Mo Fan could not spare anyone who had caused such a huge damage to Fanxue Mountain. Zhao Jing's crematorium was ready for him. Zhao Jing must have summoned some sort of transport magical equipment. An extremely strong push force formed in the air as Zhao Jing floated at a speed away from the mountain. Each step took him more than a mile away. It would only take a little while for Zhao Jing to disappear behind the mountain. Without a second thought, Mo Fan summoned his black dragon wings. Even though Zhao Jing's air fly sneakers was already considered one of the fastest, nothing matched the speed of Mo Fan's black dragon wings. Zhao Jing crossed mountain after mountain with ease before leaping over a pine mountain. Moments before he had been at Fanxue Mountain, but now he was already at the depths of the northwest mountain where the mountain demon roamed. The air fly sneakers was Zhao Jing's life-saving magical equipment. A villain like him often faced life-threatening situations. Whenever he encountered a powerful enemy, he relied on this transport magical equipment to flee for his life. Mo Fan has yet to catch up with me, thought Zhao Jing as he turned his head to glance back the way he had come. Fanxue Mountain and Xuexin City were already far behind, almost blocked from view by the towering mountains. Zhao Jing felt disappointed in himself. He had no intention of fleeing. He wanted to lure Mo Fan into the thick woods so that he stood a chance of defeating him. Whoosh! 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 Zhao Jing felt strange gusts of wind blowing above his head. The violent force almost scraped the top of the lush, enormous pine mountain. Pine leaves flew in the sky. Several vortexes spun in the middle of the mountain. Needle-shaped pine leaves were sucked into these vortexes. The thorny mess then transformed into a dragon and soared up to the sky. Tree swayed and rocks rolled away. Zhao Jing looked up to see the enormous black dragon wings covering the sky. One could not help but shudder with fear when one saw the sky turn pitch black as the black dragon wings covered it. For a moment, Zhao Jing feared that an enormous dragon might crush him from above. When the ancient true dragon's imposing aura came in contact with the mountains and the earth, they almost crumbled. Zhao Jing gathered his courage. It was not a black dragon, it was Mo Fan. Mo Fan's wing magical equipment was rare and unique. Not only could Mo Fan trail him and fly above him, but he also had an extremely powerful dragon soul force. Life-sucking light. Mad growth. Zhao Jing suppressed his agitation and lifted his hands. Thousands of giant pines in the mountain were uprooted from the ground. They grew rapidly to hundreds of meters in height. The ordinary pine forest transformed into an ancient elf forest. The sky pine trees opened up their crowns, forming a sea of green with their branches, trunks, vines, and leaves.
They blocked the sun and the sky from sight. It was like a miniature version of Feathered Demon Heaven. Zhao Jing was regarded as an outstanding magician for being able to create such a magnificent world using his plant element magic power. The giant trees with their divine veins prevented Mo Fan's black dragon wings from fluttering, thus bringing down Mo Fan's aura successfully. There was an enormous trap laid out below Mo Fan. If he flew down there, he would be devoured by the terrifying giant wood world. Mo Fan was surprised to find that Zhao Jing still had many powerful and mysterious spells at his disposal. Mo Fan reminded himself not to take him lightly. After all, Zhao Jing was an expert who had fully mastered the four elements. Even Pang Lai, the royal magician, could not defeat Zhao Jing easily. Chapter 2693. Divine Wood Well. D****. Such a cunning dog. Mo Fan cussed at Zhao Jing. He located Zhao Jing with his black substance. He sensed that Zhao Jing had deliberately lured him into the giant wood trap. Mo Fan hovered high in the air and waited for Zhao Jing to appear. Zhao Jing, on the other hand, was well prepared. As long as Mo Fan hovered in the sky, Zhao Jing could hide under the shade of the giant wood world. Zhao Jing was also a light element magician. He was not afraid of Mo Fan's dark magic. Zhao Jing would remove the black substance on his body soon enough. If Mo Fan did not land on the ground, Zhao Jing decided to flee. But if Mo Fan did intend to land and fight him, Zhao Jing was all too willing to strike. Mo Fan was exasperated as he stared at the giant wood world. Old Zhao is right. No matter what comes to pass, I must kill Zhao Jing today. If he manages to escape, he'll get us into more trouble in the future, and the entire Fanxue mountain will never be at peace, thought Mo Fan. D****. Zhao Manyang is a jerk. He has not only lost his throne, but he also troubles me by seeking my protection. Mo Fan could not help but curse the entire Zhao family. Zhao Manyang was the youngest master of the Zhao family. He had been very close to Mo Fan for many years. Mo Fan did not mind that Zhao Manyang did not take him along to show off and poke fun at the other rich kids, or to flirt with socialites and young ladies from prominent families. But Mo Fan had driven himself to exhaustion in helping Zhao Manyang when his throne was being usurped. Fine. If I don't go down there, all of us are going to die anyway. What do I even have to fear with the Black Dragon's protection? Mo Fan maintained the form of Flame Demon King and flew down to the giant wood world. When he drew closer to it, he sensed that the giant wood world was similar to the demonic giant purple linden. It seemed like it was laughing at him as it opened its maw to devour him. Hee hee! Do you actually think that you are immune to my divine wood well just because you're ablaze with your flame? Zhao Jing smiled. The trick had worked. Zhao Jing had dreaded returning to the Zhao family with his troops defeated. It would have been a disgrace, especially since he was the heir to the family. He had many other competitors in the Zhao family. Therefore, he preferred emerging victorious and solving problems on his own. Zhao Jing was confident because he knew that the divine wood well was scarier than a bottomless pit. Once, he had accidentally entered a black forbidden realm where not even demon kings dared to go. Each year, the forbidden realm devoured a lot of powerful creatures. If it wasn't for Master Yong, an expert of the wood element forbidden curse, Zhao Jing would be dead. Even Master Yong himself had almost died inside the divine wood well. Zhao Jing dared not explore the divine wood well in depth. But he had something Master Yong had given, the divine wood well seedling. Zhao Jing had returned from the black forbidden realm with two treasures. One was the demonic seed that could cause the fall of the blood galaxy. And the other was the divine wood well seedling. Zhao Jing was still nurturing the demonic seed so that it would grow into a true evil plant and grant him more terrifying destructive power. He did not use it on every occasion. He was afraid that if he fell into the divine wood well, he would not be able to come out of it. The divine wood well was just a seedling. It was incomparable to the mature divine wood well in the black forbidden realm. Even so, it was almost impossible to come out alive from this miniature world. Squeak! 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 Something drew nearer to Zhao Jing. He realized that it was the sound of the tree being pushed aside. Zhao Jing knew something was very wrong. B*****. How dare you try to swallow me, said Zhao Jing in anger. The shrubs that had been extending towards him relaxed slightly. However, the strange shrubs surrounding the Divine Wood Well were growing rapidly. The shrub soon covered all the plants in the northwest mountain ridge. There were demons at the mountain ridge in the northwest. Most of them were mountain beasts and forest demons. Both of them were likely hungry like wolves, waiting for their prey from the human territory. They gathered at the mountain ridge in the northwest and roamed looking for food. As the Divine Wood Well grew, the mountain beasts and forest demons fled to other places in a frenzy. While the continuous growth of thicker woods was usually good for living creatures, they sensed the danger of the Divine Wood Well. Divine Wood Well was a graveyard of corpses. It had a demonic aura and the smell of death. Unfortunately, none of them managed to escape from the Divine Wood Well. The woods did not strike at them at once but waited and devoured them slowly at nightfall. If one ran fast enough to escape its ground and found other land, one could possibly survive it. Most of the living creatures trembled in fear and attempted to flee. Mo Fan, on the other hand, dove right in. Mo Fan was ablaze with divine fire. He had turned flaming red and blazing hot. He took pride in his hot flames. However, the moment he fell into the Divine Wood Well, his flames vanished without a trace. The Divine Wood Well had mysterious veins which overlapped densely. It was hard to say whether it was God's relics or the demon's grave. The Divine Wood Well was eerie and deep. Mo Fan felt like he was being watched. It was as though the branches and leaves had grown eyes and they stared at him with malice. He felt uneasy. His dark veins were more active than usual. It sent a warning to every part of his body. This was truly strange. His dark vein, when it detected a crisis, would send a warning signal to only a specific part of his body, alerting him of danger. This was the first time Mo Fan's dark vein sent so many warning impulses that covered every inch of his skin. Mo Fan's pores expanded throughout his entire skin. He possessed a dragon sense which enabled him to be aware of subtleties in the air which were usually invisible or unfeeling to the normal human body. It usually helped him see through magically concealed things, someone in disguise, or to overcome barriers. As Mo Fan's dark vein popped electrically, he concentrated and used his dragon sense to scan his surroundings closely. Those malevolent eyes were apparently there. Whenever he focused on a specific branch carefully, it looked normal. Aside from the twisted shape of it, nothing was out of the ordinary. But the moment he turned away, his dragon sense felt the wicked gaze on the branches looking at him. Mo Fan caught the strange gaze through his peripheral vision. He had his back turned to it, but his dragon sense was not fooled. His dark vein popped visibly on his skin whenever his dragon sense missed out on a wicked gaze in a specific area. It sent a chill down his spine. His vein seemed to be on high alert, as though saying, "Be careful of this side, watch out for that side. It's coming to you. It's just right beside you. Turn around now." Chapter 2694. Tree barks that show human faces. Aside from the bizarre plant surrounding him, Mo Fan could not see anything else. Yet, he felt that he had fallen into a demon's lair with thousands of eyes staring at him from every direction. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. It was difficult to put his feelings into words. There was danger everywhere, and his sensory nerves were on high alert. It made his heart beat faster and sent chills down his spine. However, try as he might, Mo Fan did not detect anything tangible with his ordinary five senses. His ordinary senses did not detect any crisis. "I must leave this place," Mo Fan said to himself. The longer he spent here, his desire to leave strengthened. "I must flee this place at once." Mo Fan was aware that this was a trap from the beginning. He had been careful while flowing down to this place. He had deliberately slowed down when entering Divine Wood Well. He explored the place but kept an eye on the spot where he had entered so he could leave when he needed to. Mo Fan saw the exit. Sunlight shone through the cracks of the densely forested Divine Wood Well. The sunbeam was clearly visible, and the light had become Mo Fan's only solace at that moment. He believed he could get out of there by following the light. Mo Fan patted his black dragon wings and flew swiftly through the branches that were so shriveled, they looked like the back of an old man's hand. He flew higher. The branches were shriveled and long. There were remnants of human blood and flesh on their tip as if human beings had been torn apart by them. The branches that looked like hands stretched towards Mo Fan, attempting to strangle him, poke his eyes and pull his tongue out. Mo Fan was stunned. He was once again ablaze with divine fire and formed a fiery vortex to protect himself. As soon as he transformed into the Flame Demon King, the surrounding branches swayed lightly. There was no sight of any claws or shriveled hands anymore. They just looked like trees. Squeak! 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 An eerie laughter rang through the woods. The twisted textures on the tree barks looked like smiling faces, as if they were mocking Mo Fan's fear. Mo Fan studied the tree barks more carefully. He had thought that the smiling faces on the tree barks would disappear. To his horror, the faces became even more visible. More faces were formed on other tree barks in varying stages. Mo Fan felt as if many heads were hovering around him. His heart skipped a beat. If they were only the souls of the undead, Mo Fan was not afraid of them. But each of the faces looked bizarre and wicked, as if they meant him harm. Apart from the scary faces, the entire place was densely packed with heads. It was frightening. Mo Fan had once entered the realm of dark hell and witnessed many terrifying things. If he hadn't had an experience, he would have been paralyzed in fear and frozen on the spot. Mo Fan bit his tongue to calm himself. Forget about everything. I am leaving, he resolved. Mo Fan flew towards the sunlight. He ignored the twisted things around him and focused on escaping. Damn it! Why is the forest getting denser? Mo Fan cussed. The sunlight was slowly disappearing. The plants grew rapidly and tried to cover the one spot of sunlight that shone in the forest. Mo Fan felt as though he was heading back into the woods, away from the sunlight. He felt lost. How is this possible? I was flying towards the sunlight. Could there be any chaos formation here? It's impossible. Mo Fan grew even more frightened. He thought he was flying toward the sunlight, but he was actually flying away from it. The chaos element magic power was capable of reversing the order of things. Mo Fan was a chaos elemental mage. Based on his level of cultivation in chaos element, he believed that the divine wood well was not a supreme chaos element mystery realm. In fact, it was clear that this was not from chaos element at all. There was no involvement of any chaotic magic. Mo Fan was convinced that there was neither chaos element magic power in the divine wood well. He didn't believe that he was mistaken about this. Can it be? He questioned Mo Fan inwardly. Mo Fan was enlightened. He closed his eyes and focused on using his dragon sense to observe the subtle changes in the divine wood well. Indeed. His mind was not playing any tricks on him, and there was no chaos element magic in these woods. The reason he found himself flying into the depths of the dense forest despite following the direction of the sunlight was because the divine wood well was expanding indefinitely. It was growing. And its speed of growth exceeded Mo Fan's speed of flight. It had nothing to do with its weirdness or barrier magic, it was because the divine wood well was expanding madly. That was hard to believe. How could Zhao Jing be in possession of such scary seedlings? Was this his true power? Mo Fan took a deep breath. There was a strange odor in the divine wood well. He wondered if the smell could harm his internal organs. But he could not possibly hold his breath forever. Since he could not fly out of this place, he could only go deeper into it. If the divine wood well continued to expand forever, he would soon find himself hopelessly lost in it. It would be pointless even if he transformed into the light chaser because the sunlight had completely vanished from his sight. The inside of the divine wood well was not entirely pitch black. The atmosphere was enveloped by a thin layer of hazy night light, like the cold moon. After spending some time in the dim moonlight, Mo Fan could gradually see things around him. Damn it! I've been to the dark plane before, so why should I be afraid of this forest?
I'd like to see what's hidden inside, thought Mo Fan, gathering his courage. He was aware that he could not escape from the Divine Wood Well. But if he lost his courage and gave in to fear, he would die here. F*CK. D*MN. How dare you even want to swallow me? You should disappear into thin air. You should get out of my sight. Mo Fan heard a voice shouting somewhere. He recognized it to be Zhao Jing's voice. He gathered that Zhao Jing had lost control of the Divine Wood Well and had fallen into it. To Mo Fan, this was good news. But not for long. If Zhao Jing managed to escape these woods, Mo Fan would be trapped here forever. Mo Fan tried to see where Zhao Jing was. Mo Fan felt that Zhao Jing was not as close to him as he sounded. It would be a waste if Mo Fan summoned his magical equipment now. Mo Fan called back his black dragon wings and black dragon horn helmet so that he could use them again if needed. Mo Fan headed to the direction of the sound of Zhao Jing's voice. His goal was to kill Zhao Jing no matter what. It would be even better if he could kill him inside the Divine Wood Well so that the Zhao family would not pester Mo Fan about his death. Chapter 2695. Thunder Flag. Mo Fan went deeper into the forest using his shadow elemental magic. He moved swiftly like a night demon raven. The strange plants surrounding him came to a halt. They no longer laughed eerily or formed frightening faces. But the chill from Mo Fan's dark vein lingered, keeping his nerves tense. He must not let down his guard. The surrounding creatures were not illusions. If he revealed his weakness, they would immediately devour him. He did not want to die at the hands of these creatures. As he went into the depths of the Divine Wood Well, he saw a bright light. He pulled the ghostly hands of the branches away and walked on the fallen leaves which resembled rotting flesh and bones. Mo Fan saw the cold lake. The cold lake emitted a chilly air. There were no water ripples on its surface. In fact, there was not even the slightest bit of air ventilation in the Divine Wood Well, let alone wind. The cold lake remained flat and undisturbed. Is this, speculated Mo Fan as he saw some animals drinking water from the lake. There were no ripples even when the animals lapped up the water from the lake. The weird thing was that the animals couldn't seem to stop. They crouched down and kept lapping up the water as if they were under some spell. Mo Fan walked to the edge of the lake. Although he was aware that there was something inexplicable regarding the lake and the animals behaved eerily, he could not stop himself from approaching it. The water on the surface was calm. Mo Fan saw his reflection in it. When he looked down, there was nothing else on the surface except his reflection. He looked pale, but something was wrong with his face. In the reflection, he was grinning, revealing that unnerving smile that he had seen on the faces that formed on the tree bark. Mo Fan took a few steps back in shock. He wondered if his subconscious was playing a trick on him. The reflection in the water wasn't his. It couldn't be. If the reflection was not his, what else could it be? Mo Fan took another deep breath to steady himself. He found the Divine Wood Well hard to understand. What exactly is that thing? Mo Fan was annoyed. Mo Fan was an atheist. He did not believe in the existence of devils. He went to the edge of the lake again. He fixed his gaze at his own pale face reflecting from the surface of the water. This time, his reflection was not grinning. Instead, he saw himself drown in the cold lake. Mo Fan shivered. Mo Fan saw himself dead. A corpse. Drowned in the cold lake. His reflection opened its eyes. The corpse was in a state of fright as though he had seen something terrifying before his death. He must have faced something that crushed his perseverance and damaged his mind. He had become a child who died a tragic death. He had wailed and begged for others, yet he had never fought back. Was the cold lake trying to warn Mo Fan about his future in the Divine Wood Well? Cold sweat broke out on Mo Fan's neck. Mo Fan was terrified. He shivered. But he decided that he would fight till the last breath to survive. Even though he knew he was going to die, he refused to cry. Even if he died here, he would never beg for help. He would not give in so easily. He would fight till the end.
He wondered what he would encounter in the divine wood well that would lead him to end up like this. Was it too late to figure out a way and escape from all this now? Impossible. I can't possibly die here. I can't die in this place. I will get the earth fire pistol. I will become the heir of the Zhao family business. I will become the forbidden curse mage. I will trample Gojakasa and make him regret all that he has done to me. Zhao Jing's scream rang out once again. Mo Fan saw Zhao Jing by the lake, too. He must have seen his own reflection in the water and gone berserk. Mo Fan brushed away his own disturbing thoughts and approached Zhao Jing. You! Do you think you can kill me all by yourself? Shouted Zhao Jing. What did you see? Mo Fan asked. Go to hell, yelled Zhao Jing. He charged at Mo Fan like a beast as if he did not care about anything anymore. That suited Mo Fan just fine. But Mo Fan was actually worried. Zhao Jing had grown this divine wood well. Mo Fan felt unsettled by his reflection. It had seemed so real and vivid as though this was his actual future. Seeing Zhao Jing in this state frightened Mo Fan even more. Zhao Jing must have seen his own death, too. Zhao Jing was charging at him as though it was Mo Fan who he had seen as his death. Was it possible that the cold lake showed them the future? Zhao Jing lunged at Mo Fan like a beast. Zhao Jing no longer hid his power. He charged at Mo Fan with a thunder flag. The thunder flag expanded. Zhao Jing raised the thunder flag like the god of thunder. He swung it and the earth was reduced to a thunder pool laced with lightning. The thunder pool was struck by lightning as thick as a pillar of sky. Mo Fan appeared as small as a grain of sand in the middle of such chaos. Go to hell! Zhao Jing shouted madly. He then smashed the earth with the thunder flag once again. The thunder pool turned into a catastrophic purgatory which could destroy all living things in the world. Mo Fan realized that this was Zhao Jing's strongest magic power, the lightning element. It would be almost impossible to withstand such destructive power. Mo Fan summoned his black dragon armor and covered himself in dragon scales. The patterns on dragon scales shone brightly in the dim moonlight. The black dragon armor was possessed by a black dragon soul and completed with black dragon scales. Mo Fan was covered in a unique layer of glowing immune dragon soul. Magic immunity! Zhao Jing's expression changed when he saw the glow. Magic immunity was a dragon's trait. Only a certain supreme dragon scale was immune to all elements below forbidden curse. When one was covered in dragon scales, one was protected from physical injury. It also minimized the power of the shockwave to its lowest level. Zhao Jing used the thunder flag to destroy the world. He transformed the earth into a thunder pool and pierced the sky until it was filled with holes. He was using a semi-forbidden curse. Zhao Jing intended to kill Mo Fan with the thunder flag. Chapter 2696. Sink into the lake. Zhao Jing's face turned ashen the moment Mo Fan summoned his dragon soul magic immunity. Everyone in this world cultivated magic for the rest of their lives because magic played a very important role in this world. Only those who could master the highest level of magic were seen as undefeatable. If that was true, why did magic immunity exist in the first place? Could Dragon be the ruler of this world? Could Dragon be the only one with absolute supreme magic? Shouldn't they be extinct by now? How did Mo Fan obtain a dragon soul item? When was the last time a true dragon bowed down to a human? Why would a dragon grant its essence of dragon soul to a human? Magic immunity. It was magic immunity. The intertwine of lightning in the sky inflicted no harm on Mo Fan. When Zhao Jing saw this, his bloodshot eyes were filled with anger, resentment, and above all, despair. Zhao Jing had seen his reflection in the cold lake. He was engulfed in Mo Fan's divine fire and burnt to ashes. That was how he was going to end up. Zhao Jing refused to believe that the divine would well had the ability to foresee everyone's death, unless it possessed the Creator's power. The sky was ablaze with flames. The enormous flaming celestial object arched across the sky. Countless claw-like branches swayed in the divine wood well. The fire brushed against the dim sky and illuminated them. It illuminated the plants surrounding the cold lake, as well. The flame calamity heaven fire was the combination of divine fire and Qiandi flame calamity that set the burning valley on fire. Mo Fan glowed in magic immunity power. He transformed into a furious flame Holy Spirit. When he exhaled, his breath turned into fiery heaven clouds. The heaven clouds produced flaming star objects that arched across the sky. Each of the flaming star objects had bright tails. The vast sky turned red and was split into half by these rays of light. Death was approaching Zhao Jing. His refusal to give up had turned into fear, the fear of death. His dread intensified, especially now knowing how he would die. Humans were fragile. After they see their loved ones die, they try to do everything in their own power to protect themselves in the hopes that they won't turn out to be like their dead ones. Zhao Jing had witnessed his companions' deaths. He had also witnessed his own. He quivered and grimaced under the blazing sky. Zhao Jing was engulfed in a hail of flames. When the flaming star objects fell on the ground, they spread into fire and built layer upon layer of flames. The intensified fire burned Zhao Jing's body slowly. He had a lot of life-saving magical power upon his personage. Most mags would be reduced into ashes immediately after they came in contact with Mo Fan and Little Flame Bell's firepower. Zhao Jing, on the other hand, was burning slowly. He was burned from his hair to his skin, then to his muscles, and finally his marrows. Zhao Jing struggled throughout the process. He charged at the cold lake, hoping to extinguish the divine fire on him. However, the water in the lake was peculiar. It wasn't water at all but something gel-like. The animals who were at the edge drinking the water actually had their tongues stuck in it. They could not pull their tongues out. They eventually became frozen in time in that way. The cold lake water could not extinguish the fire at all. Zhao Jing walked on the water surface. He screamed in agony and ran around the lake. He then abruptly came to a halt. He slowly knelt on the surface of the cold lake. The ghost flames surrounded him and gradually engulfed his remaining tissues. He stumbled forward and collapsed. The flame dissipated. There was nothing left to burn anymore. His bones turned into charcoal rather than ash. It meant that Zhao Jing must have consumed some spiritual fruits and miracle pills that strengthened his bones more than an ordinary human. The 5 elders had been reduced to ashes, and their ashes had been scattered in the Fanxue mountain orchards. There will be a golden orchard in the future. Meanwhile, Zhao Jing's ashes sank to the cold depths of the cold lake. It was a strange phenomenon to foresee. When Zhao Jing had looked for water, the cold lake had provided none. Its surface had turned solid. But now that he was dead, the surface mysteriously melted and sank Zhao Jing's remains to its depth. After his remains were submerged, the surface became solid once more. The water flowed underneath the surface. Even if Zhao Jing had survived the fire, he would have drowned in this water. Whenever Mo Fan cast such powerful fire magic, the remnant of his fire power would burn the ground until it turned to charred land. However, the plants in the divine would well remain dense, and the air was humid. There was no sign of a catastrophic fire from moments ago. Mo Fan's fire power was capable of burning down the entire burning valley and all living things. He believed the magic power that he had cast just moments before was comparable to the flame calamity heaven fire which had burned down the burning valley. However, even that fire did not last long in the Divine Wood Well. The Divine Wood Well was like a forest demon with supernatural power. When someone attempted to light a fire to illuminate the surroundings, it would suddenly appear and blow out the flames. The woods and the cold lake were similar. Mo Fan felt as if the whole wood was one living creature. Mo Fan walked on the surface of the cold lake. He wanted to confirm Zhao Jing was really dead. Some mags had a strange magic capable of transferring one's soul into another body in order to continue living. The lake surface had turned to glass. Mo Fan felt the surface was solid and smooth when he walked on it. The water beneath was odd. It looked hazy. Everything was obscured. Mo Fan arrived at the spot where Zhao Jing had sunk into the water. He looked down and saw Zhao Jing. This spot was as transparent as the ice lake at Tuanshan Mountain. Zhao Jing's body was blackened with burns. He was firmly sealed. He had not sunk to the very bottom. The cold lake was odd. It suspended the dead body between the surface and the bottom like a specimen. Mo Fan confirmed with satisfaction that Zhao Jing was really dead. Just as he was about to turn away, the hazy layer on the surface cleared away. Thankfully, the surface remained solid, but he could not see water flowing under his feet. Mo Fan looked down and a chill spread from the soles of his feet to his chest up to his scalp. Chapter 2697. Ruthless Slaughter. The chill was not because of Zhao Jing's death or the strange way in which he was pulled down, it was because the cold lake was full of corpses. Just below the surface, the lake was densely covered with all kinds of the dead. Some were cut. Some were burned. Some were struck down by lightning. Some beheaded. Some simply drowned and others had their hearts crushed. These corpses were on display just below the transparent surface of the cold lake. There was only a thin solid layer of hard, cold water between the bodies and Mo Fan's feet. From a distance, they looked frozen and floated freely between the surface and the bottom. To Mo Fan, who had seen mountains of corpses before, this was not very terrifying. In the spaces between the corpses were even more corpses. They were caught between the water surface and the depths of the lake. They floated there, suspended in between, like specimens. Zhao Jing's corpse was also caught at this level with endless human dead bodies around him. They had all died strangely, but none in the same way. They had died in all sorts of ways. It looked as though some supernatural entities had searched the world for all the different ways to kill a person and decided to put them on display. The dead themselves were not terrifying. They were just corpses. What was horrifying was the way in which the piles of dead bodies sank into the lake and were suspended for eternity. Mo Fan's knees trembled and he fell to the ground. How exactly did this happen? How many dead people would it take to fill the entire lake? It was awfully petrifying. Mo Fan took deep breaths to calm himself. He finally understood why his dark vein had become so sensitive the moment he had stepped into this place. This divine wood well was a well of corpses. The red demon collected 8 souls in the world in order to evolve into a wicked god. He then would become a real emperor and wander around this world. This lake full of corpses was from the human world. What kind of magical power did it take to be able to accumulate all these people here? Most corpses inside the lake were not just ordinary people. Most had a high level of cultivation. Mo Fan did not dare to look down again. But the cold lake kept calling out to him. Mo Fan could not take his eyes off the lake, nor could he make himself leave. It felt as though something rooted him to the spot. It was as if something held his head in place and forcefully opened his eye to this dreadful reality. Mo Fan could only stare at it. It was the same as walking into a wax museum. The lunatic who had turned these people into something akin to wax statues was threatening him and showing off his masterpieces. Mo Fan could not show even the slightest impatience, otherwise he knew that he would suffer the same fate. Thus, to live, Mo Fan looked on with fright. There were more corpses under the layer where Zhao Jing's body was suspended. This layer was deeper and closer to the bottom of the lake. The layer was less dense than the ones above, with only a few bodies floating there. Mo Fan suddenly saw a very familiar figure. He wanted to tear the lake apart and dig out the person he saw. "Chief Military Instructor!" Mo Fan shouted. He yelled as though the cold corpse could somehow hear him. Everything was silent. The divine wood well was silent too. Only his voice reverberated. It was Zhong Kong. The one in the lake was Zhong Kong. Beside Zhong Kong, Mo Fan saw a fair hand. It was blocked from sight by the other corpses over it, but he knew who it was. Qin Youth. It was Zhong Kong and Qin Youth. They were near the bottom of the lake. Mo Fan remembered the day Zhong Kong and Qin Yue had left the holy city. They had not left anything back except Zhong Kong's soul that was taken in by the little loach. They disappeared after that. But they were here. When they left their world, they were peaceful and resolute. He could see so many emotions on the faces of the other corpses: fear, astonishment, resentment, and confusion. But Zhong Kong and Qin Yue looked peaceful as ever, even in death. Mo Fan's heart was in a tumult. He did not know what exactly this place represented. Could it be that this was the cemetery of Devil God? From a dome that nobody not see, a devil god might be peeping at the changes of the world and the rise and fall of races. And perhaps he brought some important dead to the divine wood well. He had seen himself not too long ago. He had seen his reflection cold and dead. Did that mean someday in the future, he would join these specimens and be sunk into this lake? Mo Fan tried to recall what he had seen. He wanted to remember if he had looked older than the present or the same. However, the more he tried to remember, the fuzzier it became. It would slowly disappear from his conscience like a picture from a distant dream. No matter how hard he tried to recall, the memory would be erased little by little. Creak! 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 There were noises coming from the surrounding forest. Mo Fan looked to the side vigilantly. He did not want to sink into the lake. The ghost trees began to shrink, and the long twigs began to grow in reverse. The branches as thick as buildings degraded gradually, and the thick roots all over the ground burrowed back into the soil. The cold lake was getting smaller by the minute. When Mo Fan had arrived here, the divine wood well had grown radically, but now it was all shrinking. Everything started returning to its original state. Mo Fan stood on the cold lake. The corpses on display slowly blurred once again. Mo Fan stared at Chief Military Instructor, Zhong Kong. He looked so peaceful in the lake that Mo Fan was reluctant to tear the lake and disturb his sleep. Zhong Kong's eyes were open, and he seemed to be staring at Mo Fan. In the holy city, they did not have time to bid farewell. He got to see him for the last time in this weird divine wood well instead. He held a fair hand, as if that was all he had wished for in this life. The good and the evil did not matter anymore, nor did the gods' ruthless slaughters. He looked content to be floating there. He did not have to care for the bottom of the lake nor the waves hitting him on the surface. Divine wood well had disappeared. It wasn't clear whether it was because of Zhao Jing's death or because the divine wood well did not want to accept Mo Fan yet. Everything was back to normal. Mo Fan returned to Fanxue Mountain, worried but not as scared as before. Everything in divine wood well had been akin to a nightmare. It would solely fade away from his mind. Maybe if he was lucky, he would think of it as a dream and wake up to find it absurd. Even if it was real, people in it had died in different ways, but not all of them had been in pain. Mo Fan recalled his reflection. He didn't look like he was in pain. It was complicated, anyway. He did now know how to put it. If an overindulgent man had died in the midst of making love, he would have looked that way. Mo Fan felt much better to think of it like that. He did have 2 wives, after all. He was young and strong and enjoyed making love. Maybe it wouldn't be as true in a few years. Chapter 2698. It is hard to die. The cold air covered the sea, and a ship was escaping from the port of Fanxue City at a hurtling speed. The order of Fanxue City was also affected by the Battle of Fanxue Mountain. The streets were congested with vehicles, and many people ran to open areas to avoid vibrations from being transferred to the buildings. Ocean demons were a huge threat as well. But people usually got used to calamities fast enough. Many sat on the ground chatting with each other, waiting for the tremors to abate. The Nanrong family has escaped. That's their ship, someone shouted with excitement, pointing at the port. When they came here, they were so domineering. They even docked at the special berth in Fanxue Mountain as if that was their territory. Now, they flee in fear. The Nanrong family used to be a small royal family in the south. Every member of the family was approachable and respected. It's a pity the Nanrong family has turned to this. An old man sighed. Fanxue Mountain leaders are amazing, though. They even killed the city lord, Lin Kang. Lin Kang deserved what he got. The ship was driven by a magic machine. There were countless water arrows shot from under the ship. Dozens of water patterns cut the sea apart and spread into a larger size. The ship was indeed special. It could be compared to galloping warships. The Nanrong family dealt with the ocean. So, all the combat ships in the south were from their factories. They were also considered the most famous shipowners in the south. Nanrong Ni stood on the deck. Her hair loose, and one of her hands covering her ear. Her right ear, neck and shoulder was covered in blood. Mu Ningxue's arrows had been fast and brutal. It had hit her though her right ear. Mu Ningxue had shot it at her forehead, aiming for the spot between her eyebrows. Nanrong Ni was not someone who had cultivated for nothing. She managed to get out of the powerful lock to dodge it, but had lost an ear. Nanrong Ni was a healing mage. Usually, this kind of injury was easy to heal. Even the pain would not last long. Her ear could be made whole again, but no amount of healing spells would help with the ice wounds. Her face was grave. She glared in the direction of the Fanxue mountain like a ghost. At the port, countless people cheered. She heard those people mocking her and her family. If it were not for this ship, all the members of the Nanrong family might have died. She barely escaped herself. Although she survived, she felt worse than ever. Mu Ningxue should have been left with nothing. No talent, no respect, not even her extraordinary cultivation. She should have died alone with no people by her side. Instead, she had everything in addition to a fertile city to lead. Her reputation preceded her even in the south. Almost every cultivator knew Mu Ningxue as one of the strongest female mags. Nanrong Ni felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She wanted to tear herself apart. Useless. Everyone is worthless. No matter who it is, nobody is reliable in the end. I will have to deal with her myself. Nanrong Ni, usually calm and gentle, appeared fierce and cold at that moment. In the rubbles of Fanxue Mountain, a man lay dying. Half his body was paralyzed and blood was splattered all over his face. He was no longer recognizable. A pair of long, delicate, noble boots appeared in sight. Its owner stood regally on the rubbles. The gentle wind coiled around her slender waist. She appeared beautiful. But that beauty should never be mistaken for gentleness. Her beauty hid murderous intent which should never be triggered. The person who couldn't move half his body was Nanrong Shu. He stared at Mu Ningxue with pain and hatred in his eyes. However, his hatred was not entirely directed at her. He knew the outcome of the battle. He had helped Nanrong Ni escape from Mu Ningxue's killing shot, but Nanrong Ni had turned tail and fled on the ship, leaving him behind. People were so complicated. If Nanrong Shu turned into a ghost, he wanted to kill his sister first and foremost. Even as he lay dying, he could not believe that his sister had betrayed him. Mu Ningxue did not say a word. She stared at the miserable Nanrong Shu, but there was no sympathy in her eyes. Mu Ningxue sympathized with her former self instead. She used to treat someone well even when she knew they would betray her. She would treat the people she cared about so harshly. Just kill me. Nanrong Shu did not beg for his life. He knew it was worthless to live without the lower part of his body functioning anyway. Mu Ningxue did not have anything against Nanrong Shu. It was just a matter of which side they stood on. She raised her hand and an ice pick appeared. She pushed it towards Nanrong Shu's heart. "Wait," said Xinxia. Mu Ningxue turned around and saw Xinxia on her bright unicorn. Xinxia stopped next to Nanrong Shu and cast a healing spell on him. She then walked towards Mu Ningxue. Xinxia still had difficulty walking. She was struggling to walk because she was so tired. She sweated like she had undergone some intense exercise. Mu Ningxue supported her. Xinxia glanced at Nanrong Shu. Nanrong Ni has been pretending to be sweet and kind in front of others. I know you don't care about your reputation, but Nanrong Ni has been spreading malice to damage your reputation, she whispered to Mu Ningxue. I need to save him so that Nanrong Ni's true character can be revealed. Mu Ningxue nodded. I will do as you say. A few people from the periphery of Fanxue Mountain arrived. They weren't those who fought the battle but were the first to run around to declare their victory. Mu Ningxue did not care about them. She already knew the real fighters of Fanxue Mountain. They wanted to please her by helping to clean the battlefield, so she just let them be. Mu Ningxue beckoned to a few of them and instructed them to carry Nanrong Shu. He would not die if the candidates of the goddess of Parthenon Temple were present. Chapter 2699. Negotiation. After the battle, the busiest person was Yi Xinxia. The members of the Fanxue Mountain and the elite teams had both fought very bravely. Most of them had been severely wounded in the battle. Many suffered so much that they wished to end their lives to be rid of the pain. Xinxia had been to many battlefields and knew of the hardships after it was over. She asked the outsiders of Fanxue Mountain to gather all the wounded together and cast the Song of Tranquility on them. It relieved their pain and stimulated their consciousness so that they would not give up easily. The battle had lasted for over a few hours, but the after effects would be felt for years. Fortunately, some folk mags from Flying Bird Bay City arrived and volunteered their services. The high-level executives of Flying Bird Bay City only stood by and watched. After Fanxue Mountain had won, they jumped up and sent some healing mags to show that they were friendly. The status of Fanxue Mountain in Flying Bird Bay City might possibly change after this war. Those organizations that fawned upon the rich and powerful would no longer cause trouble on Fanxue Mountain. Fanxue Mountain had shown today that there was mercy for those who sought to harm them, after all. Fanxue Mountain was a private territory which existed even before the Flying Bird Bay City was established. Even if they came from the law or the Mage Convention, intruders would not be speared. The leaders would execute them. Many had sought to go against Fanxue Mountain. They had joined forces and attacked. In the end, most had died. Even if they managed to escape, they disbanded. Even those people who had not watched the battle knew the strength of Fanxue Mountain once and for all. This was no longer a small family. They were far stronger than anyone had ever imagined, and they were definitely not the pushovers that people thought they were. Fanxue Mountain was destined to be different from the past after this battle. After the battle, there were simply too many things to handle. Mu Ningxue especially wanted to appease the members of Fanxue Mountain. Before Mo Fan had a chance to catch a breath, she gave him a difficult task to handle. It was to have tea with the high-level executives of the Flying Bird Bay City. In the past, Fanxue Mountain had often been invited to tea by the leaders of the Flying Bird Bay City. It was mostly when they needed their help. It was different this time. It was Fanxue Mountain who invited the leaders to have tea with them. Mo Fan made an appointment at Bo City Street. This was the place where Mu Zhuyan and Mu Linqing had settled the residents of Bo City. It was a very prosperous neighborhood. Bo City had an atmosphere of the little mountain city it used to be back then. The appointment was for 9 in the morning, but Mo Fan arrived sharply at 8. It was not that he needed to prepare for the meeting, but he wanted to discuss with Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai about how to initiate the talk of compensation peacefully. The deputy head, Zhu Yi, was also present. Before anyone else showed up, he shivered as though he was already cold. Zhu Yi used to be Lin Kang's subordinate. Not only was he the head of the South Wing Mage group, but he was also the deputy head of the North City Legion. Lin Kang had died. It didn't matter whether it was because of the anger of Fanxue Mountain or the dissatisfaction of the leaders, everything was vented on him. Sirs, I must have been greatly confused to have followed Lin Kang in committing such a crime. But I beg you to be merciful to the leaders when they arrive. I have been in the North City for some years and deal with Fanxue Mountain frequently. After Lin Kang came to power, I was forced to do something against my will. Please forgive me, said Zhu Yi, the deputy head, apologetically. The status of the deputy head was considered high, but he was no more than an errand boy for the powerful. You don't even sound grateful to the Fanxue Mountain for sparing your life, and here you are, making demands, Mo Fan said, with his eyebrows raised. Deputy head Zhu Yi was in charge of many mage organizations in the North City, and he also held a significant position in the Magic Association. He was part of the crusade against the Fanxue Mountain. Zhu Yi seemed to have gone cold at Mo Fan's words. Mo Fan was a devil. He had even killed Zhao Jing. He had returned saying that Zhao Jing had escaped from him. But Zhu Yi knew. Only Mo Fan had returned alive from that fight. I must obey the military order no matter what. I will be killed if I disobey. When Lin Kang came to the North City, he was too autocratic. It would have been so easy for him to get rid of me. Fortunately, you, as leaders of Fanxue Mountain, got rid of him. Otherwise, North City would still have been in chaos, said Zhu Yi. Mo Fan did not bother with his flattery. He turned to Zhao Manyang and Mu Linqing to discuss how to negotiate with the Flying Bird Base city officials. Mu Bai stood at one side. After killing Lin Kang, his mental state had turned a little strange. He was still affected by the abyss but would be fine in a few days. Zhu Yi did not dare take a breath in fear of these hot-blooded leaders. He had never thought Mu Bai was capable of getting rid of Lin Kang. How strong was he actually? Chief Mu, said Zhu Yi. I am for the sake of me evacuating the North City Legion from the battlefield. You and I both know what kind of a person Lin Kang was, said Mu Bai. When the leaders arrive in a while, you can tell them about what Lin Kang had done and give justice to Fanxue Mountain. Of course, if you remain truthful, we won't embarrass you. Of course. That is my duty, said Zhu Yi and let out a relieved sigh. Lin Kang has committed many crimes. This time, I will expose him. The door opened and 5 majestic people walked in. They seemed to have met just before reaching this place and decided to enter the tea room together. These people were of very high importance. Some of them had long been in charge of Fanxue Mountain before, and some had been recruited just recently. But to Mo Fan, they were all unfamiliar. After Xiao Zheng resigned, the bureaucratic system and the parliamentary system had undergone drastic change. Who are they? Mo Fan asked Mu Linqing. Mu Linqing was humbled by the presence of the 5 leaders. This is the great general of the Flying Bird Base City, General Li Shou. This is Councilman Tang. This is the president of the Flying Bird Magic Association, President Jiang Shuihan. This one is Old He from Clan Alliance. And this is the Deputy Mayor Nanrong Shishan, introduced Mu Linqing. As the head of Fanxue Mountain, how do you not know us? Councilman Tang asked indifferently. I only remember some of the leaders from the past. Mo Fan couldn't care less of the tone he used. Not after what they had done. Councilman Tang frowned with dissatisfaction. He did not say anything further. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Mo Fan, facing him. It was the first time in his life that Councilman Tang had been called for tea by a junior. Unfortunately, this time he had to oblige. But it did not mean they had come to be accused and held accountable by the Fanxue Mountain. Fanxue Mountain wasn't as qualified to do that yet. Even bigwigs, who weren't from the capital, knew about that. They had to come to this tea just to defuse the situation. Chapter 2700. Scolding. Lord Mo, just ask if you're curious about anything. The half-moon tide is coming soon. We're busy with official affairs. It's not convenient for us to spend so much time here. Great General Li Shou looked a little impatient. Why didn't Mu Ningxue come? Who is this new person? Nanrong Shishan said rudely. You're from the Nanrong family. Mo Fan asked. Yes, Nanrong Shishan said proudly. Oh. Please wait a moment. I need to make a quick call. Mo Fan took out his phone and dialed Xinxia. Xinxia, you don't need to treat Nanrong Shu anymore. Just let him die. Nanrong Shishan's face turned ashen at Mo Fan's words. How dare you, he thundered. Old man, don't act so pretentious here after what your family has done. If it was up to me, I would slaughter every member of the Nanrong family, said Mo Fan. Did you hear that? Exclaimed Nanrong Shishan. This devil just said something so vile. Nanrong Shishan was deputy mayor of the Flying Bird Bay City and Mo Fan had threatened his whole family. Mo Fan was lawless. Shishan, let's put the grievances aside for now, Old He interrupted. Since Lord Mo is in charge today and he invited us all for tea, it means that he is sincere about resolving this dispute. Don't stir up more trouble. Winter is approaching soon in the Flying Bird Base City. If this battle prolongs, everyone will be prey to the ocean demons. The way I see it, the Nanrong family is at fault for inciting a battle on other people's land. You should make an apology, Jiang Shuihan said. Make an apology? Nanrong Shishan and Mo Fan exclaimed at the same time. Nanrong Shishan stared at Jiang Shuihan in disbelief. He couldn't be expected to apologize to this kid who had just threatened his whole family. If the other officials hadn't been present, he would have slapped Mo Fan right there. Mo Fan felt even more skeptical. This old man had been involved in ordering the Nanrong family to slaughter everyone on the Fanxue mountain. If an apology was expected to solve everything, Mo Fan would definitely kill everyone in the Nanrong family. If the Nanrong family was not destroyed, Fanxue Mountain would never have peace in Flying Bird Base City. It seems that you are not sincere about this talk. Since you are all busy, you can just get lost. Mo Fan gestured to Mu Linqing to show the guests the door. You brat! You're so rude. Do you even know who we are? Great General Li Shou said angrily. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to yell in front of us? The one who should get lost is you. Councilman Tang could no longer bear it. Mu Linqing sweated profusely at the whole debacle. He wondered if Mo Fan was really here to negotiate. It seemed as if he just wanted to scold these officials. They were all bigwigs from the Flying Bird Base City. Even if they weren't the most powerful, they still held the lifeline of the whole of Flying Bird Base City. If he offended them, it would be a disaster. When I first came to Flying Bird Base City, it was just a small town that was harassed by a monster called Scarlet Demon. Many children were stolen by the sea monkeys and offered to the Scarlet Demon as food, said Mo Fan. I later learned that someone had bribed the officials of Flying Bird Base City to cover up the crime. One of them was the deputy mayor at that time. When I arrived at the Flying Bird Base City again, I vowed to make it a bit more peaceful. I got a piece of wasteland in the north of this city. There were no residents there. Many demons rampaged the area. I borrowed the earth pistol from the west and drew a safe zone there. I named this place Fanxue Mountain and built Fanxue City. It was only then that Flying Bird Base City along with North City were officially established. The whole North City was almost built around the boundaries of Fanxue City. There was a free line of defense, transportation, and open land that could be used. Without Fanxue Mountain, North City would not exist. It would still be a wasteland, continued Mo Fan. I'm the honorary councillor of Ding City. Due to respect for me, the seller sold those elemental stones at original price, and the Ding City army escorted them here for free. We built the seawall of Fanxue Mountain, as well as a dam on 1/3 of Flying Bird Base City's coastline. I was there when the Flying Bird Base City was born. You officials dispatched here from other places are not even worthy of talking to me, much less of expecting me to grovel at your feet. I have given you more than enough honor by inviting you and personally joining you today. You united to destroy Fanxue Mountain. You stood by and watched while Fanxue Mountain was being torn apart so that you could feast on the remnants. If that B***starred Lin Kang didn't have your consent, he wouldn't have dared to send troops to Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan addressed each of the 5 officials and chastised them. The face of these officials was flushed. They were angry and annoyed. They wanted to refute but didn't know how. Mu Linqing, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai sat there dumbfounded. They had been discussing how to entrap the leaders to offer compensation for the damage just a moment ago. But now, all they could do was stand by and watch as Mo Fan scolded the officials like children. Mo Fan couldn't care less. Clap! 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 A few crisp applause sounded from the door. A middle-aged man with black hair, glossy black beard, and even blacker eyes entered. His angular face looked majestic. It was not the kind of magnificence that came from the arrogance of being in an authoritative position, but the kind that was earned by leading and struggling with his army on the battlefield. Commander Hua, the 5 officials stared wide-eyed at the figure. It was none other than Commander Hua Shanhong. He was a person who was feared even among the Forbidden Saints. His existence was formidable. Thanks to him, their area wasn't as fragmented as South America by the ocean demons. "Please sit down," said Commander Hua, pointing to the chairs. "The talk has just started. Why are you in a hurry to leave?" Councilman Tang, Great General Li Shou, Jiang Shuihan, Nanrong Shishan, and all his faces darkened. If they sat down now, they would have to hear more of Mo Fan's insolent scolding. The 5 of them certainly would have taught Mo Fan and Fanxue Mountain a lesson the moment they stepped out of the door. But they had never expected Commander Hua to arrive here on his own. The situation at the shoreline was grave. There were more than one Emperor-level ocean demon to deal with. Commander Hua Shanhong was in charge of fighting these demons. If he was present here personally, it meant that the situation was serious. Although the Battle of Fanxue Mountain had alerted the whole capital, it was not worth it for him to travel all this way for the talks. "Commander Hua, you must have heard the arrogant words just now. The head of Fanxue Mountain places himself above all. He doesn't show any respect for the important personnel of the city at all. I think someone like him should be punished," said Great General Li Shou.